Chapter 301 The Water God is Resurrected. The Night King is in danger. The moment the Night King walked out of the crack, the powerful biological pressure emanating from his body instantly pushed away the surrounding seawater, forming a highly oppressive vacuum zone around him. In the vacuum zone, any matter is excluded, and it is a realm exclusive to the Night King. Lin Zichen reacted very quickly. The second before the Night King walked out of the crack, he dived deeply into the bottomless seabed at high speed. When the Night King emerged from the crack, he was already thousands of meters away from him. Still struggling pointlessly. The Night King looked down at Lin Zichen, who was constantly diving below, with a playful look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. Then, with a thought, he once again tore a huge crack in the side space. Then, step in slowly and step out slowly. Just like that, he simply stepped in and out. When the Night King stepped out of the crack again, he appeared directly below Lin Zichen, accurately blocking Lin Zichen's descent route. Seeing the Night King reappearing, Lin Zichen's heart fell to the bottom. Can't escape. There's no way to escape. Stepping through the void is too cheating. It's like having any door. No matter how far away it is, you can reach it instantly with just a thought, leaving the target with nowhere to escape. The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more desperate he became. Contrary to him, the Night King across from him was looking at him with great interest, peeping at everything about his body. Take a look at what is so special about the physical body of this earthling who has been captured by the Sun Moon Holy Land. During this period, Lin Zichen wanted to move, but was suppressed by the Night King's mental power and could not move. We can only allow the Night King's spiritual power to invade. The Night King has an unobstructed view of biological information. What's going on with your body? How can you evolve into a legendary creature at the age of 20? It's incredible. No wonder the Holy Land of the Sun and Moon has been planning to take you back. There must be some unknown secret in you. The Night King said as his expression gradually became excited as he peered at Lin Zichen's body. He has lived in the origin for several epochs and has seen countless amazing evolutionary geniuses. But it was the first time for him to see someone as defiant as Lin Zichen, and he was immediately shocked. After calming down a little, the Night King said in a much calmer voice, "I'll give you a chance to escape. Fight for it and try your best to escape. Maybe you can escape from me." After saying that, with a thought, he released the mental suppression on Lin Zichen and allowed Lin Zichen to escape. As soon as the mental suppression on his body disappeared, Lin Zichen didn't hesitate at all. He immediately burst out with energy, and escaped to the depths of the sea as quickly as possible. At the same time, maximize the effects of biological attributes such as luck of melting water and natural camouflage. He knew the purpose of the Night King letting him run away at this moment. It was just like Ye Yongsheng before, he wanted to see the upper limit of his body and see what was special about his body. Although it is very unlikely to escape from the hands of a mythical creature, it is not very realistic. However, since the other party was given the opportunity to escape, then he would be mentally ill if he did not escape. Boom! 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 Lin Zichen dived very fast, making a huge roar in the sea water. In just the blink of an eye, he dived thousands of meters deep, completely away from the Night King above. However, just being away from the Night King's physical body did not break away from the Night King's mental lock. The mental power of mythical creatures is too strong. There is no way a legendary creature like him can get rid of it. No matter how deep he dives or how far away from the Night King above him, as long as the Night King is willing, the Night King can step through the void and appear in front of him at any time with a thought. But even so, he still had to escape. If you don't escape, you will be 100% captured. Escape, there is still a slim possibility of escaping. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. 40,000 meters. 50,000 meters. With the blessing of a large amount of blood, spirit, and biological attributes, Lin Zichen continued to dive, and in just over 10 seconds, he dived to a depth of 50,000 meters. However, I still couldn't see the bottom of the sea. The picture below is still a darkness so deep that it makes people feel uneasy when looking at it. The only difference was that after diving to a depth of 50,000 meters, he could clearly feel that the mental power from the Night King had weakened. So weak that it is only vaguely visible. If you don't sense it carefully, you won't be able to find it at all. It seems that the distance of 50,000 meters in the sea has reached the limit of the Night King's perception range. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen felt slightly excited. In this almost desperate situation, he saw a glimmer of hope for escape. 60,000 meters. 70,000 meters. 80,000 meters. 90,000 meters. 100,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, another 10 seconds passed. In order to completely get rid of the mental lock from the Night King, Lin Zichen dived another 50,000 meters deep. The total diving depth has reached an astonishing 100,000 meters. Lin Zichen, who was at this depth, could hardly feel the mental lock coming from the Night King. However, he still didn't dare to be careless at all, and continued to dive crazily to ensure that he could really get rid of the mental lock of the Night King above. 110,000 meters. 120,000 meters. 130,000 meters. Lin Zichen did not pause at all, and continued to dive at a high speed, not daring to relax for a moment. When he dived to a depth of 131,432 meters, he suddenly stopped diving. It was not because he had reached the bottom of the sea and could not dive further. Instead, a huge palace suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was a familiar palace, the Water God Palace. Lin Zichen was stunned. He was stunned in place. The Water God Palace was clearly in Shen Qinghan Sea of Consciousness. How could it suddenly appear here out of thin air? The strangest thing was that the Water God Palace was clearly in front of him, but he could not sense the existence of the Water God Palace, and could only see the existence of the Water God Palace with his naked eyes. Just like a mirage, you can only see it, but you can't touch it. It's a false illusion. Above. The Night King quietly sensed Lin Zichen's every move, without any emotional fluctuations because Lin Zichen's diving depth was getting deeper and deeper, gradually exceeding the spiritual perception range in the sea. Before letting Lin Zichen dive and escape, he had already impressed a spiritual imprint in Lin Zichen's body. Even if Lin Zichen was far away, so far beyond his spiritual perception range, he could always think of breaking through the void and appear in front of Lin Zichen in the shortest time. His swimming ability is outstanding. In less than half a minute, he has already dived more than 100,000 meters deep, and the speed of diving has not slowed down at all. His ability to conceal his breath is also excellent. Now his breath can hardly be sensed. Why did he stop suddenly? Did he recognize the reality and give up escaping? The Night King, who was observing Lin Zichen, sensed that Lin Zichen suddenly stopped when he dived to a depth of 130,000 meters. In this regard, he was full of doubts and didn't understand what was going on. After waiting for a while, seeing that Lin Zichen still had no intention of continuing to dive, he stopped observing, raised his hand and tore a huge crack on the side, wanting to break through the void and descend in front of Lin Zichen to find out the reason. At this moment, he, like Lin Zichen, could not sense the existence of the Water God Palace through his mind. 130,000 meters deep under the sea. Lin Zichen looked at the Water God Palace in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. What is going on with the Water God Palace in front of him? Is it a projected illusion? But, it looks very real. Except that the spirit cannot sense its existence, other aspects are extremely real, and it doesn't look like a projection at all. Just when Lin Zichen was puzzled. Boom boom boom. The Water God Palace in front suddenly moved, pushing a large amount of sea water to surge over, making a deafening and huge noise. Lin Zichen wanted to retreat. But on second thought, the Water God Palace has a close relationship with Shen Qinghan, and should be one of his own, so he gritted his teeth and waited there. In just a blink of an eye, the Water God Palace teleported from the sea 1,000 meters away to Lin Zichen and stopped. Lin Zichen looked at the tall and magnificent palace in front of him, and after a while he was surprised to find that this palace did not seem to be a projected image, but a real palace. However, the Water God Palace was clearly in Shen Qinghan Sea of Consciousness. How could it suddenly appear here out of thin air? Lin Zichen was full of doubts and puzzlement. But soon, in the doubts and puzzlement, he felt a little more excited. The doubts were, why did the Water God Palace, which should have been in Shen Qinghan Sea of Consciousness, appear here? The excitement was that the Water God Palace might help him escape from the crisis he was facing at the moment. The Water God is one of the oldest 5 elements gods. A rising star like the Night King is probably no different from an ant in front of him. And Shen Qinghan has a special connection with the Water God, one of the 5 elements gods. If there really was a Water God in the Water God Palace, then he might be able to rely on his relationship with Shen Qinghan and shamelessly seek the help he wanted from the Water God. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about this. Sizzle. A crisp sound of space tearing suddenly sounded. Lin Zichen, who heard the sound, suddenly changed his face. The Night King is chasing. After reacting, Lin Zichen immediately burst out all the blood and spirit in his body, and dived to the bottom of the sea again at the fastest speed to escape the clutches of the Night King. Although he had just placed his hopes on the Water God Palace, when facing a crisis, he would still instinctively choose to escape at the first time. He escaped at the first time. He fled decisively. Unfortunately, he was still a step slower in the end. Lin Zichen had just dived less than 100 meters, and the Night King had already walked out of the crack. As soon as he thought about it, he exuded a vast and boundless mental power, and instantly fixed Lin Zichen in place, unable to move, and lost the ability to resist. Water God Palace. After fixing Lin Zichen, the Night King discovered the floating Water God Palace in front of him, and his eyes were filled with doubts and confusion. At this moment, he, like Lin Zichen, could not use his mind to sense the existence of the Water God Palace, and could only see it with his naked eyes. Was the Water God Palace originally here, or did it suddenly appear here? The Night King looked at Lin Zichen and asked. He knew that the reason why Lin Zichen suddenly stopped diving before must be related to the Water God Palace in front of him, so he needed to ask clearly. He had never seen the Water God Palace, but he knew the existence of the Water God as one of the 5 elements gods. He was puzzled to see the Water God Palace here. You know, the Water God is the oldest god in the Source Land. How could his palace appear in such an ordinary sea area? This is not logical at all. Facing the question from the Night King, Lin Zichen did not answer as he wished, but chose to remain silent. Lin Zichen is a very generous person, but not generous enough to be willing to answer the enemy's doubts. Don't say it. You are quite courageous. It's a pity that it's all in vain. The Night King said without emotion. After the words fell, he raised his hand and pressed it on Lin Zichen's head, using a special secret method to invade Lin Zichen's memory in an instant. At the moment when the memory was invaded, a sharp pain instantly swept through Lin Zichen's body, and his whole face was distorted with pain. In the ruined No. 1 city. With her ability to manipulate liquids, Shen Qinghan constantly wandered around the battlefield to save the dying and the wounded, and help the wounded who had lost too much blood to recover their blood. Under her treatment, hundreds of thousands of wounded were able to save their lives and did not stay on this battlefield forever. Are you okay? Shen Qinghan squatted beside Luo Qingxiu, helping her recover the lost blood while gently caring about her. In this caring, Shen Qinghan did not use any title. Because Shen Qinghan did not know whether she should call Luo Qingxiu senior sister or Bai Shui. No matter which title, she felt very awkward. Calling her senior sister was awkward because although they were both disciples of the same master Yuan Dongji, they had never communicated with each other. Calling her Bai Shui was awkward because Luo Qingxiu did not care about the friendship in the 2nd grade of elementary school. If she called her name so affectionately, it would seem that she was a bit of a warm face against a cold butt. Shen Qinghan was thin-skinned and did not like to warm her face against others' cold butts. Therefore, she simply stopped calling Luo Qingxiu. I'm fine. Luo Qingxiu said in a cold voice, you go and treat the others. I can heal the remaining injuries myself. Okay. Shen Qinghan responded sparingly. After that, she stood up and walked towards the other wounded. But she stopped after just 2 steps, and the whole person was stunned. Lin Ziai? Am I hallucinating? How could Lin Ziai suddenly appear in my sea of consciousness? Shen Qinghan sensed the scene in the sea of consciousness, and her watery peach blossom eyes were full of confusion. She saw Lin Zichen in her sea of consciousness. She saw Lin Zichen constantly diving in her sea of consciousness at a very fast speed, as fast as lightning. Such a strange thing made her a little confused for a while. With her current cognition, she could not understand this scene that appeared in the sea of consciousness at all. She calmed down a little. Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness and tried to communicate with him. Lin Ziai? Lin Ziai, can you hear my voice? Can't you hear it? Seeing that Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness had no reaction, Shen Qinghan frowned slightly. At this moment, she was really confused. What happened to Lin Ziai in the sea of consciousness? Is it Lin Ziai himself? Or, just some false illusion? Shen Qinghan was puzzled, and the more she thought about it, the more confused she felt. With doubts and confusion in her heart, she tried to control the only object that could be controlled in the sea of consciousness, the Water God Palace, and approached Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness as quickly as possible to study and see what was going on. P.S. Put the bowl, ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 302, Kill the God. The Night King falls. As Shen Qinghan's thoughts moved, the Water God Palace in her sea of consciousness immediately teleported to the front of Lin Zichen at a speed that even her spirit could not perceive. Lin Zichen, who was diving at a high speed in Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness, stopped diving as soon as he saw the Water God Palace, and quietly floated in front of the Water God Palace without moving. Shen Qinghan looked at this scene in her sea of consciousness and felt very magical. It's incredible. Why is there a Linzi in the sea of consciousness? Is this Linzi himself? Or is it just a fantasy in my mind? Well, it should be just a fantasy, just like thinking about something during the day and dreaming about it at night. Let's try to interact with Linzi in the sea of consciousness. Thinking about it, Shen Qinghan's thoughts moved, and she continued to control the Water God Palace to approach Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness, wanting to interact with him through the Water God Palace. But before she could interact, a huge figure appeared in Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness. It had huge wings on its back. The body surface is full of tiny hairs. Huge body. This huge figure is Ya Yongsheng, who has been completely alienated. But the will belongs to the Night King. Seeing the second life form besides Lin Zichen appear in the sea of consciousness, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then her mind was a little confused for a while. Lin Zichen appeared in her sea of consciousness, and she could barely explain it by thinking about it during the day and dreaming at night. But at this moment, Ya Yongsheng, the treacherous deputy state lord, actually appeared in her sea of consciousness, which made her feel very puzzled. She had never thought about Ye Yongsheng, and she didn't have much impression of Ye Yongsheng, she just saw him. However, at this moment, Ye Yongshen's figure appeared in the sea of consciousness. Could it be that, the picture in the sea of consciousness is not the so-called fantasy? But it really exists? Is everything that Lin Zichen is experiencing now projected into my sea of consciousness? Or is it that my sea of consciousness is essentially a space in the source land, and Lin Zichen and the treacherous deputy state lord just happened to break into this mysterious space, that is, into my sea of consciousness? In just a blink of an eye, Shen Qinghan thought a lot. Combining various possibilities, she analyzed the reasons why Lin Zichen and Night King suddenly appeared in her sea of consciousness. Just as she was thinking about these, Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness was suddenly pressed on the head by Night King with one hand. Then, Lin Zichen's face was full of pain, and his whole face was distorted in pain. Shen Qinghan, who saw this scene, was immediately anxious. Not good. Lin Zichen is in danger. I want to save him. Shen Qinghan didn't know what the picture in the sea of consciousness was. Is it real or illusory? But none of this matters. She only knows that Lin Zichen in the sea of consciousness is in danger now, and she has to save Lin Zichen. She didn't know how to save him, so she could only control the Water God Palace in her sea of consciousness and suppress Night King fiercely. As for the possibility of accidentally hurting Lin Zichen, this was also unavoidable. She could only pray silently in her heart that nothing would happen. 130,000 meters deep under the sea. A huge figure was raising a thick arm high, opening a huge claw, and grabbing a young man's head with one hand. It was Night King and Lin Zichen. Night King grabbed Lin Zichen's head with one hand. As Night King's mental power continued to invade, Lin Zichen felt that his brain was about to split. The memories in his brain were constantly pulled, and the whole person was in pain. On the contrary, the Night King, who was harming him at the moment, had a calm face and was patiently searching for the memory he wanted. It was just a blink of an eye, and Night King searched for the memory he wanted. At the same time, there were many extra gains. Shen Qinghan, the carrier of the Water God's revival. The Water God Palace is in her sea of consciousness. Isn't the Water God Palace right in front of her? How could it be in her sea of consciousness? System. Son of the Abyss. What are these? The Night King murmured in confusion while peeking at Lin Zichen's memory. The contents of Lin Zichen's memory were confusing even for the Night King who had lived for several epochs. Whether it was the Water God Palace, the system, or the Son of the Abyss, he felt extremely unfamiliar with them all. Just as he was muttering. Boom. A rapid voice suddenly sounded. He looked up and found that the Water God Palace, which was just in front of him, had suddenly teleported to the sky above his head. Then, under his horrified gaze, the entire Water God Palace suddenly suppressed down like a mountain. Boom. A deafening sound rang out. The huge Water God Palace came down with a terrifying power. Like a purgatory tower that imprisoned the wicked, it instantly took in the Night King and Lin Zichen. During this time, Lin Zichen, who was swept by severe pain all over his body, had no idea what happened. He only knew that his eyes suddenly went black, and then he couldn't see anything. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Even his five senses were completely blocked. It was as if he was in the deep and dark space, isolated and helpless. After about a few minutes, when Lin Zichen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange hall with a blue light. The hall was very empty. Except for a huge shell, there was nothing else. The shell is about the size of a ping-pong table. Located in the center of the hall. The surface is covered with mysterious ancient runes. It is emitting a blue light. What is this place? Why am I here? Where is the Night King? Lin Zichen observed the surrounding environment, and the more he observed, the more he became confused. It was clear that just a moment ago, the Night King had pressed his head and forcibly searched his memory. His whole body was mentally broken, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to hit the wall. But why did he suddenly appear in such a strange place in a blink of an eye? One more thing, where is the Night King? He was obviously also suppressed by the Water God Palace. But there was no sign of him in the hall at all. Just when Lin Zichen was wondering. Boom. The shell in the center of the hall suddenly exploded and turned into a large number of fragments flying. Among the shell fragments in the sky, a familiar huge figure appeared in front of him. It's the Night King who took away Ye Yongshen's body. At this time, the Night King was no longer as calm as before in the deep sea. His whole body was covered in scars and he looked miserable. It can be seen from this that he had just been trapped in the shell and suffered a lot of torture. Lord Water God, I have no intention of offending, please let me go. The Night King hovered over the shattered shell, looking down at the vortex formed on the shell fragments, with an expression of horror and awe. Even though he sincerely chose to give in. But what responded to him immediately was an unimaginably powerful suction coming from the vortex. As soon as this terrifying suction force appeared, it had a clear and precise goal of sucking him into the vortex. When the Night King saw this, he immediately increased his efforts and begged to be let go. His eyes were full of desire for survival. Lord Water God, let me go. I can help you resuscitate. Water God. The Night King only said the word big for the last two words, and then his entire huge body was instantly sucked into the vortex and disappeared without any movement. Lin Zichen looked at the whirlpool in the hall, his face a little dazed. Did the Night King, whose biological level reached the mythical level, just fall like this? Is this the Water God Palace? The Water God is in that whirlpool? So what's going on with the Water God Palace in Hanan Sea of Consciousness? Are there two Water God Palaces? In a daze, Lin Zichen's mind was filled with thoughts, and what he was experiencing now felt unreal. I originally thought that I was going to be taken over by the Night King. Unexpectedly, a Water God's palace appeared halfway and sucked away the Night King, an unparalleled mythical powerhouse, without any effort. It was just like an old man running out of the ring to save the day. It was a bit outrageous. I don't know whether the Night King who was sucked in is dead or alive. Lin Zichen looked at the whirlpool in the center of the hall and murmured softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally calm whirlpool suddenly became violent, with water splashing everywhere. The next second, a huge animal claw stretched out from it, the sharp claws on the fingertips extended infinitely, and pierced the palace floor like iron. Then, a familiar huge figure emerged from the whirlpool and caught Lin Zichen's eyes. It's the Night King who was just sucked into the vortex. The Night King can actually crawl out. This is bad. The moment he saw the Night King, Lin Zichen's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. However, he soon came to his senses and did not sit still and wait for death. He immediately exploded all his energy, blood, and spirit, dealing a physical and mental double blow to the Night King in order to help Uzumaki. However, these attacks of his were ineffective against the Night King, whose creature level was as high as the mythical level, just like a mantis using its arms as a chariot. It can't hurt him at all. Escape. Escape is the right choice. Lin Zichen didn't hesitate at all. He immediately looked around and chose a passage to leave the hall. After scanning around, he felt a little desperate. The current hall is actually surrounded by airtight walls and has no entrance or exit. How to escape? There was nowhere to escape. Just when Lin Zichen was extremely anxious. Hiss. There was a clear and ear-piercing tearing sound. The Night King cracked in the vortex. The body, which had a creature level as high as mythical level, was directly torn into pieces by the powerful pulling force of the vortex. The blood splashed out instantly dyed the entire blue vortex red. Soon, the blood in the whirlpool began to struggle and squirm crazily, trying to reshape flesh and blood. Pity. The strong pulling force in the vortex did not give this chance at all. In just a few seconds, all the blood in the vortex was sucked into the depths of the vortex and completely disappeared. Not long after, scarlet beads slowly rose from the whirlpool, and then floated straight to Lin Zichen not far away. Lin Zichen looked at the scarlet beads floating towards him, and felt a familiar aura from the beads, which was the unique aura emanating from the Night King. The Night King, whose biological level reaches the mythical level, was refined into a bead by the vortex in front of him? What does it mean when beads are floating towards me? Want to give it to me? Thinking of this, Lin Zichen felt a little flattered for a moment. After taking the floating beads, he immediately looked at the vortex in the center of the hall and said in a respectful voice. Thank you Lord Water God for your help. Thank you for the reward, Lord Water God. Lord Water God, if there is anything you can do for me, please let me know. I will do my best. The hall was dead silent. No one responded to Lin Zichen's words. Lin Zichen waited for a moment, and when he saw that there was still no response, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This Water God seems a little cold. I don't like to talk to people. Lin Zichen thought about this in his heart. Just as he was thinking about this, suddenly, a huge suction force came from the vortex, and he was sucked in instantly. 1 second. 1 minute. Or 1 hour. I don't know how long it took. When Lin Zichen opened his eyes again, he unexpectedly found that he was hovering steadily on the sea, and he was no longer in the Water God Palace. He looked around 4 circles. If he hadn't held a scarlet blood bead in his hand at this moment, and his head was still tingling due to the invasion of the Night King's memory, he would have thought he was dreaming just now. What on earth is going on with the Water God Palace just now? Did they come to rescue me on purpose? Could it be Hanan's handiwork? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of Shen King Han, suspecting that everything that happened in the seabed just now was controlled by Shen King Han behind the scenes. Shen King Han is inseparable from the Water God. If Shen King Han can contact the Water God, it doesn't seem to be difficult to get the Water God to come and rescue. Or, dive into the seabed again to find out? Forget it, less trouble is worse than more trouble, there is no need to make trouble for no reason. With such a cautious idea, Lin Zichen thought about it, put the blood bead in his hand into the storage space, and then his figure flashed, and the whole person turned into a red stream of light, rushing towards city number 1 at a high speed. Shen King Han is still in the city now, and I have to go back quickly to see what her situation is now and whether she needs help. If nothing is wrong, I have to take Shen Qinghan away as soon as possible, away from City Number 1, a place of trouble. Inside City Number 1. At a glance, everywhere you look, there are corpses and broken walls. The once tall and majestic Number 1 city has turned into a dilapidated ruin in the war. The center of the battlefield. Shen Qinghan was doing two things at once. While helping the wounded to recover blood, she was always paying attention to the scene in the Sea of Consciousness, and she was very concerned about the safety of Lin Zichen in the picture. However, before she could sense it for long, the picture in the Sea of Consciousness had no trace of Lin Zichen. There was only a silent water god palace and boundless sea water containing a large amount of source power. Is it really just an unreal illusion? Shen Qinghan sensed the empty Sea of Consciousness, and felt very dazed about the rescue of Lin Zichen in the Sea of Consciousness just now. She thought that it was probably a dream she had thought about during the day. After thinking about it, she withdrew the part of her attention that was in the Sea of Consciousness and began to treat the wounded on the battlefield wholeheartedly. During the treatment, she did not forget to pray for Lin Zichen in her heart, hoping that Lin Zichen would be fine and could defeat the enemy as soon as possible and return safely. P.S. Put the bowl on the table, and ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 303 Savior. Over City Number 1. When Lin Zichen returned here, the previous battle to defend the city was already over. The once huge and glorious city was now only a dilapidated and messy ruin. At a glance, there were ruins and corpses strewn everywhere. Many familiar city dwellers were now turned into cold corpses, left forever on the lost battlefield. What's even worse is that there are no bones left, not even a trace left. The entire dilapidated ruins were shrouded in lifeless sadness, exuding despair everywhere. This is war. Lin Zichen murmured in his heart, feeling a little uncomfortable. He fought in many battles. But he still saw such a heavy casualty battle like this before. The visual impact is extremely strong. After calming down a little, Lin Zichen spread his mental power to cover the entire battlefield, looking for Shen Qinghan's figure. Soon, he spotted Shen Qinghan's figure at a location below. Without a moment's pause, he immediately turned into a red stream of light and flashed down, landing precisely in front of Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan was helping the wounded recover blood. When he saw Lin Zichen suddenly appeared in front of him, a smile suddenly appeared on his delicate face. Lin Ziai, you are finally back safely. I have been so worried about you. No need to worry anymore, all the troubles are solved. Lin Zichen said as he reached out and wiped the dust on Shen Qinghan's face with a very gentle movement. He can completely release his energy and blood, or his spirit, and help Shen Qinghan clean the dust on her face from a distance. It's just that it's convenient, but it lacks some intimacy. Rather than convenience, he preferred to touch Shen Qinghan's pretty face with his hands and feel the warmth coming from her pretty face. And, feel the silky coolness on her pretty face. What happened to that man who raped the deputy governor? Why are you the only one coming back? Where are the others? Shen Qinghan asked 3 questions in a row, his pretty face full of curiosity. She has been like this since she was a child. She likes to ask questions when she doesn't understand something in front of Lin Zichen. She completely treats Lin Zichen as a search engine on her mobile phone. Regarding these 3 questions, Lin Zichen answered patiently with a gentle voice. The deputy governor was raped and died. But I wasn't the one who killed him. He was snatched away by a mythical powerful man called the Night King. Unfortunately, the city leaders who worked with me to deal with the raped deputy governor died at the hands of the raped deputy governor before he was taken away. When answering these questions, Lin Zichen's voice was very calm, so calm that he didn't sound like a participant. It feels like a bystander who has nothing to do with himself, with no fluctuation in his heart. Lin Zichen deliberately made his recent experience seem ordinary, in order not to worry Shen Qinghan. However, Shen Qinghan is not stupid. At this moment, she knew very well how dangerous what Lin Zichen said was. You must know that the lowest biological levels of those city leaders who followed Ya Yongsheng to encircle and suppress Ya Yongsheng were legendary. But none of the city leaders with such high biological levels were left, and they all died. From this point alone, we can judge how dangerous what Lin Zichen experienced before was. Not to mention, the traitorous deputy governor was killed by a mythical powerhouse. Even mythical powerhouses showed up, so one can imagine how desperate the situation was at that time. To be clear, Shen Qinghan did not get to the bottom of these matters. Instead, he skipped the topic very sensibly and asked Lin Zichen. Lin Ziai, after the aftermath of the battlefield is over, what should we do next? Now wars are breaking out everywhere, and no one can live in peace. Shen Qinghan is a little overwhelmed by this. I don't know where to go and what to do after cleaning up the battlefield. Lin Zichen was not in a hurry to answer. He silently glanced around the surrounding environment, and after a moment of silence, he said to Shen Qinghan. Go to other cities to help clean up the alien races. The aliens in city number 1 have basically been driven out and there are not many resources to devour. If you want to continue evolving at a high speed, it's time to change the battlefield. Hearing that Lin Zichen said that he was going to other cities to help clean up the alien races, many people around him were in awe, looking at Lin Zichen with eyes filled with admiration. None of these people knew that the reason why Lin Zichen wanted to help other cities clean up the foreign races was mainly to devour the life source and source power of the foreign races. I thought that Lin Zichen couldn't bear to see his tribe suffer and wanted to dedicate himself to shining. However, a gentleman does not care about his heart. No matter what the purpose is or what the true thoughts are, as long as you do something beneficial to the tribe, you are the savior of the tribe. Shen Qinghan knew that Lin Zichen wanted to kill the aliens and devour the evolution, so he said sensibly. Well, I understand. Then I will speed up the aftermath and try to go to other cities as soon as possible to help clean up the aliens. After saying that, she quickly went to collect blood from the wounded. Lin Zichen had nothing to do and joined in the operation to treat the wounded. He spread his mental power to cover the entire battlefield and searched for undiscovered wounded in the dilapidated ruins. With the help of him and Shen Qinghan, the wounded on the battlefield quickly received the most basic treatment and their lives were saved. After treating the wounded, Shen Qinghan remembered something. She quickly walked up to Lin Zichen, stretched out her slender hand to hold his, and said with Qi Shuai. By the way, Lin Ziai, I encountered something very magical not long ago. What's up? Lin Zichen was a little curious, so he sent back Qi Shuai and asked. Shen Qinghan's eyes were filled with water and she said in a waxy voice. Not long ago, I saw you in the sea of consciousness. I saw you constantly diving into my sea of consciousness, and then you were chased by the traitorous deputy governor. What? When Lin Zichen heard this, his pupils shrank and his eyes widened suddenly, his face full of surprise. What does Hanan mean? Could it be that the seabed I dived into before was actually Hanan's sea of consciousness? That's why we met the water god palace there? The entire boundless sea is the sea of consciousness. Am I dreaming? Lin Zichen felt that this was too exaggerated, and the surprise on his face gradually turned into disbelief. Opposite him, Shen Qinghan saw all the changes in the expression on Lin Zichen's face. Then, a look of surprise gradually appeared on her delicate and pretty face. The change in expression on Lin Zichen's face made her realize something. The picture I saw in the sea of consciousness not long ago was not a projection or a false illusion, but a real picture. But how is this possible? How could the forest appear in my sea of consciousness? Isn't the sea of consciousness an abstract existence? Isn't it a reflection of strong will? Where did the entity come from? At this moment, Shen Qinghan felt that his brain was a little exhausted and he couldn't figure it out at all. Lin Zichen opposite her was also a little confused like her. This thing is too outrageous, far beyond the two people's understanding. After calming down a little, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan and confirmed to her in a serious tone. Did you see later that the adulterous deputy governor and I were sucked into the water god palace, and then the adulterous deputy governor was sucked into a whirlpool and died, and his body was refined into a scarlet bead? Yes, that's it. Shen Qinghan nodded frequently like a chicken pecking at rice, and the expression on his face became more and more shocked. If she was not sure that the picture she saw in her mind was real just now, she was 100% sure that it was real. What Lin Zichen said was exactly the same as what she saw in her sea of consciousness, without any discrepancy. Seeing her nodding her head frequently, Lin Zichen felt a storm in his heart. It's actually true. The sea I dived into before turned out to be Hanan's sea of consciousness. Etc. Wrong. If the sea is really Hanan's sea of consciousness, then it stands to reason that Hanan should be able to see the creatures living in the sea of consciousness. Could it be that Hanan's sea of consciousness is not a whole sea, but that her sea of consciousness is partially connected to the boundless sea? The reason why I suddenly appeared in her sea of consciousness before was because I passed through a hidden connection point while diving into that sea and happened to enter Hanan's sea of consciousness? Still not right. There are so many creatures living in that sea. If there really is any special connection point, then many creatures should have entered Hanan's sea of consciousness. It seems that I have to go back to the sea where I was just now, cover it with my spiritual power, and see if I can find the so-called connection point. Lin Zichen had such thoughts in his heart. Shen Qinghan on the side asked with curiosity and confusion, Lin Ziai, why did you suddenly appear in my sea of consciousness? This is so magical. It is difficult for Lin Zichen to answer this question. The only thing he could answer was to tell Shen Qinghan what he had just guessed. After hearing this, Shen Qinghan thought for a moment and quickly came up with a guess. Lin Ziai, do you think it was the water god who took action? The water god knows that you are very important to me, so he went out of his way to help me save you. If you think about it, when we encountered danger in the coastal forest before, there was also a mysterious and unknown force that came to save us. I feel that it was the hand of the water god. Shen Qinghan's guess sounds reasonable. Lin Zichen also fell into thoughts after hearing this. Water god? Maybe. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen took out a scarlet bead from the storage space. This bead was the one spit out from the vortex of the Water God Palace before. It was refined from Ya Yongshen's body and the Night King's will. Just by holding it in your hand, you can clearly feel the powerful vitality emanating from the beads. This is mythical level vitality, coming from the will of the Night King. This is the bead that was refined from the body of the raped deputy governor and the will of the Night King. It contains a lot of vitality, which is very helpful for evolution. See if you can absorb it. Lin Zichen said, handing the scarlet bead to Shen King Han. Shen King Han looked at the beads that were handed to him and asked with clear and bright eyes, "Don't you absorb it? This bead was taken from the Water God Palace. It belongs to you. Then let's take half each of us." "No, just absorb it yourself. This is your own evolutionary resource." Lin Zichen indeed needs evolutionary resources and desperately wants to become stronger, but no matter how much he needs it, he will not covet Shen King Han's evolutionary resources. Shen King Han understands Lin Zichen's character. Seeing that Lin Zichen said no, she stopped trying to persuade him and chose to absorb the bead by herself. She didn't know how to absorb the bead. When she took it from Lin Zichen, she was still thinking about how to absorb it. However, before she started to study it, the scarlet bead in her hand suddenly turned into a stream of red and blue light, and instantly poured into her Tianmen. Once it entered the Tianmen, the stream of red and blue light automatically turned into two hot warm currents. The red warm current flowed through Shen King Han's body, nourishing every cell in her body. The blue warm current flowed into the sea of consciousness deep in Shen King Han's brain, making her sea of consciousness, which originally looked boundless, expand at a very fast speed and become even more boundless. When the two warm currents faded at the same time, the strength of the blood and spirit in Shen King Han's body began to rise steadily, soaring at an incredible speed. In just a blink of an eye, her biological level evolved to the first level of legend, triggering a strange phenomenon in the world. The originally clear sky suddenly began to rain heavily under the scorching sun. At the same time, countless underground waters broke out of the peaceful earth and rushed into the sky, merging with the rain falling from the sky, transforming into various forms of aquatic creatures, filling the entire sky. At this moment, all the people present looked up at the sky at the same time, and were stunned by the sudden strange phenomenon in the sky. The water dragon soared into the clouds. The water phoenix soared into the sky. Kunpeng appeared together, covering the sky and the Sunday. The originally empty sky was suddenly filled with various creatures that looked extremely high. They had lived for so long, and had never seen such a spectacular phenomenon. Lin Zichen, like everyone else, was looking up at the strange phenomenon in the sky at this moment, and felt a shock in his heart. The strange phenomenon caused by Shen King Han's evolution into a legendary creature was too spectacular, far more spectacular than the strange phenomenon caused by his evolution into a legendary creature, and it was completely different from the spectacular level. Lin Zichen carefully observed the various aquatic creatures transformed by rainwater in the sky, and found that they all looked very familiar, as if they had been seen on the murals in the underwater ruins. During this period, he also unexpectedly saw the figure of the sea god. The sea god transformed by rainwater in the sky still looked the same as seen on the murals, a gatekeeper with no sense of existence. The action was still kneeling on the ground respectfully, worshipping a mysterious woman lying on her side in a shell. Perhaps, Hanan is not the carrier of the resurrection of the water god, but she herself is the water god. Lin Zichen quietly watched the strange phenomenon in the sky, his eyes fell on the mysterious woman worshipped by all aquatic creatures, and such an idea came to his mind. From various experiences in the past, he felt more and more that Shen King Han, who had been with him for many years, was not like a lucky person who had inherited the water god. Instead, it was more like the reincarnation of the water god himself. P.S. Put the bowl, ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 304. Go to city number 36. Protect Shanghai City. Central Region. The mythical war is still going on, but the intensity has gradually subsided. Almost one-third of the land has been affected by the war. At a glance, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and corpses were everywhere. None of the creatures in the range of the war were spared, and all turned into debris and lost their lives completely. The central region is the origin of a large number of relics in a life-forbidden zone comparable to the abyss. The creatures that can survive in the central region are extremely powerful, starting from the epic level. But such a powerful creature in the central region did not even have time to escape under the influence of this mythical war, and died directly on the spot. No, if we continue like this, sooner or later we will all die in the central region. Su Mei, the owner of King Kaiyu Ancient Mountain, smiled, hovering in the sky and breathing heavily, her chest heaving constantly. The blood, spirit, and source power in her body were almost exhausted, and her combat power was greatly weakened. The situation of the four people around, Sea God, Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Xian Yuan Wangyu, was equally bad. All of them showed fatigue on their faces, and their combat power was less than two-thirds of their peak. Only Qi Qingmo, who was wearing a Taoist robe, was still full of blood and his combat power did not decrease at all. On the opposite side, the three mythical masters, Lord Ji, Old Tree, and God of Flowers, were always in peak condition under the continuous vitality supply of God of Wood. Even if they were 3 against 6, they could suppress Qi King Mo and others throughout the whole process. God of Wood represents endless life, and can infinitely supply vitality to the target creature, allowing the target creature to fire at full power to the maximum extent without worrying about physical consumption. But in contrast, the combat power of God of Wood itself did not open up a big gap with the conventional mythical masters in the source land. It mainly played an auxiliary role and could impose various life-enhancing states on its own members. Find a chance to break out. There's no need to stay here and waste time with them. Xian Yuan Wanyu, whose face turned pale due to excessive consumption, was like Su Mai Xiao, with her chest heaving constantly, and she spoke in a weak voice. Among the mythical powerhouses on the scene, she consumed the most and was close to exhaustion, and was no longer able to fight. After hearing this, the other mythical powerhouses in the same camp all agreed to the choice of retreat. The wood god is the god of life. As long as he is there, the side he is in will never perish. With his vitality supply, the target creature can be resurrected instantly even if its soul is wiped out, and it cannot be killed at all. Unless, you can capture the king first and get rid of the wood god first. However, the tenacity of the wood god's life is simply not something that mythical creatures can solve. Only the existence of creatures higher than the mythical level can completely wipe out the vitality of the wood god. But the existence of creatures higher than the mythical level only exists in the conception of mythical creatures and has never been confirmed. Just when Qi King Mo and his party were preparing to find an opportunity to evacuate the battlefield, suddenly, a huge-scale heaven and earth phenomenon broke out in the south region. Countless high-ranking aquatic creatures appeared in the sky of the south region in the form of condensed water. From a distance, they covered the entire sky like locusts passing through. Once these powerful beings appeared, they soon all knelt down facing the same direction, with awe on their faces, worshipping a mysterious woman lying on her side on a shell. In the central region, all the mythical strongmen present saw the strange phenomenon in the sky above the south region for the first time. Seeing the scale of the strange phenomenon was so exaggerated, they were all stunned for a moment, and were deeply shocked in their hearts. They who could evolve into mythical creatures have lived in this world for a long time and have seen various heaven and earth phenomena caused by biological evolution and transformation. However, the super large-scale strange phenomenon that appeared in the sky above the south region at this moment was the first time for them all to see it. What happened in the south region? Why did such an exaggerated phenomenon suddenly erupt? Was there a new mythical creature born? It shouldn't be. I didn't sense any mythical creature in the south region. I sensed it. It seems that this is a phenomenon caused by a creature evolving to the legendary level. Such a large-scale phenomenon is just caused by a creature evolving to the legendary level. How is this possible? Su Mai Xiao, Li Lao, Sima Xian, Xian Yuan Wanyu, 4 mythical masters, are looking at the phenomenon in the sky above the south region at the same time, communicating constantly, with doubts and confusion on their faces. Qi King Mo didn't say anything, but frowned throughout the whole process, staring at the phenomenon in the sky above the south region. She sensed a very familiar breath in that shocking vision. It was Shen Qinghan's breath. Did that weak girl evolve into a legendary creature? Qi King Mo sensed the familiar breath while muttering in his heart, it's just evolving into a legendary creature, why can it cause such a huge phenomenon of heaven and earth? When Qi King Mo was wondering about this, the sea god not far away was full of fear on his face. What's going on? Why can the water god still appear? This is impossible. When the sea god was so scared that his whole body trembled uncontrollably. On the opposite side, the wood god, who appeared in the world as a towering tree and had not yet fully recovered to his peak, could not help but waver in his will when he sensed the breath of the water god. The water god will also be revived. After the consciousness wavered, his huge body emitted a lush green light, illuminating the entire central region. At the moment the green light came on. In the middle realm, known as the restricted area of life, countless fresh green shoots suddenly sprouted from the ground. Once these green shoots appear, they grow vigorously at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just the blink of an eye. The central territory, which was originally a desert, turned into a lush forest full of vitality. It has completely become the domain of the wood god. A hidden corner in city number 1. Shen Qinghan, who had successfully evolved to the legendary first level and had undergone a huge physical transformation, could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. A sweet smile suddenly appeared on his delicate and tender face. Lin Zichen, I have also evolved successfully, and I am a legendary creature like you. Being able to keep up with Lin Zichen's pace of evolution is Shen Qinghan's greatest joy at this stage. Lin Zichen saw that Shen Qinghan was smiling all over his face, and he was so infected that he smiled along with him. We will continue to go hand in hand like we are now. Must. Shen Qinghan said confidently. As soon as she finished speaking, she frowned slightly and said with some confusion, It's so strange, Lin Zichen, why is my biological level always just one level behind yours? Her biological level is now the legendary first level, while Lin Zichen's biological level is the legendary second level. The two went round and round, and the level difference returned to only one level. This puzzled her. It's okay once or twice. It's like this every time. This can no longer be explained by coincidence. Maybe it's a coincidence. Lin Zichen said calmly. In fact, he also felt that this matter was not a coincidence, but the problem was that there was no way to study this matter at all, so he could only treat it as a coincidence for the time being. Let's go to other cities. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Zichen felt that it was time to leave, so he said this to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan responded, and then followed him into the air, flying to other Earth cities. Which city are you going to? Shen Qinghan looked sideways at Lin Zichen beside him and asked in a soft voice. Lin Zichen already had a destination in mind and said calmly, let's go to City 36 first, which leads to Shanghai City, and deal with the aliens there first. My family is all in Shanghai City, and we must prioritize cleaning up the aliens there. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. There is always a worry that city number 36 will be breached, and a large number of aliens will enter Shanghai City through biological channels and start a killing spree in Shanghai City. Hearing what Lin Zichen said, Shen Qinghan also became worried. Even the strongest city number 1 has been breached, and the situation in the cities below is probably not going to be better now. Even if it hadn't been breached, it was probably in dire straits. Both parents live in Shanghai City, and this city number 36 must be defended. Thinking of this, Shen Qinghan immediately urged anxiously, then let's go quickly. I hope city number 36 has not been breached yet. Well, let's leave now. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he put his arms around Shen Qinghan's slim waist and wanted to carry her all the way to city number 36. His flying speed is far faster than Shen Qinghan, and he can reach Shen Qinghan faster by flying with him in his arms. Just when the two of them were about to turn into a red stream of light and fly to city no 36. Wait a moment. A cold voice came from below. Lin Zichen looked down following the sound and saw Luo Qingxiu with messy hair flying upward. What's up? When Luo Qingxiu flew to the same height, Lin Zichen looked at her calmly and asked. His tone of voice was a little cold, the way he would treat strangers. Although he and Luo Qingxiu had a friendship in the second grade of elementary school, he did not take this short friendship seriously. The two of them had such a friendship in the first place purely because he felt sorry for Shen Qinghan and Luo Qingxiu. Otherwise, how could you have so much free time to make friends? If you have time, do more push-ups to exercise. I want to visit Master in City 36, could you please take me with you? Luo Qingxiu's voice was as cold as ever. She didn't mean to be cold, she was used to it over the years, and she wouldn't be able to change it for a while. Then let's go together. Lin Zichen's voice was still calm. He didn't lose anything by taking Luo Qingxiu on the way, so why not? Thanks. Luo Qingxiu said these two words a little unfamiliarly. She has been with you in city number 1 for more than 10 years, and has basically never used these two words, so she can't help but feel a little unfamiliar when she speaks them. Lin Zichen suddenly thought of a question and reminded Luo Qingxiu, I went back to Earth before and learned that Principal Yuan was injured and comatose in bed. Now she may still be on Earth, not over at City 36. Well, I understand. Luo Qingxiu responded in a slightly cold tone. Regardless of whether Yuan Dongji was there or not, she would go over and take a look. Anyway, city number 1 is also destroyed now, so there is no point in staying here. If Yuan Dongji is not in city number 36, she will stay in city number 36 to help defend the city and defend the biological passage there to the death. She didn't want Shanghai City, where her master was located, to be destroyed into ruins by the aliens from the origin. Then let's set off now. Lin Zichen said this lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he skillfully sucked Luo Qingxiu over, wrapped one hand around her slim waist, and then the energy, blood, and spirit in his body exploded, instantly turning into a stream of light and flying to city number 36. Heading to the sky above city number 36. A red stream of light, so fast that it tore countless void cracks in the air, spanned a distance of tens of thousands of miles in just a blink of an eye. In the stream of light, Luo Qingxiu, whose biological level was still at the advanced stage, could not even open her eyes under the strong pressure of the airflow around her, and her vision was pitch black the whole time. Similarly, her ears also lost their hearing in the huge sound of breaking through the air, and she could hardly hear anything. Lin Zichen's speed was too fast, so fast that she, who was only at the advanced biological level, could not bear it at all. Not only her, but even Shen Qinghan, whose biological level was only one level lower than Lin Zichen, almost lost her vision and hearing in Lin Zichen's high-speed sprint. It's not that the two are too weak, but that Lin Zichen is too strong. Lin Zichen knew that the two were uncomfortable, but he did not slow down. Discomfort is the lowest cost. As long as there is no injury and the body is still intact, no matter how uncomfortable it is, it doesn't matter. Boom. 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 Suddenly, several terrifying explosions were heard in the sky above the central region. When the explosions occurred, the entire central region was ablaze with lightning and thunder, as if the world was about to end, which made people feel desperate. Lin Zichen followed the sound and looked at the movement of the mythical battle in the central region. Feeling the powerful power that erupted when the mythical masters fought, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately burst his blood and spirit to the maximum limit and flew to the location of city number 36 at the fastest speed. The energy that erupted when the mythical masters fought was too powerful, and it was simply not something that a small legendary creature like him could resist. In order to gain a glimmer of life in the hands of the mythical masters, he had to devour as many alien evolutions as possible. The area in front of the gate of city number 36. The fighting continued, and the roars continued. Led by several beast kings, a large number of alien races attacked the city gate in groups, bursting out deafening crashes. Faced with the attack of the alien race, the leaders in the city did not sit still and wait for death, and all went out of the city to fight head-on. Above the city, Yuan Dongji burst out her mental power crazily, controlling a 100-meter water dragon that covered the sky and the sun, rushing on the ground battlefield, responsible for cleaning up some small shrimps. Seeing her bursting out her mental power desperately, Lu Juanmu on the high wall of the city gate immediately shouted. Dongji, your body has just recovered not long ago, don't fight so hard. Yuan Dongji ignored Lu Juanmu's shouting, and continued to burst out her mental power to control the water dragon to rush on the ground battlefield, cleaning up the small shrimps on the ground for the city leaders who were resisting the strong in the sky. Seeing that she didn't listen to his advice, Lu Juanmu couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Then he jumped high and jumped to the battlefield in front of the city gate, and also contributed his own strength. P.S. Put the bowl on the table, and ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 305 Yuan Dongji. Danger. City number 36. With a quick glance, wherever he looked, there were ruins and corpses strewn everywhere. The situation was not as tragic as that of city number 1, but it was not much different. Over the city, earth-shattering sounds continued to explode one after another. Several legendary powerhouses are fighting fiercely. It's 3 against 2. 3 legendary city leaders faced off against 2 legendary beast kings. The 2 legendary beast kings are a phoenix and a green dragon. Although they were 3 against 2 and had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, due to the large gap in individual strength, the 3 city leaders were suppressed by the 2 beast kings throughout the entire process. Being suppressed to the point where there is almost no possibility of fighting back, they can only rely on maneuvering to delay time. Regarding this situation, the 3 city leaders sincerely hope that other cities can deal with the aliens attacking the city as early as possible, and then send strong men to rescue them. Other side. Below. The area in front of the city gate. This is the battlefield for high-level creatures, rare-level creatures, and epic-level creatures. The epic creatures are all restraining each other and staying away from the center of the battlefield. The ones left in the center of the battlefield are all high-level creatures and rare creatures. Therefore, the battle in front of the city gate is mainly dominated by rare creatures. As for high-level creatures, they are almost all cannon fodder. Cannon fodder is cannon fodder, but the victory is in numbers. From time to time, you can see rare-level creatures that don't take high-level creatures seriously, being submerged and beaten to death by a group of high-level creatures. Buzz. In the open space 10,000 meters away from the city gate, a light blue 100-meter water dragon was rampaging, accompanied by a deafening sound of breaking through the air. The aliens wailed wherever it passed, and the ground was covered with corpses. Under the influence of blood and water, the originally light blue 100-meter water dragon quickly turned scarlet. About 10 minutes later, this water dragon, which had killed countless enemies, suddenly scattered into water drops all over the sky for some unknown reason, and fell to the ground in drops. No, the injury hasn't healed yet, so I can't control the dragon for a long time. In the sky above the battlefield, Yuan Dongji, who had just controlled the 100-meter water dragon to effectively kill the aliens, was looking at the water stains on the ground with a pale face, and murmured this sentence in a weak voice. Her consciousness has not yet fully recovered and she cannot use her mental power for a long time. As she spoke, she raised her jade hand, and a dark blue pill appeared out of thin air in her palm. This is a pill that helps restore mental strength. At the epic level, just swallowing one can restore most of your mental power in just a few minutes. Yuan Dongji opened his red lips and put the dark blue elixir in his hand into his mouth. The elixir melts in the mouth and turns into strands of cool cold current, quickly moisturizing Yuan Dongji's painfully swollen brain. Just in the blink of an eye, Yuan Dongji clearly felt that his swollen brain was relieved a lot. It only takes a minute or two for her almost exhausted mental energy to return to a state where she can control the dragon and kill the enemy again. Buzz. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke through the air. Before Yuan Dongji could react, a bone spur with a strong source of power shot out from below at a speed that was hard to catch even mentally. Wherever the bone spurs passed, the air was rubbed into large sparks, leaving a red tail light at its tail. Puff! Just listen to the sound of bone and flesh breaking. When Yuan Dongji realized that she had been attacked, her chest had been pierced by the sudden bone spur, and a large amount of blood spurted out, turning into a hazy blood mist as the source power evaporated. Puff! 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 Almost at the same time, several more bones and flesh were broken. Yuan Dongji's limbs and head were directly penetrated by other bone spurs shot at extremely high speeds, opening a shocking blood hole, and a large amount of blood poured out. Among them, the right arm was directly shot off. Under the strong impact of the bone spur, the entire right arm was almost shattered into a blood mist, which filled the air. In just an instant, Yuan Dongji, who was hovering high in the sky one moment, was seriously injured and falling freely in the next moment, drawing a long and conspicuous bloody path in the air. The situation suddenly reversed. The reversal is so fast that it is difficult to understand. Ground. Lu Juanmu was using his powerful body, and with the assistance of members of the Shanghai University Student Union, to defeat a rare first-level fire tiger beast. Just when he was excited to see his victory in sight, his peripheral vision glanced at Yuan Dongji, who was falling at high speed from the sky. When he saw Yuan Dongji's dilapidated body, he was momentarily lost in thought. And it was such a brief moment of loss that allowed him to reveal his flaw, and he was counterattacked by the fire tiger beast. He was knocked away with a bang, and an extremely high-temperature flame ignited in his chest. Once the fire ignited, it instantly spread to his whole body, burning his flesh and blood crazily. When he reacted, he immediately vomited blood and rolled quickly on the ground to extinguish the flames on his body. Unfortunately, it hasn't rolled a few times yet. The next second. Buzz. The fire tiger beast took advantage of his illness to kill him, turned into a flaming arrow and rushed towards him at high speed. It's over. Lu Juanmu's face changed slightly. Just when he thought he was going to die like this. Boom. A large amount of groundwater suddenly burst out of the ground and instantly turned into a 100-meter water dragon, which directly swallowed the attacking fire tiger beast. Under the suppression of the dragon's belly, the flames on the fire tiger beast's body were instantly extinguished into hypocrisy, and then its body exploded with a bang, turning into a large piece of blood that dyed the 100-meter water dragon red. Then, there was a wow sound. Large areas of cold groundwater fell on Lu Juanmu like a downpour, instantly extinguishing the flames burning on his body. It was Yuan Dongji who fell heavily to the ground who took action. With her dying body, she forcibly consumed the remaining mental energy in her body, and controlled the 100-meter water dragon from a distance of several thousand meters to save Lu Juanmu. Lu Juanmu knew that Yuan Dongji saved him. The moment the flames on his body went out, he immediately got up from the ground and rushed towards Yuan Dongji, regardless of the severe pain from the burned area. Less than 10 seconds. Lu Juanmu rushed to the side of Yuan Dongji, who was seriously injured, squatted down and said with anxious concern. Toshiba, are you okay? Can't die. Yuan Dongji said in a very weak voice, it's you, don't be distracted on the battlefield, not always someone will be able to save you in time. If she hadn't taken action in time just now, Lu Juanmu would have been a burnt corpse. I know, I'll pay attention next time. After Lu Juanmu finished speaking, he immediately released his energy and blood and transferred the power of his energy and blood to Yuan Dongji. This is a unique method for pure-blooded humans, which can transfer the power of their own blood to the target creature, which can be used by the target creature to repair its own damage. With a steady supply of energy and blood. Soon. Yuan Dongji's pale lady's face turned rosy again at a speed visible to the naked eye. The qi and blood in the body become more abundant. The spirit in the sea of consciousness becomes increasingly vast and boundless. According to this recovery efficiency, Yuan Dongji's seriously injured body can recover to half of its peak in less than a minute. Dean, is school Yuan okay? Song Yuan, who was thousands of meters away, saw that Yuan Dongji had just been seriously injured and was free falling on the spot. She suddenly ran over from the front in a hurry and asked with a worried look. Yuan Dongji said coldly, I'm fine. You don't have to come here to ask about my situation. Go back to your original position to defend against the aliens. As long as it's okay, I'll go back. Song Yuan didn't stay too long. After speaking, she turned around and returned to her original position. But just as she turned around and walked far away, there was suddenly an earth-shattering roar from the sky. Accompanied by a dazzling light, 3 figures soon fell from the sky at high speed. Song Yuan looked up and was horrified to find that the 3 falling figures were actually the 3 legendary leaders in the city. The 3 city leaders had lost all vitality in their bodies at this moment and had completely lost consciousness. They were falling to the ground at high speed like corpses. They all died in the hands of the 2 Beast Kings and stayed on this battlefield forever. The city lord and the others were defeated. Song Yuan looked at the three corpses falling rapidly from the sky, and her pretty, mature face was filled with despair. The highest combat power on the battlefield was defeated, which meant that the entire war was lost. At the same time, it also means that city number 36 will be breached and Shanghai City will be invaded by creatures from the origin. Once Shanghai City is invaded by creatures from the origin, the entire city will be devastated, and all people on Earth will be buried in the belly of the beast. At this moment, not only Song Yuan felt desperate. Everyone present looked ashen and their eyes were full of despair. No matter how advantageous the ground battlefield is, once the top combat power in the sky is defeated, the soldiers on the battlefield will fall into panic and the entire battlefield will collapse. Human beings can't stand up to alien races after all, and the Earth is probably going to end. Lu Juanmu murmured without any fighting spirit while delivering energy and blood to Yuan Dongji. Before evolving into an advanced creature, he had never entered the origin to fight against aliens, and had no idea about the origin. For him, rare-level experts are almost invincible in his eyes. But since he arrived at the origin, he discovered that the rare and invincible strongman in his eyes was just a higher-level ant on the battlefield in the origin, and would be crushed to death by other higher-level creatures at any time. Only creatures that evolve to the epic level are worthy of being called strong. If you want to dominate the battlefield, the creature level must be at least as high as the legendary level. At this moment, the three legendary powerhouses on Earth who could dominate the battlefield all turned into lifeless, cold corpses, which meant that everything was over. City number 36 is about to be conquered by aliens. Other side. Yuan Dongji listened to Lu Juanmu's words, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. So what if I can't defeat you? The Earth is over, so what? At least before we die, we have to pull in a few more damn aliens. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Dongji pushed away Lu Juanmu who was delivering the power of qi and blood to her. His energy instantly exploded, and his whole body soared into the sky. Then regardless of the safety of her own life, she decisively overloaded and controlled the massive amount of underground water to burst out of the ground, condensing a huge 100-meter water dragon. This 100-meter water dragon is far larger than the 100-meter water dragon she has condensed before, and is more than 300 meters long. Once it appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of all creatures present. Especially the eyes of alien creatures. Buzz. Buzz. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Buzz. Just as Yuan Dongji rose to a high altitude and condensed a 300-meter-long water dragon, a series of piercing sounds suddenly sounded. In the direction where the sound came from, several bone spurs with rich source power flew at high speed. This time, Yuan Dongji, who was prepared, was not hit by these bone spurs that suddenly shot from below. On the way of the bone spurs, she controlled the water dragon to protect her whole body and blocked all the attacking bone spurs. Then, she immediately locked a strange beast with bone spurs on its back on the ground according to the direction from which the bone spurs burst out. It was a strange beast that looked a bit like a turtle. Its back was covered with sharp bone spurs. I found you. After saying that, Yuan Dongji's eyes condensed, and he burst out his mental power to the maximum extent, controlling the 300-meter-long water dragon to rush to the ground, and swoop down towards the strange beast on the ground that liked to play sneak attacks. She is a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. She repays gratitude with gratitude and revenge with revenge with revenge. She will never let go of any good or bad person. In just a few seconds, there was a loud bang. The alien beast on the ground, whose biological level was as high as the rare second level, was directly hit by the 300-meter-long water dragon into a pool of blood and completely fell on the battlefield. Hehe, ants who can only hide in the dark and shoot cold arrows are vulnerable to a head-on attack. Yuan Dongji looked down at the pool of blood on the ground below with contempt in her eyes. After saying that, she did not waste a second and quickly controlled the water dragon to rush towards other aliens. She wanted to kill more aliens in her limited life and make the most of her remaining heat before her death. Knowing that the situation was not optimistic, she no longer had hope for survival. Now she just wanted to contribute to the Earth before she died and kill more powerful aliens. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came. Yuan Dongji just controlled the 300-meter-long water dragon to make a collision action, and the next second, the 300-meter-long water dragon was crushed into a large piece of water by a powerful energy, turning into raindrops dripping on the ground. Ant? Aren't you an ant? A low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind Yuan Dongji. The moment she heard the voice, Yuan Dongji immediately burst out her mental power and flew backwards at a very fast speed, keeping as much distance as possible from the direction where the voice came from. As she was quickly pulling away, a figure surrounded by black air gradually appeared in her vision. It was a man surrounded by black air. The biological pressure emanating from his body was as high as a terrifying epic level. When Yuan Dongji sensed that the biological pressure emanating from the other party was as high as an epic level, her whole heart fell to the bottom of the valley, and her heart was full of despair. Being targeted by an epic level strongman. Everything is over next. P.S. Put the bowl, ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 306, 10,000-meter high water dragon takes off. The sky was covered with dark clouds, filled with flashing arcs of electricity, shrouding the entire area below in a shadow that made everything despair. Taking a closer look, it was not a dark cloud, but a large mass of lifeless black mist gathered together. Under the lifeless black mist, there is a man with a black aura hovering. The man flashed with arcs of electricity, looking down at Yuan Dongji below. He looked at Yuan Dongji as if looking at an ant that could be easily crushed to death, full of disdain. He is an epic-level creature, a higher-level existence than rare-level creatures. Rare-level creatures are no different from ants in front of him. Epic powerhouse. I'm being targeted by an epic powerhouse. It's over. Yuan Dongji looked up at the man who suddenly appeared above him, his eyes filled with despair. Under the pressure of the strong aura emanating from the man, she felt that it was difficult to breathe, a thin layer of sweat broke out on her forehead and back, and her body was shaking uncontrollably. Although she is a famous strong woman on Earth, holding a high position and being respected by others. However, her biological level is only rare level 3. A creature of this level is no different from an ant in front of an epic level powerhouse. If I guess correctly, you and the old man down there who were burned all over your body should be partners. From high in the sky, the man looked down at Yuan Dongji and said with a lifeless voice. After saying that, without waiting for Yuan Dongji to respond, he immediately added, kill him with your own hands, and I will spare your life and let you be my bed slave. This epic alien warrior from the land of Nirvana fell in love with Yuan Dongji's sexy and somewhat obscene body. Yuan Dongji, wearing a cheongsam, exuded the temperament of a mature woman, which fascinated him. He wanted to take Yuan Dongji back to the land of destruction and train her well, training her into a humble bed slave who would only serve his master. Hearing the man's words, a flash of fleeting disgust flashed in Yuan Dongji's eyes. Then without any hesitation, he immediately exploded the remaining mental power in his body to the maximum extent and dived towards Lu Juanmu below at the fastest speed. The speed of the dive was so fast that it made a deafening sound in the air, leaving a dazzling red fire behind it. When the man saw this, he couldn't help but have a look of expectation in his eyes. In order to survive, a woman is forced to kill her partner, and then surrenders herself to the enemy to survive. It is such a delightful plot. Every time he witnessed such plots with his own eyes, it would stimulate his sexual desire. He couldn't wait to see Yuan Dongji kill Lu Juanmu with his own hands, then fly back to the sky and kneel in front of him to beg for his life. Buzz. Accompanied by a rapid and harsh sound breaking through the air, Yuan Dongji quickly rushed to Lu Juanmu under the man's gaze. Immediately, under the man's expectant gaze, she reached out and grabbed Lu Juanmu, and escaped with Lu Juanmu as quickly as possible. She knew that she could not be a match for a man. However, this does not mean that she cannot successfully escape from the hands of men. As long as you have the courage to try, anything is possible. Seeing that Yuan Dongji, who was swooping down, did not kill Lu Juanmu, but grabbed Lu Juanmu and fled with him, the man high in the sky couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect Yuan Dongji to be so disrespectful. Will give up the way of survival and choose the way of death. What does this mean? Do you think you can escape from an epic powerhouse? Where does the confidence come from? After a while, the man came back to his senses, and a hint of anger gradually appeared in his eyes that were originally full of expectation. What a stupid woman! She didn't cherish the chance to live and chose death. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a large piece of black mist. Flying at a speed far exceeding Yuan Dongji's escaping speed, he caught up with Yuan Dongji who was escaping with Lu Juanmu in the blink of an eye. Below. Yuan Dongji still fantasized about escaping. However, just as she grabbed Lu Juanmu and flew less than 10,000 meters away, the next second, the sky above her was shrouded in a large black mist, and the surrounding environment suddenly became extremely dark. Then before she could react, a huge hand came out of the black mist and swatted at her with a force that covered the sky and the sun. Sensing the danger, Yuan Dongji burst out with mental power, trying to break out of the shadow. Unfortunately, only a rare creature like her could dodge the attack of an epic creature. Soon. Just listen to a loud bang. Yuan Dongji and Lu Juanmu, who were flying at low altitude and at high speed, were hit head-on by huge palms like swatting flies, and they fell to the ground with a loud bang. The earthquake caused large cracks, splashing dust all over the sky. Buzz. With a gentle wave of his huge palm, the dust in the sky instantly dissipated. Immediately afterwards, a deep pit with cobweb cracks on its edges suddenly appeared on the ground. In the center of the deep pit, there were two figures with half of their bodies sunk into the soil. It was none other than Yuan Dongji and Lu Juanmu who had just been shot down by a palm. The former was seriously injured and bleeding from all his orifices. The latter was more seriously injured. He fell completely into a coma, completely lost consciousness, his vitality was close to zero, and he was on the verge of death. It was better for the man to hold back, otherwise the two of them would be destroyed on the spot and cease to exist. At the same time, in other areas of the battlefield, the situation is also not optimistic. A large number of Earth's strong men died and were injured. Song Yuan, who had taken time to check on Yuan Dongji's injuries, was now seriously injured, with a bloody hole in her abdomen. She lay on the ground, dying, desperately waiting for death. Li Chuxin, Luo Yongjian, Li Moyu, Ma Ziwei, Zhou Suihong, Ma Zhenhe and other teachers and students from Shanghai University were also seriously injured at this moment and unable to resist the invasion of aliens. Under the invasion of a large number of aliens. On the Earth side, almost everyone lost their fighting spirit and waited for death. The entire battlefield was completely defeated. The outcome of the battlefield was clear. Judging from this situation, it was only a matter of time before city number 36 was breached by aliens. The sky above the battlefield was shrouded in despair. In a huge deep pit, Yuan Dongji slightly stabilized his injuries, and with difficulty pulled out half of his body that was stuck in the soil, and then immediately checked the situation of Lu Juanmu beside him. Seeing that Lu Juanmu was seriously injured and his vitality was almost zero, Yuan Dongji suddenly became nervous. Without thinking too much, Yuan Dongji quickly took out a blood-red pill and stuffed it into Lu Juanmu's mouth, forcing him to breathe and prevent him from dying completely. Then, Yuan Dongji immediately had an idea and controlled the groundwater under the deep pit to break out of the ground and open a gap on the surface of the deep pit. Then, he threw Lu Juanmu into the gap and let him follow the groundwater flow away from the battlefield. After doing all this, Yuan Dongji quickly took off and fled in the opposite direction of the groundwater flow, sacrificing himself to create a chance for Lu Juanmu to escape. The above scenes were all completed in a flash. The man in the sky had a panoramic view of all these scenes in the deep pit. In response, he couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Ants always like to use self-proclaimed clever means to escape, but in fact, this is all in vain in front of the strong. After the words fell, this male alien from the land of silence, whose biological level was as high as epic, controlled 2 wisps of black mist to shoot out violently. One wisp shot towards Yuan Dongji who was escaping on the ground. One wisp shot towards Lu Juanmu who was following the water flow away from the battlefield underground. The 2 wisps of black mist shot out quickly turned into 2 huge shriveled black hands, which were extremely fast. In just a few seconds, they caught Yuan Dongji and Lu Juanmu who were far away. While being caught by the black hand, Yuan Dongji tried to break free from the black hand's restraints. However, the black hand can block any energy in the body of a living thing, leaving her powerless to resist. She could only be tightly bound by the black hand throughout the whole process, becoming a lamb to be slaughtered, watching herself being pulled up to the sky and falling into the hands of the man. I gave you a chance, but you are too stupid to see the situation clearly. In that case, you should just be a corpse. Corpses don't need to see the situation clearly. After he finished speaking, strands of black air emanated from the man's body and slowly poured into Yuan Dongji's mouth, trying to change her body structure and turn her into a corpse. The moment the black air entered her mouth, Yuan Dongji showed a look of pain, and her originally rosy and attractive face suddenly became dark and lifeless. At the same time, the blood vessels on her skin were turning black and hard at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black air that invaded her body was changing the structure of her cells at a very fast speed, causing her cells to lose the structure of conventional organisms, slowly lose their activity, and become stiff. The whole person's appearance was gradually changing from a living person to a lifeless corpse. And with some beauty, while you still have consciousness, watch how your partner dies. The man said expressionlessly. After saying that, he immediately had an idea and grabbed Lu Juanmu in front of him. Then, in front of Yuan Dongji, he continued to devour the little vitality left in Lu Juanmu's body, and the woman was in front of him. Watching Lu Juanmu gradually dying in front of her, Yuan Dongji, whose body was tortured, also suffered the same torture in spirit. Her eyes were full of despair, and she would rather die than live. In despair, she was powerless and could only close her eyes in pain, choosing to be an ostrich with its head buried in the sand, not watching the process of Lu Juanmu dying in front of her. Just when she thought her life was about to end here. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from below, shaking the creatures on the entire battlefield. Yuan Dongji didn't know what happened, but instinctively opened her eyes when she heard the sound. Then, the scene that came into her eyes instantly made her open her eyes wide and her face was shocked. I don't know what happened, but a large amount of groundwater suddenly gushed out from the battlefield below. In just a blink of an eye, the entire battlefield below was submerged into an endless ocean. It was truly endless, and the end of the ocean could not be seen at all. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of explosions. On the originally calm sea surface, countless water columns suddenly shot up into the sky. Once the water columns appeared, they rushed straight into the sky, so high that the top could not be seen. One after another, they spread across the entire sea surface. From a distance, it seemed as if they were iron columns that formed a cage, imprisoning all the creatures present on the sea surface, like a caged bird that had lost its freedom. What was going on? Where did so much groundwater come from? What was going on with these water columns that shot up into the sky? Was this an illusion before death? Yuan Dongji looked at the ocean below, and the shock on her face slowly turned into a daze. The scene happening in front of her was far beyond her cognition, leaving her puzzled. Not only her, but all the creatures on the battlefield didn't know what was going on. The man who was devouring Lu Juanmu's vitality while constantly pouring black air into her mouth didn't understand, and the dragon and phoenix kings hovering in the sky didn't understand either. All the creatures present were full of doubts and puzzlement on their faces at this time, watching the groundwater on the battlefield accumulate more and more, forming a vast ocean covering the entire land. What's going on? At the highest point of the battlefield, a gorgeous woman in a bright red robe looked at the man in green and asked. The green-clothed man frowned and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what happened. This man and woman were the dragon and phoenix who had fought with the three legendary city leaders before. At this time, they had ended the battle and turned into human forms hovering in the highest sky of the battlefield, overlooking the strange scene happening on the battlefield. As legendary warriors, they have lived in the source for countless years and witnessed countless grand scenes. However, the scene happening in front of them at this moment, they have never seen it once, or even heard of it. Even the blue-clothed man who lives in the ocean is the same. Just when they were puzzled in their hearts, the towering water columns on the sea surface below suddenly all moved towards the center of the sea surface. The movement speed was very fast, and in an instant they were circling and intertwined with each other. However, under the gaze of all creatures on the battlefield, a huge water dragon was formed at a very fast speed. The shape of this water dragon is almost exactly the same as the 100-meter water dragon controlled by Yuan Dongji before. The only difference is that the water dragon that is being rapidly generated on the sea surface at this moment is much larger than the 100-meter level. Even, it is far larger than the 1,000-meter level, reaching an astonishing 10,000 meters long. Once the 10,000-meter long water dragon was formed, it instantly occupied the sky above the battlefield, covering the sky and the sun, reflecting the battlefield that had turned into an ocean in a deep blue luster. At this moment, all the creatures present were in shock, staring blankly at the 10,000-meter long water dragon in the sky, unconsciously stiffening in place. Some creatures with a strong sense of crisis quickly recovered from the shock, stagnation, or shock, and madly burst out the blood and spirit in their bodies, moving away from the 10,000-meter long water dragon in the sky at the fastest speed. This 10,000-meter long water dragon appeared too suddenly. No one knew whether it was an enemy or a friend. In the case of uncertain risks, it is the wisest thing to do to stay away. When other creatures were fleeing, Yuan Dongji, who was bound by the Black Hand, could only look up at the 10,000-meter long water dragon that suddenly formed in the sky, with an unbelievable look on his face, suspecting that he was dreaming at this moment. Familiar water dragon. Exaggerated size. This must be a beautiful fantasy generated in the depths of his heart after he fell into despair. I fantasize that I can change my fate, kill all the aliens on the battlefield, and save all my fellow Earthlings. Otherwise, there is no way to explain what is happening in front of me at this moment. P.S. Put the bowl on the table, and ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 307 Dragon and Phoenix? Just ants. A water dragon as long as 10,000 meters hovered high above the battlefield, covering the entire battlefield below with a blue luster. In the luster, the black air lingering on the body of the epic male alien from the land of silence was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, it was completely dissipated. The two black hands composed of black air also dissipated at the same time, and Yuan Dongji and Lu Juanmu, who were bound by the black hands, were able to escape and fell from the sky. Yuan Dongji still retained a trace of consciousness, and immediately burst out his mental power to slow down his falling speed. At the same time, with a thought, he sucked Lu Juanmu, who was free-falling not far away, over. In order to prevent Lu Juanmu, whose physical strength was only the advanced 9th level Great Perfection, from falling heavily to the ground from thousands of meters high, breaking into a pool of scarlet and dazzling flesh, and completely dying. Buzz. A rapid sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. When Yuan Dongji and Lu Juanmu slowed down their falling speed, the 10,000-meter-long water dragon in the sky suddenly swooped down at a high speed, aiming directly at the epic male alien from the land of silence below. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the 10,000-meter-long water dragon, the man knew that he was powerless to resist, and chose to turn into a ball of black mist and escape at the first moment. Unfortunately, he had just escaped less than 100 meters, and the next second he was caught up by the 10,000-meter-long water dragon, and was hit head-on, and was destroyed on the spot. Seeing with their own eyes that an epic-level strongman was killed so easily by a single blow, like an ant being easily crushed to death, without any effort, all the aliens present were scared out of their wits. For a time, all the aliens on the battlefield fled like crazy, only knowing to follow the instinct of survival, and completely lost the courage to attack the city. The 10,000-meter-long water dragon in the sky was too huge. Its body covered the sky and blocked the sun. The aura it exuded was full of oppression. Even the dragon and phoenix, whose biological level was as high as the legendary middle level, could not help but feel fear when facing this 10,000-meter-long water dragon, and instinctively wanted to evacuate. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud noises. A large number of water columns rose to the sky on the sea surface. Under the gaze of many creatures, these water columns quickly transformed into high-level aquatic creatures of various shapes. There were mermaids holding stone forks. There were snake women with venomous snakes in their hair. There were basalts as solid as rocks. There were also deep-sea banshees with graceful figures. These high-level aquatic creatures condensed from groundwater. In the next second after they were completely formed, they all rushed towards the fleeing aliens at an extremely fast speed that was difficult for the spirit to perceive, with a clear goal. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds or thousands of aliens died. Under the attack of these aquatic creatures formed by water, whether they were advanced creatures, rare creatures, or epic creatures, they were all killed instantly without any resistance. The situation on the battlefield changed from a complete defeat of the Earth side to a complete defeat of the alien side. Our strong men are here to support us. Everyone is saved. Which strong man is here? Seeing that the situation had reversed, a burst of excited shouts suddenly rang out on the sea. Among them, many people wondered which Earth strong man came to support them. Among the publicly known Earth strong men, there seemed to be no one who was good at water attack. The same doubts also appeared in Yuan Dongji's heart. The Yuan family, the largest family in Nanjiang province where she was full of strong men who were good at water attack. They were so good at water attack that they were the top group in the world. However, among these strong men who were good at water attack, the strongest one was only at the epic 9th level. And the epic 9th level could not support such an exaggerated scene in front of him. So, who is the strong man coming? Is he really a strong man from the Earth? Could he be a neutral alien strong man? Yuan Dongji had a lot of thoughts in her mind. Just as she was thinking, the 10,000-meter water dragon in the sky suddenly turned around and flew towards her. Facing this sudden scene, she was a little overwhelmed for a while, standing still the whole time, waiting to die. It's not that she doesn't want to escape, but she knows that she can't escape at all. The strength of the 10,000-meter water dragon is at least legendary. She is a rare creature, even if her potential bursts thousands or tens of thousands of times, in front of this 10,000-meter water dragon, at best, she is just a faster snail, and can be caught up in a flash. In this case, she can only give up the meaningless struggle, silently praying in her heart that the 10,000-meter water dragon flying towards her at a high speed is a friendly force. Soon, the 10,000-meter water dragon that covers the sky and the sun flew from the sky to Yuan Dongji's head and hovered. An extremely huge dragon head, like a mountain with no visible top, enveloped Yuan Dongji in a cool blue shadow. Facing such a terrifying behemoth, even Yuan Dongji, who had an extraordinary psychological quality, felt weak in his limbs for a moment, instinctively felt fear, and lowered his head involuntarily, not daring to look at the 10,000-meter water dragon. Master! Suddenly, a soft and sweet voice came from the dragon head. Yuan Dongji was very familiar with this voice. As soon as she heard this voice, she immediately looked up in the direction of the voice. Then, three very familiar figures came into her eyes. They were Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Luo Qingxiu. How could it be the three of them? Is this 10,000-meter water dragon, controlled by Qinghan? But how is this possible? Yuan Dongji looked at the three people standing on the dragon head, her eyes full of shock and confusion. Under her puzzled gaze, Shen Qinghan had an idea, and separated a thin layer of water from the 10,000-meter water dragon, landing herself, Lin Zichen and Luo Qingxiu in front of her. Master, are you okay? As soon as Shen Qinghan landed, he immediately stepped forward to care about Yuan Dongji. At this time, Yuan Dongji's body was full of shocking wounds, his face was pale, full of fatigue, and his condition looked very bad. I'm fine. Yuan Dongji calmed down a little, and her voice sounded very weak. After that, she immediately asked, what's the situation with the water dragon behind you that covers the sky and the sun? When asking this question, her eyes were all on Shen Qinghan. She suspected that the 10,000-meter-long water dragon in front of her was formed by Shen Qinghan controlling the underground water. However, she thought about it and felt that this was outrageous, unrealistic, and unlikely, so she had to ask the three people. Facing Yuan Dongji's question, Shen Qinghan did not hide anything and answered directly. Master, I have evolved into a legendary creature. The water dragon behind me was formed by me radiating my spiritual power to control the underground water. You evolved into a legendary creature. Yuan Dongji's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of incredible shock. How long has it been? Evolved from a high-level creature to a legendary creature? Is this reasonable? Yuan Dongji suspected that she was dreaming. In her cognition, there could not be such a heaven-defying earthling in this world. If there was, the earth would not have been at a disadvantage all these years. Opposite. Lin Zichen thought about it, took out a scarlet pill from the storage space, handed it to Yuan Dongji and said, "Principal Yuan, this blood-soaked pill can revive the dead. The dean looks very poor, you can give it to him." "Okay." Yuan Dongji responded, took the blood-soaked pill handed by Lin Zichen without hesitation, and quickly stuffed it into Lu Juanmu's mouth. At this moment, she no longer bothered about Shen Qinghan's evolution into a legendary creature. Saving people was the most important thing. The blood-soaked pill melted in her mouth, turning into countless hot and warm currents, quickly flowing through Lu Juanmu's body, repairing every damaged cell in his body. In just a moment, Lu Juanmu, who was just looking at the dying and could die at any time, suddenly became ruddy and full of vitality. This so-called blood-soaked pill is so effective. Yuan Dongji saw the changes in Lu Juanmu's physical condition and was shocked by the excellent therapeutic effect of the blood-soaked pill. After calming down again, Yuan Dongji looked at Lin Zichen, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Zichen, do you still have bloodbath pills? If you still have a lot, I want to buy a few from you." She was embarrassed to say this. A magical medicine like bloodbath pills must be a priceless treasure that cannot be bought no matter how much money you spend. She wanted to buy a few from Lin Zichen, which was somewhat taking advantage of the younger generation. If it were in the past, she would never do this. Because she wanted to save face. But now, after witnessing the cruelty of the war, she really needed bloodbath pills to protect herself and the people around her, and she didn't care about the so-called face at all. "I have a lot of bloodbath pills, but you don't need to buy them. There are 20 pills in this bottle. Yuan Xiao, you can use them first. If not, I have a lot here." Lin Zichen said, taking out a simple medicine bottle from the storage space and handed it to Yuan Dongji. There were a bunch of bloodbath pills in his storage space, all of which were given to him by Qi Qingmo before. There were so many that they could almost form a mountain, and they could never be used up. Yuan Dongji didn't know this, and thought that Lin Zichen said that he still had a lot of bloodbath pills in order to make her feel at ease to accept them. Although she thought so in her heart, Yuan Dongji was not a shy person, and she didn't bother to be polite to Lin Zichen, and directly accepted the medicine bottle. But she wouldn't just accept it for nothing. She would remember Lin Zichen's favor firmly in her heart, and repay him in other ways in the future. As long as Lin Zichen needed it, she could satisfy him at any time. Whether it was money, evolutionary resources, or other rare treasures. Lin Zichen didn't know that Yuan Dongji was thinking about these things in his heart, and he didn't care about Yuan Dongji's return at all. Yuan Dongji had been good enough to him and Shen Qinghan in the past 2 years. The bottle of bloodbath pill he just gave was his return to Yuan Dongji, not a favor. Besides, he has evolved into a legendary creature, while Yuan Dongji is still a rare creature. The difference in the biological level is so great that even if he wants Yuan Dongji to repay him, Yuan Dongji has no ability to repay him. The only way to repay him is to pledge her body. However, this kind of brainless stallion drama can never happen to Lin Zichen. When it comes to the love between men and women, he only has Shen Qinghan in his eyes. "Yuan Xiao, you three, leave quickly." Lin Zichen suddenly looked up at the sky and urged calmly. The U3 he mentioned refers to Yuan Dongji, Lu Juanmu, and Luo Qingxiu. Yuan Dongji didn't say anything nonsense, and immediately burst out his mental power to take Lu Juanmu and Luo Qingxiu away from here. As soon as the three left, Shen Qinghan frowned and asked, "What's wrong, Linzi?" When she said this, she looked up to the sky with Lin Zichen, but she could not see or feel anything. "The two legendary beasts high in the sky are now swooping down towards us at great speed," Lin Zichen said lightly. With the blessing of biological attributes such as eye in the sky and danger sense, at this moment, he could clearly see two humanoid figures 10,000 meters above the ground, swooping down towards his location. At the same time, he also sensed the identities of the two humanoid figures, which were a legendary second-level fire phoenix and a legendary third-level blue dragon. "What level is the legend?" Shen Qinghan said worriedly. She was afraid that the strength of the two strange beasts attacking at this moment would exceed her and Lin Zichen's ability to withstand them, leaving her and Lin Zichen unable to withstand them. Lin Zichen's face was as calm as water. "They are not high, they are the legendary second level and the legendary third level respectively. They are no match for the two of us." "That's good." Shen Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Zichen's next words instantly made her nervous. Lin Zichen said to her, "You are also a legendary creature now. Try to fight 1 against 2 and leapfrog the level to kill the two strange beasts." "Ah!" Shen Qinghan thought he had heard wrongly. "Lin Zichen, what, don't you have confidence?" Shen Qinghan pursed her lips and said in a weak voice with a sincere face, "Well, I'm not confident." "Lin Zichen, go and give it a try. I'll be there to guide you, and you'll be fine." After hearing what he said, Shen Qinghan felt confident and nodded obediently. Well, let me try. While the two were having a conversation. Other side. Yuan Dongji, who had not gone far, clearly heard the conversation between the two and felt mixed emotions in his heart. Just 2 years ago, she was still protecting the childhood sweethearts who had just entered college in the coastal forest. When the two were attacked by the elders of the Shenzi cult, they came to the rescue in time and showed off their magical powers. They showed the terrifying power of a rare powerhouse who can control the power of nature, shocking the two. However, only 2 short years have passed, and these childhood sweethearts are now able to fight against the legendary Beast King of the origin. Moreover, they are still rushing to kill each other with 1 against 2, leaping over the level. In just 2 short years, the strength of these childhood sweethearts has changed so much that it feels unreal. Buzz. 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 As the dragon and phoenix in the sky got closer and closer to the sea, the sound of breaking through the air that reached the ears of Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen became more and more harsh. Listening to the deafening sound that broke through the air, Shen Qinghan was so nervous that a thin layer of sweat broke out on his palms. When Lin Zichen saw this, in order to give her confidence, he immediately said calmly, "There is no need to be nervous, they are just 2 larger ants. You have every chance to kill them by force. P.S. Set the bulls, please recommend monthly tickets." End of chapter. Chapter 308 Shen Qinghan and number 039, S death. 2 bigger ants? Hearing Lin Zichen describe the 2 beast kings like this, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but secretly think that he was so arrogant. However, she knew that Lin Zichen had the capital to be arrogant. After all, Lin Zichen had faced the existence of the mythical strongman Night King. Although he was almost on the run the whole time, it was impossible to escape from the hands of a mythical strongman without the strength of the high-level legend. And the 2 beast kings, whose biological level was only the low-level legend, were indeed as weak as ants in front of Lin Zichen, whose biological level was also the low-level legend, but whose strength was as high as the high-level legend. If Lin Zichen wanted to deal with them, it would probably take only 1 punch. Hey! Shen Qinghan took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. She calmed down a little, focused her mind, looked far away, and looked directly at the 2 figures swooping down from the sky at high speed. A human-shaped green dragon wearing a green dress, and a human-shaped fire phoenix wearing a fiery red robe. When the 2 figures with a strong sense of oppression were less than 10,000 meters away from the ground, Shen Qinghan's eyes suddenly condensed, and the whole person immediately soared into the air. Then, her body full of water instantly turned into a ball of transparent water, and merged with the 10,000-meter water dragon hovering in the low sky, and rushed towards the man in green and the woman in red at a high speed. She didn't want to disappoint Lin Zichen. At this moment, she must be brave in front of Lin Zichen. Throw away the tension. Throw away the cowardice. Under the gaze of Lin Zichen, she fought against 2 legendary beast kings with higher biological levels by herself. With this determination, Shen Qinghan burst out her spirit crazily and desperately, controlling the 10,000-meter-long water dragon to rush towards the man in green and the woman in red at the fastest speed. Buzz! The 10,000-meter water dragon rushed at a very fast speed, so fast that it tore countless void cracks in the air, and rubbed out a deafening explosion. Listening to the increasingly deafening explosion, a trace of surprise flashed across the faces of the green-clothed man and the red-robed woman. At this moment, they could all sense that Shen Qinghan's biological level was only the first level of legend. They couldn't understand how Shen Qinghan, whose biological level was obviously lower than theirs, got the courage to rush over and fight 2 people alone. Was he a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger? Or was he simply fighting to the death? The green-clothed man and the red-robed woman couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they thought, so they simply gave up thinking about it. When they were less than a few thousand meters away from the 10,000-meter water dragon, the red-robed woman, who was good at fire attack, took the lead in attacking the 10,000-meter water dragon. I saw its eyes condense, and the next second, a vast source of power burst out from its body, instantly igniting the entire sky, and evaporating the 10,000-meter water dragon that was rushing at high speed into a sky full of water mist. However, the surrounding flames had just ignited, and before they had time to burn everything, they were extinguished by the water mist emitted from the 10,000-meter water dragon in an instant, and no longer existed. Seeing this scene, the red-robed woman frowned instantly. How is it possible? How can my hellfire be extinguished by a mere mist? What is going on? The red-robed woman could not accept the fact in front of her, and soon her eyes condensed again to burst out the source power, wanting to reignite the entire sky to prove herself. But no matter how the source power was burst out, the surrounding air remained motionless and could not ignite a flame. The mist emitted from the 10,000-meter water dragon contained a majestic spiritual power, which prevented the generation of the flame. Seeing that she could not ignite the flame even with all her strength, the red-robed woman frowned even more tightly. Its biological level was obviously higher than Shen Qinghan, but it was completely at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Shen Qinghan, which made it very depressed. On the side, The green-clothed man also looked unhappy. It never expected that the red-robed woman would be suppressed by Shen Qinghan to the point that she could not even ignite a flame. You know, the red-robed girl's level is as high as the second legendary level, and the flames she ignited are the hellfires from the abyss of fire, which can burn everything in the world. But even such a terrible hellfire, when its own level is still advantageous, can't even ignite a wisp of flame. This is simply unbelievable. Buzz. 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 The sound of breaking through the air from below became more and more deafening. In just a blink of an eye, the 10,000-meter water dragon controlled by Shen Qinghan has rushed to the front of the green-clothed man and the red-robed woman, close at hand. Seeing this, the green-clothed man immediately burst out all the source power in his body to maximize his water control ability. Then, with a thought, he forcibly snatched the control of the 10,000-meter water dragon from Shen Qinghan, and instantly decomposed the 10,000-meter-long water dragon into water splashes all over the sky. Only a wow sound was heard. For a time, the water splashes covered the entire sky, turning into bean-sized water drops falling from the sky. The man in green didn't let these water droplets flow away in vain. He immediately thought about it and controlled these water droplets to condense into a water dragon with a body length far exceeding 10,000 meters. But before the water dragon condensed, the man in green suddenly lost control of the water molecules. Shen Qinghan's biological level was not as good as the man in green, but her control over water molecules was far superior to that of the man in green. In just a blink of an eye, she successfully took back the control of water molecules from the man in green. Then, she thought about it, and the water splashes that kept falling around her instantly condensed into a 10,000-meter water dragon with a larger body and stronger pressure. This 10,000-meter water dragon that covered the sky and the sun, as soon as it appeared, hovered high above the head of the man in green, releasing a terrifying pressure that made the man in green despair. Facing this more oppressive 10,000-meter water dragon, the man in green changed his face slightly and felt fear. He could never dream that Shen Qinghan, whose biological level was 2 levels lower than his, would have a stronger water control ability than him as the Dragon King. What happened to this world? Is this still the Earth Ant I am familiar with? There must be something wrong. The man in green doubted his life and could not accept the fact that Shen Qinghan's water control ability was stronger than his. Just when he was finding it difficult to accept it in his heart. Boom! There was only a deafening crash. The man in green and the woman in red who swooped down at high speed were instantly swallowed by the 10,000-meter water dragon that rushed over, and completely disappeared in the sky 10,000 meters high. But soon, with a burst of dragon roars and phoenix calls, a green dragon surrounded by green smoke and a fire phoenix bathed in flames both broke out of the water from the body of the 10,000-meter water dragon. These two huge beasts were the green-clothed man and red-robed woman. Shen Qinghan's attack just now directly knocked out the two beast kings. So strong. The green dragon looked at the 10,000-meter dragon in front of him, frowning tightly, and was under great psychological pressure. The strength just shown by Shen Qinghan was almost the same as the energy it burst out with its full-strength attack, which made it feel very difficult. Without thinking too much, the green dragon quickly dispersed its mental power to invade the 10,000-meter water dragon to see how much energy was contained in it. After sensing it for less than a second, it reminded the fire phoenix beside it. Her body is at the dragon head position. While reminding it, the green dragon had already taken the lead in killing the dragon head of the 10,000-meter water dragon. It could clearly sense that there was a stronger energy fluctuation at the dragon head position of the water dragon, and concluded that Shen Qinghan's body was hidden there. Seeing that the azure dragon had already taken the lead in killing the dragon's head, the fire phoenix did not pause at all, and immediately burst out its source power and followed closely behind. Its sprint speed far exceeded that of the azure dragon, and it rushed in front of the azure dragon in just an instant. At the moment of overtaking, it immediately turned back and shouted to the azure dragon. Back off! Let me do it! It wanted to rush into the dragon's head, release the most powerful fire explosion close to the body, force out the elemental Shen Qinghan inside, and even severely injure him with one blow. The azure dragon knew what it was going to do, and immediately stepped aside to let it play its role. Bang! There was only a sound of splashing water. The fire phoenix, with the hellfire burning all over its body, crashed into the head of the 10,000-meter water dragon at a very fast speed. Immediately afterwards, the hellfire around the fire phoenix instantly increased in intensity, and a dazzling flame burst out. When this flame intensified to the brightness of the sun. Boom! A loud sound that shook the earth suddenly came. The moment the sound sounded, the huge head of the 10,000-meter water dragon instantly changed from azure to red, and then turned into a huge ball of flames and exploded, shooting out a large number of fireballs like a volcanic eruption and falling to the ground. In just a few seconds, the whole sky turned into a sea of fire. At a glance, everything was engulfed by flames, and there were wisps of smoke generated when everything burned out. It was like the ground bombed by nuclear weapons, and there was no trace of life. Soon, in this smoke that covered the sky, a beautiful figure slowly emerged. It was a graceful figure of a woman. When the figure first appeared, it was lying on its side in a huge shell in an elegant posture, worshipped by a large number of high-level aquatic creatures. But in less than 2 seconds, the atmosphere of the whole picture reversed 180 degrees. The woman who had just been lying on her side in the shell elegantly suddenly turned into a lifeless corpse, lying flat on the shell in a dead state. The expressions on the faces of the high-level aquatic creatures kneeling in front of her turned from awe to grief. The atmosphere of the whole picture changed from worship to mourning. The above picture is a strange phenomenon caused by the death of a legendary creature. This means that just now, a legendary strongman has fallen. The death of this legendary strongman triggered a large-scale change in the world. Buzz. After about a few seconds, a fiery red figure rushed out of the sea of fire. It was the fire phoenix that had just released the fire explosion. At this time, it consumed too much energy when releasing the fire explosion, causing the breath in its body to be disordered, and then the flames on its body became much dimmer. However, it didn't care about the consumption of energy. At this moment, its face was full of smiles and it was in a happy mood. The effect of releasing the fire explosion close to the body was far better than it expected. In its expectation, the close fire explosion could force the elemental Shen Qinghan to show up, which would be considered a success. If Shen Qinghan could be severely injured with one strike, it would be a great success. But the result now is that Shen Qinghan was blown into nothingness with one strike, and Shen Qinghan's breath could not be sensed within 100 miles. Not even a breath could be sensed. This is either dead or still dead. There is no second possibility. At the same time, on the sea below, countless earthlings watching the battle, seeing the 10,000 meter water dragon in the sky that blocked out the sun and the sky was directly blown into nothingness by a huge flame, and then a strange phenomenon caused by the fall of a legendary creature appeared in the sky, and suddenly everyone looked desperate. Previously, the 10,000 meter water dragon killed everyone on the battlefield as soon as it appeared, which brought them great hope. Now, the 10,000 meter water dragon was suddenly blown into nothingness by the flames, which made them fall into despair again. The gap brought by the previous and the next made many people feel unacceptable. Is Sister Han dead? On a collapsed high wall, Luo Yongjian stared blankly at the sky, with mixed feelings in his heart, and then a trace of sadness. Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei next to him did not speak. The two were a little dazed at this moment, looking up at the sky like stone statues. The scene of Shen Qinghan controlling the 10,000 meter water dragon to kill everyone earlier made the two feel shocked and doubtful about life. Before the two could accept the fact that Shen Qinghan, who was the same age as them, had evolved into a legendary creature, Shen Qinghan fell in front of them. For a moment, both of them found it hard to accept and lost the ability to react. Unlike these people, Lin Zichen, who cared the most about Shen Qinghan, just stood quietly and looked up at the sky, with no fluctuations on his face. The 10,000 meter water dragon was evaporated. However, he could still sense Shen Qinghan's breath. These breaths spread throughout the sky and existed in the form of water vapor. Lin Zichen could sense the looming vitality from these water vapors. Very weak, but it can be sensed. These vitality are very weak when viewed alone, but when all gathered together, the total amount is exactly equal to Shen Qinghan's vitality. This shows that Shen Qinghan, who was hit by the fire phoenix with a flaming explosion, is now unharmed, but is surviving in a more incredible elemental form. On the other side, Yuan Dongji fled with Lu Juanmu and Luo Qingxu while paying attention to the battle situation in the sky. When she saw the 10,000 meter long water dragon formed by Shen Qinghan was instantly swallowed up by a piece of fire, and then a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. All the signs in the sky showed that Shen Qinghan had fallen. Although she had not been with Shen Qinghan for a long time, she had already regarded Shen Qinghan as her daughter. She could not accept the fact that Shen Qinghan had fallen. Master, don't worry, she is fine. Seeing that Yuan Dongji's face was not good, Luo Qingxu knew why she looked bad, and she comforted her immediately. Nothing. Yuan Dongji frowned slightly. She couldn't figure it out. Now that even the strange phenomenon of falling appeared, how could Shen Qinghan be fine? Luo Qingxu explained with reason. Master, Lin Zichen did not take any action the whole time, and his expression did not change at all. He just looked at the sky quietly. He was so calm, which means Shen Qinghan must be fine. When Yuan Dongji heard this, he immediately looked at Lin Zichen on the sea. Then he found that, just as Luo Qingxu said, there was no fluctuation on Lin Zichen's face. Lin Zichen should not be so calm. If there is anyone in the world who cares about Shen Qinghan the most, Lin Zichen must be one of them, even the only one who surpasses Shen Qinghan's parents. Lin Zichen, who cares so much about Shen Qinghan, can still act so calm after witnessing the strange phenomenon in the sky with his own eyes. This is simply unreasonable. The only possibility is that Shen Qinghan really did not fall. But if Shen Qinghan really did not fall, what about the strange phenomenon in the sky? Yuan Dongji was puzzled. P.S. Put the bowl, ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 309 The Insidious Water God. I thought she had some ability, but it turns out she's just an ant that can be killed with a flick of a finger. The fire phoenix soared into the sky from the sea of fire and hovered quietly in the sky. Looking at the strange scene of a large number of high-level aquatic creatures running to mourn in front of it, it chuckled with disdain. In the first round of fighting, the hellish ghost fire it ignited in the air was easily extinguished by the mist emitted by the 10,000-meter water dragon controlled by Shen King Han, and then it could never burn again. It felt ashamed to be suppressed when it had an advantage in level. Now, it killed Shen King Han with one blow. If it didn't say something to belittle Shen King Han to elevate itself, it would feel as uncomfortable as ants crawling all over its body. In comparison, the azure dragon not far away frowned slightly at this time, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the strange scene in front of him was not right. It immediately expressed its doubts to Fire Phoenix after noticing the problem. Feng Yuan, there is something wrong with the strange phenomenon in front of us. The scale is a bit abnormal. Her biological level is only the first level of legend. The strange phenomenon caused by her death should not be so spectacular. There must be something wrong with this. What's wrong with this? Fire Phoenix continued to say indifferently, she is not normal. Normal earthlings cannot have such strength as her. I guess she must have some ancient legend. Cheng has an extraordinary physique, so the strange phenomenon caused by her death will also be extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary she has fallen now, and everything has turned into nothingness. A dead genius is not a genius, but a waste. After saying that, Huo Feng turned his eyes to Lin Zichen below and said to Qing Long, there is one left below. I just released the fire explosion and my body is a little weak now. You go and deal with him. Qing Long said calmly, leave it to me. As soon as the voice fell, it suddenly burst out its source power and dived towards Lin Zichen below at a high speed. But just after making the dive, before it had time to dive a certain distance, it suddenly keenly sensed that the surrounding environment was changing, and frowned, and immediately stopped the dive. What's wrong? Seeing Qing Long stop inexplicably, Huo Feng couldn't help but wonder. Qing Long frowned, do you feel that the humidity around you is obviously increasing? After hearing this, Huo Feng realized that the humidity in the surrounding air had indeed become much heavier. It thought for a while, and then said, the Earth girl who just died in my fire explosion was very good at controlling water elements. Her physique must be inseparable from water. Now the humidity in the air is increasing, most likely because of her death. After her death, the breath in her body permeated the entire sky, changing some of the properties of the sky. This explanation is well-reasoned and convincing. After hearing this, Qing Long felt that it made sense, so he didn't continue to struggle. Soon, it burst out its source power again, rushing to deal with Lin Zichen below. But not long after it swooped down, its sharp-side vision suddenly saw a water ball behind Huo Feng that was constantly condensing and growing. In just a blink of an eye, the water ball, which was only as big as a plum, suddenly grew to the same size as Huo Feng's huge body. Seeing this, Qing Long realized something and shouted to Huo Feng. Feng Yuan, be careful behind you. The moment the voice fell, Qing Long suddenly burst out his source power, and rushed to the huge water ball that suddenly appeared behind Huo Feng at a speed that was difficult for the spirit to perceive. Huo Feng's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he immediately burst out his source power and moved away from where he was at the moment. However, the source power in its body had just burst out, and it had not had time to drive its huge body. The next second, the huge water ball behind it instantly turned into a giant shell and opened a bloody mouth. Then, under Qing Long's horrified gaze, the mysterious giant shell swallowed the Huo Feng in front of it directly into its stomach. It swallowed it alive in one bite. The speed of swallowing was so fast that Qing Long and Huo Feng could not react at all. Then, the water element in the shell seemed to have life and rushed into the body of Huo Feng frantically. Nasal cavity. Oral cavity. Lower body. Pores. As long as there is a hole leading to the body of the fire phoenix, the water elements in the shell will rush in frantically. In less than half a second, the fire phoenix's slender body was stretched into a huge ball. It became bigger and bigger. It covered the sky and the sun. The fire phoenix wanted to save itself, but was horrified to find that its body was no longer under control. The source power in its body was suppressed by the water elements that poured in. In this regard, it could only watch its body swell up more and more, like a balloon, and it didn't know when it would explode. Buzz! Qing Long rushed to the front of the fire phoenix in an instant, and the source power burst out violently, pulling the fire phoenix out of the giant shell condensed by water. At the moment when the fire phoenix left the giant shell, the water elements around the entire sky suddenly became extremely active, and rushed frantically from all directions to the fire phoenix whose body had swelled into a ball. Seeing this, Qinglong burst out the source power again to prevent the water elements in the air from pouring into the fire phoenix. But it didn't take long for the azure dragon to stop it, and it was unable to take care of itself. The moment it tried to save the fire phoenix, the water element in the air began to rush into its body. In just the blink of an eye, its body swelled into a huge ball of flesh like a fire phoenix. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded. The fire phoenix, whose body swelled into a ball, exploded like a nuclear bomb. Its body was shattered into pieces, and a large blood mist filled the air, dyeing the sky red. Then not long after. Bang! The same explosion sounded again. Qinglong, who had been fighting to save the fire phoenix just now expanded into a ball and exploded, turning into a large blood mist that dyed the sky red. Soon, the blood mist in the air condensed into two blood balls. One contains the will of the fire phoenix. One contains the will of the blue dragon. At the moment when the blood balls were formed, the water elements in the air quickly gathered together, instantly condensing into a slender and soft figure of a girl. It was Shen Qinghan who disappeared in the explosion. At this time, Shen Qinghan was naked, relying entirely on the water element lingering around her body to cover her body. The blue hair behind her was fluttering in the wind, as smooth as water, and breathtakingly beautiful. I actually did it. 1 against 2. It's better to cross the level and kill 1 against 2. Shen Qinghan looked at the two blood balls hovering in front of him, his pretty face trembling slightly. She never thought that she, who had been holding Lin Zichen back all this time, could actually leapfrog and kill someone much stronger than herself like Lin Zichen. Didn't think too much about it. Soon. Shen Qinghan had a thought and sucked the two blood cells hovering in front of him from the air. The will of the green dragon and the will of the fire phoenix in the two blood balls are very restless, constantly fluctuating, wanting to be reborn with flesh and blood. When Shen Qinghan saw this, he immediately used his mental power to invade the two blood cells and ruthlessly wiped out the remaining will of the green dragon and the will of the fire phoenix inside. In just a few seconds, the will left in the blood balls of the two beast kings was completely wiped out. Immediately afterwards, a strange phenomenon of flying dragons and phoenixes began to appear in the calm sky. The projections of a blue dragon and a fire phoenix circled slowly and affectionately in the sky, and then they both fell to the ground, completely dead. Buzz. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. A rapid sound broke through the air. Shen Qinghan did not stay high in the sky for long, and soon swooped down towards Lin Zichen below with two extremely vibrant blood cells and long blue hair flying. In the blink of an eye, she swooped down in front of Lin Zichen and stopped, then with a sweet smile, she sent the two blood cells floating in her hand to Lin Zichen. These two blood cells are for you. She knew that Lin Zichen could swallow the life source of aliens to become stronger, and knew that these two blood cells were of great value to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was not in a hurry to swallow the two blood cells. Instead, he took out a set of clean clothes from the storage space, handed it to Shen Qinghan and said, "Put it on." "Good." Shen Qinghan responded, took the handed clothes and started to put them on. Seeing that she was wearing clothes, Lin Zichen began to swallow the two blood balls in front of him. "You have swallowed a large amount of the life source of Hell Phoenix and gained the biological attribute, Hellfire. Hellfire, you can release flames that burn all things. You have swallowed a large amount of the life source of the deep-sea blue dragon and gained biological attributes, turning the world upside down. Overturning the river, no need to consume mental power, you can control the water element by instinct. You have swallowed a large amount of source power from the deep-sea dragon of the Phoenix River in Hell. The source power is converted into qi, blood, and spirit. Your qi, blood, and mental strength have been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Legendary Level 2 to Legendary Level 3 Great Perfection. Legend has it that the third level of Dzogchen has been achieved. It is only one step away from the Legendary Intermediary." Lin Zichen looked at the text prompt information flashing in the void, and felt slightly excited. At this time, Shen Qinghan put on his clothes and walked out of the mist. She was wearing a sky blue lace skirt and walking barefoot on the sea. Her jade-white calves were looming as she walked, which was very eye-catching. "Lin Zi, how much strength did you gain by swallowing those two blood balls?" Shen Qinghan stopped in front of Lin Zichen and asked curiously with watery peach blossom eyes. "Lin Zichen, it has evolved to the legendary third level of Dzogchen." When Shen Qinghan heard this, his face was full of surprise. She didn't expect those two blood cells to bring such a big improvement to Lin Zichen. After all, the biological levels of the two beast kings are not very high, and they are still in the low-level category of legends. Logically speaking, being able to evolve Lin Zichen to the legendary third level is already an extraordinary performance. If it is performed normally, it will be the legendary second-level Dzogchen. But what she never expected in her dreams was that those two blood balls could directly allow Lin Zichen to evolve to the legendary third level of perfection, which was somewhat astonishing. Lin Zichen saw what she was surprised about and said with a smile, "Those are two legendary beast kings. It is normal for the strength of the life source to be devoured by them to increase greatly. After saying that, he did not forget to praise Shen Qinghan with a smile. Your strength far exceeded my expectations. I thought you would have to fight fiercely for at least several hours to deal with the two Beast Kings, but I didn't expect you to deal with them so easily. Shen Qinghan sounded a little proud, and said in a voice full of joy, that's right, although I'm not as good as you, I'm still very powerful. Lin Zichen smiled, you were not like this before. Instead, you were timid and lacked self-confidence. It made you so nervous that your palms sweated even when I fucked you. No way, don't slander me. Shen Qinghan pursed her lips slightly and refused to admit it. Lin Zichen smiled, and then said, then let me slander you. Stop talking about this. Let's quickly clean up the battlefield and eliminate all the aliens inside. Good. Shen Qinghan responded. As soon as the words fell, the two men flashed and turned into a stream of light flying at high speed on the battlefield. Wherever they went, there were corpses everywhere, and countless aliens died suddenly on the spot. Everyone else on the battlefield was deeply shocked by the scene before them. Especially students from Shandong University such as Li Moyu, Ma Ziwei, Luo Yongjian, Li Chuxin, etc., who were familiar with Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, all had fake faces. So much has changed. It's so big it's a bit unreal. As bizarre as a dream. When the university started 2 years ago, we were all freshmen. There was a gap in strength but not much difference. Unlike now, the biological level has dropped by 2 full levels. One side is an advanced creature, and the other side has evolved into a legendary creature. The gap is so huge that it can be said that they are not the same creature. The same feint appeared on Yuan Dongji's face. Until now, she couldn't figure out why Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were so strong. In just the past 2 years, the childhood sweethearts have soared from ordinary creatures when they entered school to legendary creatures now. This is too incredible. Thinking about this, Yuan Dongji looked at Luo Qingxiu and asked, Qingxiu, Zichen, and Qinghan, how come their biological levels have evolved so quickly? What did they do every day when they were in City No 1? Luo Qingxiu thought for a while and then said, they didn't do much. What they did every day was no different from other people in the alien-level genius team. They just spent most of their time training in the city and occasionally went out of the city to practice. Yuan Dongji fell into deep thought, wondering whether the childhood sweethearts got some chance when they went out to practice in the city, and then their biological levels soared like flying rockets? At the same time, Zhonggaiu. Under the influence of the wood god's natal magical power, the central realm, which was originally a lifeless area, now looked at giant trees that reached the sky wherever he looked. Every giant tree that towers into the sky has its branches covered with vibrant thorns and vines. At this moment, these thorns and vines were constantly beating and chasing Qi Qingmo and others. Probably a few minutes passed. Except for Qi Qingmo, everyone else was entangled and bound by thorns and vines, unable to move. While Qi Qingmo was fighting intensely with several towering trees. In the center of the central territory, there is a tallest giant tree that reaches the sky, which is the wood god who is close to being fully revived. He quietly looks towards the direction of the southern territory and murmurs. Pretend to fall and sneak up on the enemy. Water god. You are still as sinister as before. Stifle it in the cradle of recovery. To avoid endless trouble. P.S. Set the bowls, please recommend monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 310 The 5 Elements Unite. Central Region. The god of wood calmly sensed the southern region, and focused all his attention on Shen Qinghan. The aura of the god of water emanating from Shen Qinghan made him particularly concerned. At the same time, around him, Qi Qingmo and other mythical masters were still struggling to fight against the large number of thorn vines that were pouring in. The thorn vines all over the sky, with the vast source power like the ocean, rushed madly towards Qi Qingmo and other mythical masters. Under the full firepower of Qi Qingmo and other mythical masters, most of the thorn vines evaporated instantly, leaving no trace. But because of the presence of the god of wood, the thorn vines can be generated continuously, and they are not afraid of consumption at all. As time went on, some of the people on Qi Qingmo's side consumed too much, and slowly began to be unable to resist the attack of the thorn vines. The water god is about to revive. The wood god looked down at the sea god below, his eyes were far away, and his voice was ancient in vicissitudes. You participated in that incident back then, and the water god will definitely settle accounts with you after he revives. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and you now have a chance to join my camp. Join my camp, and I will help you get rid of the water god. When the sea god heard this, his face changed slightly. He was able to become the sea god because he teamed up with other high-level aquatic creatures to stab the water god in the back and steal part of the water god's divine power. Once the water god revives, he will definitely be settled. At the very least, his divine power will be taken back, and at the worst, he will be destroyed on the spot. Stay awake. Don't be bewitched by the wood god. His words are not credible. Sumai Xiao saw that the sea god looked wrong, and immediately reminded him, fearing that he would defect at this moment. He was already at a disadvantage now. Once the sea god really defected, the situation would become one-sided. After hearing Sima Xiao's words, the sea god fell into deep thought. Then, he looked up and looked around to observe the current battle situation. Then, his figure flashed, and he appeared behind Sima Xiao after breaking through the void. Sima Xiao hadn't reacted to what was happening yet. The next moment, puff! Her plump chest was suddenly pierced by a handful of source power, and the vitality in her body was draining away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sea god attacked her. He was merciless, almost aiming to kill her with one blow. Why? Sima Xiao's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. The sea god was so fascinated by her beauty and body that he couldn't extricate himself. This time he took the risk to participate in this mythical battle to save her. However, he killed her at this moment, which made her incomprehensible. Facing her doubts, the sea god did not answer, but suddenly burst out the source power in his hand, ruthlessly destroying the life structure in her body, without any consideration for the old relationship. At the same time, a stream of blood and chi burst out instantly, carrying endless blood and chi, and slammed into the sea god. The sea god had no time to dodge, and directly resisted all the blood and chi that came, and the whole person flew backwards. In the process of flying backwards, he couldn't help spitting blood, and his internal organs were displaced, and he was seriously injured. On the other side, after Qi Qingmo rescued Sima Xiao, he immediately stuffed a pill into her mouth to repair her body damage. Li Lao and Sima Xian came to check Sima Xiao's injuries as soon as possible, with distress on their faces. Both of them were Sima Xiao's lovers, and they were very obsessed with Sima Xiao. They were addicted to her skills in serving men in bed and couldn't extricate themselves, and they cared about her life and death. With the blessing of the pill. Soon, Sima Xiao, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, was self-repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her vitality was quickly restored, and she successfully escaped from life danger. On the contrary, the sea god, who had just taken Qi Qingmo's full-strength attack, was getting more and more seriously injured. Every cell in his body was being destroyed by Qi Qingmo's blood and qi, and could not repair itself. Xian Yuanwanyu noticed this. As a woman, she did not care about Sima Xiao like Li Lao and Sima Xian. Her attention was all on the sea god at the moment. Noticing how badly the sea god was injured, a look of shock appeared on her face. The strength of the sea god is one of the best among the mythical masters in the source. However, such a top-notch master almost died on the spot after just taking a blow from Qi Qingmo. Such a scene completely shocked Xian Yuanwanyu, who is also a mythical master. Is this still the great love master I know? When did this crazy woman become so strong? How did she do it? Xian Yuanwanyu looked at Qi Qingmo on the side, with doubts in her deep eyes. On the other side, the seriously injured sea god was constantly spitting blood, and the vitality in his body was rapidly draining away, completely losing the ability to repair himself. If there is no external force, it will not take long for him to lose his vitality and fall completely. Would God save me? The sea god held on to his last breath, begging with his eyes full of desire to survive. The wood god did not rush to give him vitality, but said without emotion. Please call me Lord Wood God. Wood God. Lord. Save me quickly. The sea god was almost unable to hold on. Qi Qingmo's blood and qi power was constantly destroying his life structure, causing the vitality in his body to almost drop to zero, and he could fall at any time. After hearing the desired surrender call, Wood God was satisfied and shot out a green thorn vine. Puff! Only the sound of cracking bones and flesh was heard. Green thorns and vines instantly penetrated Poseidon's Tianmen, quickly transporting massive amounts of life inside. Under the nourishment of the Wood God's vitality, Poseidon, who was on the verge of death one moment, immediately recovered from his injuries the next moment and returned to his peak condition. But Poseidon was not happy. He knew in his heart that he who had received a lot of vitality from the god of wood would live as the dog of the god of wood and die as the sole dog of the god of wood, and would never be able to betray him. Otherwise, they will lose their vitality in an instant and die on the spot. But there was no choice. In order to survive, he could only choose to follow the wood god and obtain the wood god's protection. Otherwise, with the almost extreme behavior of the water god, even if he can survive the battle against the wood god today, he will die at the hands of the water god when the water god fully recovers. The most important thing is that dying in the hands of the water god is a good ending. I'm just afraid that the water god doesn't want to give him a break and wants to torture the traitor. Poseidon, who was the subordinate of water god, had seen the scene of water god torturing his enemies many times. It was both physical and mental torture. It can make life worse than death. At first, Poseidon couldn't bear just watching it from a distance, and he didn't have the courage to experience it personally. He would rather die immediately than fall into the hands of the water god and be tortured. Poseidon, what are you doing? On the opposite side, Su Maiziao, the owner of King Kaiu Ancient Mountain who was also lucky enough to survive, looked at Poseidon with half anger and half confusion and asked. She couldn't understand why Poseidon, who was willing to risk his life to rescue her, suddenly turned traitor on the word treason. This rebellion came without reason or logic. Without waiting for Poseidon's reply, Wood God, who had successfully absorbed Poseidon, said, because his fear of Water God is greater than his obsession with you. After hearing this explanation, the 5 people on Chi King Mo's side were all puzzled. The god of the sea is obviously not afraid of the god of wood, so why is he afraid of the god of water, who is at the same level as the god of wood? One thing brings down another thing? Poseidon and Water God are both aquatic creatures, and Poseidon was restrained by Water God? Chi King Mo and others kept thinking in their minds. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sound of the ground shaking. Rooted in the center of the battlefield, the wood god, which existed in the form of a giant tree reaching the sky, uprooted itself under the gaze of powerful men such as Chi King Mo, and slowly rose to the sky to cover the sky and the sun. I'm going to the southern territory to deal with the water gods. I'll leave this place to you. Just stop them from leaving. Saying this without emotion, Mu Shen blasted out several thorn vines full of energy, tore a huge crack in the air, and dragged his huge body through it quickly. The moment he left, the plants on the battlefield suddenly grew like crazy. Thick branches and leaves are crisscrossing. In just an instant, a huge airtight tree cage was formed, trapping the remaining 9 mythical powerhouses inside, making it impossible for them to fly in a short time. The remaining 9 mythical powerhouses were divided into 2 parties. Chi King Mo, Su Maiziao, Sima Xian, Xian Yuan Wanyu, and Mr. Li are on the same side. The god of flowers, the elder of trees, the god of Poseidon, and the lord of silence form one side. Among them, the strength of Chi King Mo's side has an overwhelming advantage. The flora side occupies the home field advantage. The tree cage where they are is constantly providing them with vitality from the wood god. As long as the tree remains, they will remain immortal. Their next task is to deal with Chi King Mo and prevent them from breaking through the tree cage and heading to the southern region to hinder the wood god from solving the water god. Southern Territory. City number 36. After nearly 10 minutes of clearing the battlefield, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan killed every alien on the battlefield. Among them, Lin Zichen devoured a large amount of the life source and source power of foreign races, and his biological level successfully evolved to the legendary 4th level, greatly increasing his strength. Lindsay, which city should we go to clear out the area next? After dealing with the last alien on the battlefield, Shen Qinghan looked to Lin Zichen aside and asked. Lin Zichen said calmly, go to city number 35. The biological passage there also leads to Shanghai City. After all the cities connected to Shanghai City are cleaned up, we will continue to clean up the cities connected to Nanjiang Province. Shen Qinghan urged, then let's set off now. Good. Lin Zichen responded, and after saying that, he grabbed Shen Qinghan's slender waist and took her to city number 35 as quickly as possible. Almost everyone who survived the battlefield watched the childhood sweethearts leave. Until now, these people still have a vague look on their faces and feel that it is very unreal. When they were at their most desperate, they all imagined that a powerful person from the earth would come to the rescue in time and save them from this battlefield littered with corpses. But what they didn't expect was that the powerful men from the earth who came to rescue them would be this pair of childhood sweethearts who were only 20 years old. On the other side, on the road leading to city number 35. In just a few seconds, Lin Zichen had already led Shen Qinghan nearly 1/3 of the way. Just when Lin Zichen was about to increase his speed. Hiss! A clear and ear-piercing tearing sound suddenly sounded from above him. At the moment the sound was heard, a huge crack appeared in the air, emitting a magnificent vitality, and making the whole sky sprout fresh green buds. Then, a huge tree that covered the sky and the sun floated out from the crack, shrouding Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan below in a shadow, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Sun and Moon Holy Land. The moment Lin Zichen saw the huge tree, these 4 words flashed through his mind for the first time. Then, without hesitation, he immediately burst out with blood and spirit, and took Shen Qinghan away at the fastest speed. The direction of escape was directly to the nearest city number 36. The source place couldn't stay any longer, Lin Zichen wanted to take Shen Qinghan back to Earth. There was a boundary force on Earth that could suppress the alien race. The most important thing was that there were many people on Earth. With the suppression of the boundary force and the blessing of gregarious animals, Lin Zichen believed that with his own strength, he could completely compete with the mythical strongmen of the alien race, and even suppress them. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, which is very suitable for him who has the home advantage on Earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Lin Zichen just turned around with Shen Qinghan and flew to the number 36 city behind, several rapid air-breaking sounds suddenly sounded. Before Lin Zichen could react and dodge. The next second, he and Shen Qinghan were entangled by several green thorny vines. Then the two were hit by a huge force and were pulled in front of the towering tree and bound and unable to move. Hiss! A pair of huge pupils cracked on the trunk of the towering tree, exuding an ancient and vicissitudes of life, staring at the two people in front of them. Under the gaze of these huge pupils, Lin Zichen was uncontrollably terrified. The oppressive feeling exuded by the towering tree in front of him was thousands and tens of thousands times stronger than that of the Night King. This is not an ordinary mythical creature. In fact, it is a creature above the mythical level. Wood God. The towering tree in front of him is the ancestor of the Sun and Moon Holy Land, the Wood God. It is one of the oldest 5 elements gods in the Source Land. It is the same level as the Water God. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen's heart fell to the bottom of the valley. When he was in the Water God Palace before, he had witnessed the power of the Water God with his own eyes. Before the other party was revived, he could easily kill the Night King, whose biological level was as high as the mythical level. And the Wood God, who is at the same level as the Water God, must be at the same level of strength. Lin Zichen knew very well that facing such a powerful existence, he had no chance of escaping. Now, he just hoped that the other party was not coveting his and Shen Qinghan's bodies and playing the trick of taking over. Water God, how are you? The Wood God opened his ancient and vicissitudes eyes, looked at Shen Qinghan in front of him and said deeply. Without waiting for Shen Qinghan to respond, he spoke again, in order to unify the 5 elements, you calculated the God of Gold, the God of Fire, the God of Earth, and even me who stood on your side. At that time, did you ever think that everything you did would eventually become my wedding dress for the unification of the 5 elements? You are still too conceited and think you have a sure win. Little did you know that when you used me as a chess piece, I was actually the real chess player, and you who thought you were a chess player were just one of my chess pieces. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you. Chapter 311 The Water God Resurrects. Enter the Abyss. The Wood God floated in the sky, accompanied by a halo of green light, looking down at Shen Qinghan and saying these words. However, Shen Qinghan didn't understand at all. At this moment, she only knew that the pressure emanating from the Wood God was extremely strong, which made her a little breathless. Her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. Her palms were sweating all the time. She was in a panic. Lin Zichen noticed that Shen Qinghan was afraid, and immediately sent her a blood transmission to calm her uneasy mood as much as possible. Don't be afraid. We will be fine. He didn't kill us right away, but told you so much, which shows that we still have value to him. While sending these words through the blood transmission, Lin Zichen was lost in thought. 5 elements in one? Chess piece? The God of Gold, the God of Fire, and the God of Earth were all calculated. What kind of story is this? Also, why do some forces in the Source Land try every means to invade the Earth? Is there something they want on the Earth? But what could it be? The resources for evolution on the Earth are very scarce. What can attract the strong people in the Source Land? While he was thinking about these things, in the sky, the Wood God moved his eyes away from Shen Qinghan and fell on him beside him, saying in an ancient and vicissitudes voice. You are right, you two do have value to me. Hearing this, Lin Zichen's face changed slightly, and the Wood God could hear him transmitting the blood and qi to Shen Qinghan. The Wood God continued, one is the carrier of the Water God's revival, and the other is the son of the Abyss. Is it a coincidence that you can get together, or is one of you doing it on purpose? Deliberately. Hearing these 4 words, Lin Zichen couldn't help but look at Shen Qinghan on the side. In fact, he has always been confused in his heart. He and Shen Qinghan are childhood sweethearts, and both of them are extremely special, so special that there is no third one on the entire earth. The most important thing is that Shen Qinghan was born only 1 day later than him, and their birthdays were so close that it felt like he had come to this world with him on purpose. He didn't dwell on this doubt. Soon, Lin Zichen looked at the God of Wood and said a doubt that had been buried in his heart for a long time, what is the son of the Abyss? The God of Wood ignored him, but turned his gaze back to Shen Qinghan and asked. Where are you hiding the origin of gold, origin of fire, and origin of earth? Is it hidden on the earth? Hand over these 3 origins, and I can leave you a trace of the origin of water for the sake of our friendship for many years, so that you can continue to live in this world. After asking these questions, the God of Wood looked straight into Shen Qinghan's eyes quietly, patiently waiting for Shen Qinghan to speak out the answer he wanted to hear. Hidden on the earth? At this moment, Lin Zichen's face was suddenly enlightened. He figured out one thing. The reason why the source forces headed by the Sun and Moon Holy Land were so persistent in invading the Earth might be that the Wood God suspected that the 3 origins were hidden on the Earth by the Water God. On the other side, Shen Qinghan's pretty face turned pale, and she said with trembling thin lips, I don't know. I'm not the Water God. I don't have any memory of the Water God. I don't know where the 3 origins you want are hidden. Had. The Wood God smiled, and his calm eyes suddenly became indifferent. Do you think I will believe you? Who doesn't know that you, the Water God, are the most insidious and cunning existence in this world? I'll give you one last chance. If you can't give me the answer I want, I will destroy your carrier of resurrection without hesitation and completely cut off your hope of resurrection. I really don't know. Shen Qinghan was so scared that her pretty face became paler and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She felt at a loss for a while. Seeing that Shen Qinghan still didn't cooperate, the wood god didn't waste time communicating with her anymore, and said lightly. Since you choose not to cooperate, then I will have to satisfy you, and you will never dream of reviving again. The moment he finished speaking, the wood god suddenly tightened the thorny vines that bound Shen Qinghan, trying to strangle her to death into a ball of blood mist. Lin Zichen was so anxious that he burst out his blood and spirit frantically, trying to break free from the thorny vines and save Shen Qinghan who was about to be strangled to death. However, the gap in strength was too big. No matter how Lin Zichen exploded, the thorny vines bound to him never moved. Lin Zi, save me. Shen Qinghan's pretty face was distorted with pain, and her voice was full of pain. She could clearly feel that under the tightening of the thorny vines, all the organs in her body were squeezed together and were about to be squeezed into a solid meatball. Seeing the pain on Shen Qinghan's face, Lin Zichen felt unprecedented despair and immediately shouted at the wood god. Stop! She is not the water god. I know where the real water god is. The water god is in her sea of consciousness. There is a water god palace in her sea of consciousness, and the water god must be in the water god palace. The sound was very loud and penetrating. As soon as the sound came out, the eardrums of creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles were buzzing, almost deaf. Lin Zichen was not sure whether the water god was in the water god palace. But in order to save Shen Qinghan, he could only say this with confidence. However, the wood god's face remained unchanged after hearing this, and he just said mercilessly. The water god is not in the water god palace deep in her sea of consciousness, but in her soul. After saying this, the wood god suddenly tightened the thorny vines that bound Shen Qinghan, and no longer forced the water god to show up on his own initiative. Bang! There was only a sound of flesh and blood bursting under pressure. Shen Qinghan's delicate body, like water, exploded into a ball of blood mist in front of Lin Zichen's eyes, and instantly spread to the surrounding air, dyeing the entire blue sky red. Han In is dead. Lin Zichen stared at the blood mist in front of him with a dull look, unwilling to believe this fact. He couldn't accept that Shen Qinghan, who had been with him for 20 years, died in front of him. Just when he was desperate. The blood mist in front of him suddenly condensed into a slender girl's figure at a speed that his spirit could not perceive. Long blue hair, watery peach blossom eyes, and a body as soft as water. This slender girl's figure is Shen Qinghan who was just strangled. She was reborn with flesh and blood. She is not dead. Lin Zichen, who saw this scene, was so excited that his body trembled. He thought that Shen Qinghan died on the thorny vines of the wood god and there was no possibility of survival. Unexpectedly, Shen Qinghan was reborn with flesh and blood in front of him. This shocked him deeply. Wait. No. She is not Han In. After the excitement, Lin Zichen regained his composure and noticed something wrong. The biological pressure emanating from Shen Qinghan in front of him was terrifying, far exceeding the Night King, and as strong as the biological pressure emanating from the wood god. The most important thing is that there is no trace of weakness in her eyes at this moment. There is only a strong sense of oppression. Looking more fierce than the violent eagle's eyes. Lin Zichen only looked at her once, and he couldn't help but tremble with fear. A person with such temperament could not be Shen Qinghan. So, is this the water god? Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan, who had a completely different temperament, and such a thought flashed through his mind. Soon, his thought was confirmed by the wood god. Accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation. The wood god, who was in the form of a towering giant tree, instantly condensed into an old man in a green robe. Are you finally willing to show up? The wood god hovered in the air with his hands behind his back, looking deeply at Shen Qinghan, who had a completely different temperament. Shen Qinghan, who was full of the aura of a superior, had sharp eyes with ripples, and looked at the wood god opposite quietly, without saying a word. Boom! 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 Suddenly, countless water elements broke out of the ground below Shen Qinghan and soared into the sky. In just a moment, these water elements that were constantly condensing at a high speed turned the entire sky into an endless deep sea. In the center of the deep sea, a huge palace floated quietly, emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations. The god of wood was prepared for this. At the moment when the water element soared into the sky, he had a thought and burst out with endless source power. The next second, countless green thorny vines broke out of the ground, soared into the sky, intertwined with each other into a giant net that could swallow the sun and the moon, and covered Shen Qinghan with the momentum of covering the sky and blocking the sun. At the moment when the giant net covered it, the water element in the sky instantly condensed into countless ice blades, and shot towards the giant net with endless source power. In an instant, the sky lost its light, and was shrouded in a pitch-black darkness by the ice blades and the giant net that covered the sky and blocked the sun. Shua, shua, swish. There was only a smooth sound of cutting iron like mud. Under the cutting of the ice blade, the giant net of thorny vines that could swallow the sun and the moon instantly turned into sawdust falling all over the sky. In addition, the path of the ice blade left a series of shocking void cracks. The depths of each crack exuded a breath of cold and death. Under the invasion of this breath, the young plant buds that were constantly generated in the air all began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, falling to the ground one after another. I didn't expect you to still have such a strong strength. This really surprised me. The wood god looked at Shen Qinghan opposite and continued, I just don't know how long your strength can last. After speaking, the wood god once again burst out with boundless source power. In an instant, countless thorny vines came from all directions, and shot towards Shen Qinghan at a high speed like iron chains. Facing the wood god's attack again, Shen Qinghan with a strong aura moved his mind and made the sea water covering the sky condense into a large number of high-level aquatic creatures. Once these high-level aquatic creatures were formed, they immediately showed their magical powers and fought against the thorny vines that attacked from all directions, creating waves of terrifying aftermath, causing the sky to continuously crack. Below. Lin Zichen looked up at the cracked sky above, his face full of shock, and a feeling of powerlessness like an ant facing a giant elephant surged in his heart. Too powerful. The two five elements gods are so powerful. They and I are not in the same dimension at all. After being born as a human for 20 years, it was the first time that Lin Zichen felt so small, like an ant that could be crushed to death at will. Suddenly, his shoulder was grabbed by a delicate jade hand. Before he could react to what was going on, a huge force came from his shoulders. The next second, he began to move at high speed, leaving behind large dazzling sparks along the way that were caused by friction with the air. It wasn't until he traveled tens of thousands of miles that he realized that he was being taken away by Shen Qinghan. He was stunned for a moment by the scene in front of him. Don't understand what's going on. Obviously one moment, the two five elements gods were still fighting with earth-shattering momentum. How come the next moment, the scene changed to one of them running away? I haven't fully recovered yet, and I won't be able to hold on for long. I will fall into dormancy again soon. Shen Qinghan, who was leading Lin Zichen to escape, suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Without waiting for Lin Zichen to respond, Shen Qinghan continued, Listen, I will take you to escape to the nearest abyss now. I have very little energy in my body. I don't know if I can persist in escaping to the abyss. If I fall asleep on the way, you will take my place and take her to the abyss. The abyss is your home court. As long as you can successfully enter the abyss, you and her will have a chance to escape. The woman mentioned by Shen Qinghan refers to Shen Qinghan herself. Lin Zichen didn't have time to think, and directly engraved every word in his words deeply into his mind. Afterwards, he asked the familiar yet unfamiliar Shen Qinghan, Are you the water god? Yes. Shen Qinghan who escaped with him cherished words like gold. The voice was cold, without any softness. It's like high-dimensional creatures talking to low-dimensional creatures. Lin Zichen asked again, Can her physical body come back? This her refers to Shen Qinghan herself. He couldn't tell whether the body now controlled by the water god was Shen Qinghan's body. Not long ago, Shen Qinghan was strangled directly by the thorn vines of the wood god and exploded into a ball of blood mist. He couldn't tell whether the body that was reforged from flesh and blood was Shen Qinghan's original body or a body created by the water god. This is her body. The water god said with no emotion in his voice. After saying that, she continued, There is an abyss thousands of miles ahead. You take her into it, and I. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Also interrupted his high-speed flight. Almost at the same time. A soft, confused voice sounded in Lin Zichen's ears as thin as a mosquito, Lin Zichen, where are we? This is Shen Qinghan's voice. Shen Qinghan is back. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Zichen's hanging heart finally dropped. Shen Qinghan is still here, not really dead. At the same time, it was also a pity that I could not ask more questions during the time when the water god appeared and solve the doubts that had accumulated in my heart for a long time. Thinking about it, he said to Shen Qinghan, We are on the run. He just said this simply without explaining too much to Shen Qinghan. The moment the sound fell, the blood and spirit in his body exploded instantly, and his flying speed suddenly increased thousands of times, rushing towards the abyss thousands of miles ahead at the fastest speed. P.S. Set the bowls, please recommend monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 312 All mankind returns to Earth. Defended to the death. In just over 10 seconds, Lin Zichen, who was so fast that he turned into a stream of light, led Shen Qinghan to the entrance of the abyss mentioned by the water god. It was a lush mountain. There is a cliff on the mountainside. On the top of the cliff, there is a large waterfall that continuously makes the sound of rushing water. The sound was huge and deafening. Lin Zichen used his mental power and sensed that the entrance to the abyss was inside the waterfall. There were strong energy fluctuations there, pulling out a huge vortex in the water. That vortex is the entrance to the abyss. Come on, let's go in. Lin Zichen said this to Shen Qinghan in his arms. When he spoke, he never paused for a moment. Without waiting for Shen Qinghan to respond, he plunged directly into the waterfall and submerged himself into the whirlpool. After entering the vortex, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's vision was completely dark, and they could not see anything. At the same time, all senses were lost and nothing could be sensed. Lin Zichen had experienced this feeling in his sleep. At that time, in his dream, he entered a space that seemed to be an abyss, with giant abyssal butterflies everywhere. After waking up from his sleep, a large number of source crystals appeared out of thin air in the sea of consciousness. Lin Zichen suspected that he was not actually dreaming at that time, but that he might have traveled to an abyss somewhere in the origin. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the large amount of source crystals appearing in the sea of consciousness after waking up. Since there are real objects, it means that the dream is not a cognitive dream, but a reality that exists in another space. What kind of existence is Shen Yuan? Is it just endless darkness? What kind of existence is the giant abyss butterfly living in the abyss? Lin Zichen had a lot of thoughts in his heart. At this time, Shen Qinghan in his arms asked, "Where is this place? Why can't I see or feel anything?" When she said this, she hugged Lin Zichen tightly with both hands, her face full of uneasiness. "This is the abyss." Lin Zichen explained to her, "It's the place where the giant butterfly of the abyss lives." Abyss. Shen Qinghan looked at the darkness around him. She knew the abyss existed. All human cities in the origin have an abyss behind them. The abyss is a restricted area of life. Even a legendary strong person will die on the spot in a matter of minutes if he is not careful after entering. Just thinking about it. Suddenly, a scarlet light appeared above his head. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan looked up at the same time. Immediately, the scene that caught their eyes was a group of huge butterflies hovering above their heads. Each of these butterflies is several meters long and more than 10 meters wide. Their bodies exude a scarlet and cold light, and the edges of their mouth parts are covered with sharp fangs. They look extremely ferocious. Lin Zichen recognized these butterflies as the giant abyss butterflies he had seen in his sleep before. Soon, these giant abyss butterflies hovering overhead began to disperse light spots as big as gravel, illuminating some of the darkness that was so dark that one couldn't even see anything. Shen Qinghan stared at these light spots, feeling as beautiful as starlight, and was fascinated for a while. Until the light point slowly drifted down and was about to fall on her face. Only then did she react and reminded Lin Zichen. "Let's go quickly, otherwise we'll be hit by these strange light spots. I don't know what the consequences will be." After saying that, she pulled Lin Zichen and left. However, Lin Zichen did not leave. Instead, he held her back and said to her, "These light points are beneficial to us and can form source crystals in our sea of consciousness." In his dream, he was bathed in the light scattered by the giant butterfly in the abyss. When he woke up, he found that there were a large number of source crystals condensed in his sea of consciousness. He thought that he must have come into contact with these light points in his dream, and that was why a large number of source crystals condensed in the sea of consciousness. This is not a random guess, it is well founded. My parents and their entire consciousness are composed of source crystals. And they all had the same dream many times, dreaming that they appeared inexplicably in an abyss so dark that they couldn't see their fingers, bathing in the light scattered by the giant butterfly in the abyss. After hearing Lin Zichen say that these light spots were beneficial, Shen Qinghan's uneasiness suddenly disappeared, replaced by a burst of curiosity and expectation. Within a moment, the light spots all over the sky fell on the two of them, and flowed into their bodies the moment they touched them. Then, the two of them clearly felt that their consciousness was changing. Part of the sea of consciousness gradually solidified, condensing into pieces of source crystal and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Lin Zichen felt the source crystal in the sea of knowledge, and triggered the devouring effect of source devouring with a thought. You have swallowed a large amount of source crystals and obtained a large amount of source power. The source power is converted into qi, blood, and spirit. Your qi, blood, and mental strength have been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from legendary level 4 to legendary level 5. It actually evolved. Lin Zichen looked at the reminder information in the void and felt slightly excited. Other creatures have to work very hard and go through a lot of hardships to evolve to the first level. As for me, I only need to devour aliens or source crystals to increase my biological level. It is as easy as drinking water. What's going on? Suddenly, Lin Zichen saw himself and Shen Qinghan in the void where the prompt message appeared. Seen from God's perspective. Lin Zichen was a little confused about this for a while. It didn't take long for him to come back to his senses and think of a possibility. He suspected that his current situation was the same as what Shen Qinghan had encountered before. Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness was connected to the sea area of the source. And the void in his system might be connected to the abyss of the source. Could it be that, his so-called system was related to the abyss of the source? The so-called son of the abyss was actually the son of the system? In other words, a hacker? For a moment, Lin Zichen had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Lin Zichen, my sea of consciousness has really changed. Part of the sea water began to condense into pieces of source crystals and sank to the bottom of the sea. Then I felt that my mental strength has increased a lot. Shen Qinghan, who was bathed in the light spot, was excited after feeling her mental strength. When Lin Zichen heard this, he looked at her and asked, "Can the source crystals condensed in the sea of consciousness increase your mental strength?" "Yes, it has increased a lot, especially obviously." Shen Qinghan couldn't stop the smile on her face, and her voice was full of joy. Lin Zichen was immediately confused. Why would Shen Qinghan's mental strength increase as the source crystals in her sea of consciousness increase? She didn't have the biological attribute of eating the source, which could convert the source power into blood and spirit. Is it because of the water god? Lin Zichen thought of the water god sleeping in Shen Qinghan's body, and suspected that Shen Qinghan could benefit from the source crystals because the water god played a role in this. As he was concentrating on thinking about these things. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A rapid sound of breaking through the air sounded from behind. He looked back at the sound. Under the illumination of the light spots diffused by the abyss giant butterfly, Lin Zichen saw a large number of thorny vines, bursting out from the darkness with magnificent vitality, aiming directly at him and Shen Qinghan. The wood god is catching up. Run! Without any hesitation, Lin Zichen immediately picked up Shen Qinghan in front of him, and at the same time, his blood and spirit burst out crazily, and fled forward at the fastest speed. There was a lonely darkness ahead, nothing could be seen, and no one knew where it led. But there was no other way. In order to avoid the thorny vines attacking from behind, he could only rush forward and escape first. However, less than 2 seconds after escaping, Lin Zichen found that there was no need to escape at all. While escaping, he kept looking back to see how far away the thorny vines attacking from behind were from him. Then, he saw that the thorny vines withered into lifeless rotten wood in an instant under the touch of the light spots in the sky, losing all vitality. Seeing this scene, Lin Zichen finally understood why the abyss was called the Life Forbidden Zone. Those were the thorny vines from the wood god. The strength was extremely high. Even if he was now roughly comparable to a mythical creature, as long as he was entangled by the thorny vines, he would be bound and unable to move, and let them slaughter him. But such a powerful thorny vine was vulnerable to the erosion of the light spots in the sky, and turned into a lifeless rotten wood on the spot. Is the so-called Life Forbidden Zone the name given by these giant butterflies in the abyss? What are the light spots emitted by these abyss giant butterflies? Lin Zichen looked up at the group of abyss giant butterflies above his head, and he had the urge to devour them to see what biological properties he could obtain. But this impulse was only fleeting. These abyss giant butterflies above his head are helping him at the moment, and he can't repay kindness with enmity. The most important thing is that he can't see through these abyss giant butterflies at all, can't peek into their biological information, and knows nothing about them. If they really fight, it's still unknown who will live and who will die. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. More thorny vines than before swarmed in from the outside. This time, the target of these thorny vines is no longer Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, but the group of abyss giant butterflies hovering in the sky. Unfortunately, no matter how many there are, or how strong the source of power attached is. Before these thorny vines could touch the abyss giant butterfly, they were corroded into sawdust by the light spots diffused by the abyss giant butterfly and fell to the ground. After that, there were no more thorny vines outside, and everything in the abyss returned to peace. After dealing with the invaders, the abyss giant butterflies flew over the heads of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Then, under the gaze of the two, more light spots began to diffuse. Lin Zichen, after absorbing these light spots, where should we go next? Bathed in the light spots, Shen Qinghan asked in confusion while enjoying the pleasure of increased mental strength. Lin Zichen said without thinking, "Stay here and continue to absorb light spots until the abyss giant butterfly here no longer provides us with light spots." According to the original idea, he actually wanted to devour the alien races in various Earth cities and improve his strength as much as possible. But since he and Shen Qinghan have been targeted by the wood god, this idea can only be terminated. The best choice at the moment is to stay in the abyss to improve his strength. He just hoped that the light spots provided by the giant abyss butterflies in the abyss would continue to flow until his biological level evolved to the mythical level. As long as the biological level evolved to the mythical level, he would have full confidence in dealing with the wood god. Even if he could not defeat it, he could retreat at will. Also, I hope that the strong men of the earth in the origin can hold on longer and not let the cities in the origin be breached by aliens, causing the earth to be invaded. Outside world. In front of the waterfall falling from the cliff. The wooden god in human form was hovering high in the sky, standing with his hands behind his hands, his brows slightly furrowed, and he murmured in a low voice. No wonder Snow King, who was a mythical powerhouse back then, fell in the abyss. It's better not to mess with this forbidden area of life, so as not to cause more trouble. Through the 2 tests just now, Mu Shen realized the horror of the abyss, and suddenly lost the idea of entering it to capture Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. He guessed that the insidious and cunning water god must have deliberately escaped into the abyss to lure him in. Rather than risking entering the abyss and being fooled, it is better to stay outside and unite with the Beast Kings to launch a general attack on the Earth cities in the origin. Then, he leads a team to invade the Earth to find the origin of gold, fire, and earth hidden by the water god. After finding these 3 sources, integrating them into one's own body, and greatly increasing one's strength, one can then go to the abyss to find the last source of water and complete the unification of the 5 elements. After thinking about it, Mu Shen didn't waste any more time testing the entrance of the abyss. He chose to unite the Beast Kings from all over the world now and planned to lead all the tribes in the origin to invade the earth. Inside the abyss, Lin Zichen didn't know that Mu Shen had left. At this moment, he and Shen Qinghan were concentrating on absorbing the light scattered by the giant butterfly in the abyss. As more and more source crystals accumulated in the sea of consciousness, and with the blessing of the biological attribute Source Bite, his biological level quickly evolved to the legendary 6th level. Moreover, it is still evolving towards the legendary 6th level of Dzogchen at an extremely fast speed. The benefits from this evolution are greater than those from devouring several legendary beast kings. If he continues to evolve at this rate, it won't be long before he can evolve into a mythical creature. I just don't know how many more points of light these giant abyss butterflies above our heads can provide. Lin Zichen was thinking in his heart. On the side, Shen Qinghan's evolutionary benefits from the light spots are far less than him. Until now, the biological level has not been broken through, but his mental intensity is getting higher and higher. Time passed by just like that. It was still quiet inside the abyss. Outside the abyss, there was chaos. Under the leadership of the Wood God, almost all the Beast Kings in the origin are attacking every Earth city in the origin. In less than half a day, all the cities on Earth fell. Under the decision of several mythical powerhouses on the Earth side, all the people on Earth abandoned the city and left the place of origin, and returned to Earth to defend it. The Earth has bounded forces that can suppress alien races. The higher the biological level of the alien race, the stronger the suppression of the world force on the Earth. A mythical alien's strength on Earth may be suppressed to only the legendary level. As long as all members return to Earth and defend, there is a high probability that they can hold on. As for the city that had been built in the source area with great difficulty over the years, it had to be abandoned. The current situation can only be defended on Earth. P.S. Set the bowls, please recommend monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 313 Return to Earth. In just one day. With the help of Qi King Mo and other mythical masters, almost all the Earthlings who were still alive in the source were withdrawn to the Earth. Then, all the biological channels were closed, completely blocking the only path from the source to the Earth. As for the few people who failed to return, they could only pray for good luck in the source. Nanjiang Province, Military Headquarters. Qi King Mo, Su Maiziao, Sima Xian, Xian Yuan Wanyu, Li Lao, and several mythical masters gathered together. All 5 of them had just come out of biological channel number 36 not long ago, with scars all over their bodies and disordered breath. Among them, Su Maiziao was the most seriously injured and almost lost consciousness. The fact that she had an affair with many mythical masters was known to the sea god, and she was madly targeted by the sea god and was almost beaten to death by the sea god. Fortunately, Li Lao and Sima Xian, who were present, were both lovers who were fascinated by her. When the 2 lickers saw their beloved in trouble, they immediately saved her from the hands of the sea god without caring about their own danger. She is too seriously injured. We must treat her injuries immediately, otherwise her life will be in danger. Qi King Mo looked at the unconscious Su Maiziao and said to Li Lao and Sima Xian in a cold tone. When the 2 heard it, they immediately condensed their blood and sent it to Su Maiziao without any hesitation. After a while, Su Maiziao, who was treated, regained consciousness. The first time she woke up, she opened her eyes and looked around, and found that the surrounding environment was very unfamiliar. At the same time, she could clearly feel that her strength was suppressed very much, and she directly declined from the myth level to the legendary level. Combining these 2 points, she instantly realized that she was brought to the earth by Li Lao and Sima Xian. After that, she stood up weakly and asked Li Lao and Sima Xian, "My people are still in King Kaiyu Ancient Mountain. If I'm not here, they will be liquidated. I have to go back to protect them. How can I return to the source?" When she said this, she deliberately put on a pitiful look in front of the 2 lovers, and her voice sounded as weak as possible, very scheming. How could Li Lao and Sima Xian bear it? Seeing the beauty's pitiful appearance, the 2 immediately bit the hook with a willing look. "It's too dangerous for you to go back alone. He and I will go back to the source with you and bring all your people to Earth." When Xian Yuan Wanyu heard this, she was so angry that she cursed loudly. 2 dogs who are obsessed with lust would rather reopen the biological channel to threaten the Earth for a woman. Do you dare to open it? Li Lao and Sima Xian ignored her directly, and soon opened the biological channel and returned to the source with Sumai Xiao to bring all the fox girls in King Kaiyu ancient mountain to earth for refuge. Xian Yuan Wanyu was so angry that she wanted to take action on the spot. She would not allow these two lickers to completely ignore the safety of the earth in order to please their beloved. But just as she was about to make a move, she was stopped by Qi King Mo next to her. Why stop me? Xian Yuan Wanyu was puzzled. The Qi King Mo she knew was an extremely cold-blooded woman. For the current situation, the Qi King Mo she knew should have chosen to stop Li Lao and Sima Xian like her. However, Qi King Mo did not stop them. This made her feel puzzled. Qi King Mo explained, I also want to go back to the source to find someone. The people she was looking for were Lin Zichen and Shen King Han. The first time she escaped back to Earth, she sensed the entire Earth, but did not sense the existence of Lin Zichen and Shen King Han. She knew the importance of the two. One was the son of the abyss. The other was the carrier of the water god's revival. On the premise of ensuring her own safety, it was necessary to go back to the source to find the two. Except for a few old guys who have survived from the age of gods, all the strong men on Earth today are gene fusionists. In gene fusion, the upper limit is directly locked. No matter how much they evolve, the biological level can never exceed the upper limit of the level of the alien genes in their bodies. They will always be suppressed by aliens. As for mechanical cyborgs and the most advanced technological weapons at present, they can only have obvious lethality to creatures below the epic level. Creatures above the epic level are basically hard to break even the skin. Lin Zichen and Shen King Han are different. Neither of them has taken the path of gene fusion, and there is a special inheritance in their bodies, and the upper limit of evolution is unlimited. With these two people, the Earth is expected to add two mythical creatures in the short term. In this way, the Earth will have more resistance when facing the invasion of the alien races in the source. On the other side, Xian Yuan Wanyu saw that Qi King Mo was also going to follow the three people back to the source, and she almost vomited blood in anger. However, she did not dare to persuade Qi King Mo. She knew Qi King Mo's personality and knew that he was a man of his word. It was useless to persuade him. She might even annoy this crazy woman because of her good-intentioned persuasion and get beaten up by her. She calmed down a little. Xian Yuan Wanyu looked at Qi King Mo and asked curiously, who are you looking for? The son of the abyss and the carrier of the water god's revival. Qi King Mo said this lightly, and ignored Xian Yuan Wanyu. He entered the biological channel in a flash. With Qi King Mo's departure, the five mythical strongmen on the Earth side, Xian Yuan Wanyu was the only one left on the Earth. Alas! Xian Yuan Wanyu sighed helplessly. She didn't want those people to return to the source. But she couldn't stop them. Now, she can only stand silently at the biological passageway number 36, waiting for Qi King Mo and others to return to Earth smoothly. While waiting, she didn't just stand there and do nothing. Instead, he has been presiding over the overall situation through special communication means, contacting the higher UPS on the Earth, and assigning them relevant defensive tasks. About half a minute passed. In the clear sky, dozens of figures flying at high speed appeared. The biological pressure emanating from each figure is extremely strong, and they are all legendary creatures. The visitors are either state leaders, deputy state leaders, and other high-level officials on the surface, or behind-the-scenes high-level officials such as family ancestors and sect ancestors. These creatures from the upper echelons of the Earth, whose level is as high as the legendary level, are usually aloof existences on the Earth, looking down on the world. But as soon as he landed on the ground, he immediately walked up to Xian Yuan Wanyu with a respectful face and shouted. The owner of the ball! The owner of the ball! The owner of the ball! Master of the ball! X48. Xian Yuan Wanyu, whose biological level reaches the 7th level of mythical perfection, is the largest behind-the-scenes ruler on the entire Earth. Rulers everywhere, openly or secretly, must obey her orders. Liu Qingshan, you are responsible for guarding the entrance of biological passage No. 2. Mo Yuking, you are responsible for guarding the entrance to the biological passage No. 9. Zhang Yan, arrange the mechanical weapons and allocate the number of machines to the biological passage entrances according to the difficulty of defense. Gan Junjia, mobilize all nuclear reserves and prepare for a nuclear strike at the biological passage entrance. Ling Rui, go and evacuate people near the entrance of the biological passage as soon as possible. Seeing that everyone was here, Xian Yuan Wanyu immediately clearly assigned tasks to every high-level person on Earth and arranged the defense work in an orderly manner. After receiving the corresponding tasks, these high-level people on the Earth did not stay in place for long. They quickly took off from the same spot and flew to their respective areas of responsibility to deploy defense work. Xian Yuan Wanyu quietly watched these high-level people on the Earth leave, then turned her eyes to the entrance of the biological passage in front, and murmured in a low voice. I hope those people are okay. There are not many mythical creatures on the Earth. If something happens to Qi King Mo and others who return to the origin, then the Earth can basically declare in advance that it will be captured by the aliens from the origin. Somewhere in the abyss of origin. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sat cross-legged opposite each other in the darkness, quietly bathing in large spots of light, constantly absorbing these spots for their own use. At the beginning, there were only a dozen giant abyss butterflies hovering above the two people's heads, spreading light spots. But as time passed, there were hundreds of giant abyss butterflies hovering above the two of them. The light spots dispersed by the gathering of these giant abyss butterflies were so numerous that they condensed into a beam of light, enveloping the two of them and turning it into light. Lin Zichen, who was in it, with the blessing of the biological attribute of eating source, his biological level soared. Your biological level has successfully evolved to the legendary 6th level. Your biological level has successfully evolved to the legendary 6th level of perfection. Your biological level has successfully evolved to the 7th legendary level. Your biological level has successfully evolved to the legendary 9th level of perfection. I don't know how much time passed. Maybe a few days. Maybe a few months. When Lin Zichen saw the prompt message emerging from the void, he found that his biological level had evolved to the legendary 9th level of perfection, and he was only one step away from the supreme mythical creature. It is actually said that the 9th level of Dzogchen has been achieved. Lin Zichen looked at the biological level in his biological information with an expression of disbelief on his face. He never dreamed that he could evolve so many levels in a row just by sitting still and absorbing the light spots emitted by the giant butterfly in the abyss. What kind of aliens are they swallowing? Just stay in the abyss and absorb the light. It takes no effort at all. I don't know how many points of light I have to absorb before I can evolve into a supreme mythical creature. Lin Zichen thought excitedly. After thinking about it, he looked at Shen Qinghan opposite. At this time, Shen Qinghan was bathed in light spots like him throughout the whole process, constantly absorbing the light spots to increase his mental strength. However, the improvement is far less than that of Lin Zichen. After absorbing as many light points as Lin Zichen, the biological level can only evolve to the legendary 3rd level. At least he took a brief look at Shen Qinghan's condition opposite him. Soon. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lin Zichen closed his eyes again and continued to concentrate on absorbing the light spots falling from the sky above his head. But not long after he absorbed it, he felt that the light spots around him became much smaller. Suspicion opened his eyes and looked up, and found that the group of giant abyss butterflies that had been hovering above his head had disappeared without a trace. Lin Zichen frowned slightly, wondering what happened to cause those giant abyss butterflies to suddenly disappear. He calmed down and looked at the void unique to the system. I want to see what is going on from God's perspective. However, there was darkness in the void. Except for himself and Shen Qinghan, he couldn't see anything else. Lindsay, where are those giant abyss butterflies? Why are they gone? Shen Qinghan opened her clear eyes, reached out and held Lin Zichen's hand and asked, with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. The abyss butterfly disappeared, no longer providing a point of light for the surrounding darkness. The two people who lost the light were pitch dark, unable to see or sense anything. I don't know either. The vitality of those abyss butterflies is almost zero. There is no breath. I didn't even notice when they left. Lin Zichen shook his head and said. As he said this, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Without the light, he was completely in the dark, unable to see anything, and couldn't even find the exit. This made him a little overwhelmed for a while. Shen Qinghan on the side was also at a loss, and asked in an uneasy voice, Lin Ziai, it's pitch black now and we can't see anything. What should we do next? Lin Zichen didn't know what to do. He couldn't see anything and was afraid that he would go further and further wrong. At this moment, the surrounding darkness began to fade away at a speed visible to the naked eye, like ink sliding off a drawing board. In just a few seconds, the dark environment became bright, and all the surrounding scenery instantly came into view. When they saw the surrounding environment clearly, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were a little stunned. The two were on a high mountain. In front of the mountain was a huge modern city. Moreover, it was an extremely familiar city. Shanghai City. Lin Ziai, are we back to Earth? Shen Qinghan rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. He was clearly still in the source abyss known as the Life Forbidden Zone just now, how come he suddenly appeared on the familiar Earth in the next second? Are you sure it is not due to some unknown influence that caused the brain to hallucinate? Shen Qinghan had this doubt, and Lin Zichen had it too. However, it felt too real, not like an illusion at all. The grass and trees in front of him were full of vitality and exuded the unique smell of plants. The soil under his feet felt very real, not like it was made up. What is going on? Lin Zichen asked this question in his heart. With the question in his heart, Lin Zichen triggered the eye of the sky while radiating his mental perception to look around the environment. After sensing and watching for a long time, he did not find anything abnormal. He pondered for a moment. Finally, Lin Zichen said, let's go home and take a look. Whether this world is real or fake, since we can't tell whether it is real or fake now, let's treat it as real. Soon, Lin Zichen picked up Shen Qinghan and took her into the air. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light and flew towards home at a high speed. He had just flown less than a kilometer away. Suddenly, Lin Zichen stopped abruptly, holding Shen Qinghan and hovering in the air motionlessly. He was stunned and looked shocked. Shen Qinghan was a little confused by his sudden stop. She raised her little face slightly and asked in confusion. Lin Ziai, what's wrong? Lin Zichen did not respond. At this time, all his attention was on the void in his system, the void where the system prompt information would appear. He was shocked to find that the void in his system was no longer dark, but had turned into a bird's eye view of the earth from a god's perspective. P.S. Putting bowls on the table, asking for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 314 Earthquake. A war between the two worlds breaks out. The huge mecha, like a skyscraper, glows with a cold metallic luster, standing quietly on the ground. The pitch-black muzzles and cannon muzzles are all loaded with ammunition and pointed in the same direction. A large number of mechanical modified people with biological alloys on their bodies are stationed in every corner in an orderly manner. Their eyes full of technological mechanical sense are staring at the entrance of the biological channel, ready to launch an attack at any time. Under Xian Yuan Wanyu's arrangement, all the entrances of biological channels on the earth are full of weapons. Once there is a source of alien conflict barriers, they will invade through the biological channel. The weapons around the entrance can be fully fired at the first time to give the aliens a blow. The current technological weapons on the earth are so powerful that aliens with biological levels lower than the epic level will instantly disappear in the firepower of the weapons. Even, under the blessing of the suppression of the boundary force, even the epic aliens can be easily killed. At the entrance of biological channel number 36. Xian Yuan Wanyu sat cross-legged on a high platform with her eyes closed, constantly adjusting the turbulent source power in her body, preparing for the next war that could break out at any time. Suddenly, she opened her dark eyes and stared at the entrance of the number 36 biological channel below. She sensed a very strong energy fluctuation from the entrance of the biological channel. It was a mythical energy fluctuation. Among them, 3 energy fluctuations were very familiar. They were the 3 mythical strongmen, Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Su Mai Xiao. In addition to the 3 people, there were a large number of complex and weak energy fluctuations mixed in. Judging from the intensity of this energy fluctuation, if nothing unexpected happens, the creatures that are about to pass through the biological channel to enter the earth at this moment should be the fox girls of King Kaiyu Ancient Mountain. It was Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Su Mai Xiao who had entered the source to rescue King Kaiyu Ancient Mountain before, and successfully brought all the fox girls in King Kaiyu Ancient Mountain to the earth. However, Xian Yuan Wanyu was not 100% sure that things were really as she thought. She was a cautious person and wondered if it was possible that the alien race from the source land was attacking. Li Lao, Sima Xian, Su Mai Xiao, and others were fleeing in panic. With this concern, Xian Yuan Wanyu immediately mobilized the source power in her body and said to the people below. There is a strong energy fluctuation rising rapidly below the entrance of the passage. It could be Li Lao and others, or it could be the alien race from the source land. Everyone, get ready for a big fight. As soon as these words came out, all the people stationed at the entrance of the passage became nervous instantly, and their nerves were tense. About half a minute later, the entrance of the biological passage trembled violently. Then, 3 streams of light with a hint of blood rushed out from inside at a high speed. It was Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Su Mai Xiao. All 3 were injured, but it didn't seem to be a big problem, just external injuries. After the 3 came out. Soon, hundreds of fox girls came out of the biological passage one after another. These fox girls living in the mountains are all graceful and charming, and many men at the scene are crazy. Facing the gazes of the men on earth, these fox girls all have some trepidation and anxiety on their faces, but more of curiosity. They have lived in the ancient mountains of King Kaiyu for many years, and they basically will not go down the mountain unless they are going to marry out. Such women are deeply shocked when they see all kinds of modern construction around them at this moment, and they are curious about everything within their sight. Look at the fox girl in the purple dress in the front, her appearance is too high. Yes, she is more beautiful than many big stars. The proportion of her body that tempts people to commit crimes is as good as a 2-dimensional beauty drawn on paper, and it looks too perfect. Many people noticed Sujuju, the most beautiful fox girl, and were shocked and opened their eyes for a while. They felt that they had never seen such a beautiful woman. Sujuju glanced at these earthmen, and her eyes were full of disgust. Then, while radiating her spiritual power, she looked around, looking for Lin Zichen. She knew that almost all the people on earth had left the source and retreated to earth, and she wanted to see if Lin Zichen was here. But soon, she was disappointed. While radiating her spiritual power to perceive, she scanned around carefully and found that Lin Zichen was not here. I don't know if he is still in the source and hasn't come back, or if he has returned to Earth through other biological channels. Wanyu, Please help find a place to settle these King Kaiu fox girls. Sima Xian walked in front of Xian Yuan Wanyu and said. Xian Yuan Wanyu said coldly after hearing this, can't you find them yourself? She has always disliked the fox girls in the ancient mountains of King Kaiu, thinking that they are parasites of men. When she heard Sima Xian say this, she was immediately unhappy in her heart, and said coldly. Find it yourself. Seeing her like this, Sima Xian knew that she had a lot of objections in her heart. So he was very tactful and didn't ask her for help anymore. He turned to work with Mr. Li beside him to find a way to settle these King Kaiu ancient mountain fox girls. Under the arrangement of the two mythical masters, the King Kaiu ancient mountain fox girls at the entrance of biological channel number 36 quickly left here in an orderly manner and moved to other places. After these fox girls walked away, Xian Yuan Wanyu looked at their backs and said with disgust, there is a body odor on the body, which is really disgusting. Many people around heard her muttering. However, they didn't think much of it. Body odor? Where is it stinky? It smells so good. I want to bury my head in it and inhale it. Many men at the scene thought so in their hearts. Xian Yuan Wanyu didn't know what the men around her were thinking, and she didn't want to know. At this moment, most of her thoughts were on Qi Qingmo, quietly looking at the entrance of the biological passage, hoping that Qi Qingmo could come back soon. There are not many mythical strong men on earth, and losing one is a devastating blow. If Qi Qingmo gets into trouble in the source, then the earth will be in trouble. Just when Xian Yuan Wanyu was worried, suddenly, a slender and graceful figure instantly flew out from the entrance of the biological passage below. Xian Yuan Wanyu looked closely and found that the person who came was Qi Qingmo, who she had been worried about. What's going on? Why didn't I sense her energy fluctuations? How did she do it? Looking at Qi Qingmo who suddenly flew out of the biological passage in front of her, Xian Yuan Wanyu felt puzzled and shocked at the same time. With her knowledge, she couldn't imagine how a mythical creature could completely hide its breath. This is too exaggerated. You know, the higher the level of the creature, the stronger the pressure it exudes. At the mythical level, it is basically difficult to completely hide its breath. Xian Yuan Wanyu was just a little confused and didn't dwell on this issue too much. Because she knew that no matter how much she struggled, it would be difficult to get the answer she wanted in a short time. She also knew that if she asked Qi Qingmo would probably not answer. After all, this is a privacy that involves one's own strength. It can be called a trump card level privacy. No one would be so generous. Xian Yuan Wanyu, who knew all this in her heart, collected her thoughts, looked at Qi Qingmo and asked, didn't you find the carrier of the Son of the Abyss and the revival of the Water God? No. Qi Qingmo shook his head. But as soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed slightly, she looked up at the sky in front of her, and changed her words, I didn't find it at the source, but I found it on Earth. In the sky. Lin Zichen was completely stunned. He couldn't figure out why the dark void in his system, which was suspected to be the void of the source abyss, suddenly turned into a bird's eye view of the Earth. Did the venue change? He was wondering. Suddenly, Lin Zichen found something wrong with the clouds below. From a distance, the clouds looked like giant abyss butterflies hovering in the sky. Under the clouds, a hill hundreds of meters high stood straight on the ground, looking like a coffin standing upright on the ground. The plants on the mountain were clearly sparse and dense, and the dense part vaguely formed 4 words. Son of the Abyss. The Abyss giant butterfly, the stone tablet, the 4 words Son of the Abyss on the stone tablet. Seeing this scene, Lin Zichen couldn't help but have a shocking guess in his heart. Could the so-called life-forbidden zone abyss in the source point be the Earth where he has been living all the time? When he thought of this possibility, Lin Zichen's heart was suddenly filled with a storm. This conjecture, this possibility, was a bit too outrageous. The lifeless abyss in the source land and the vibrant Earth in front of him could not be the same place no matter how they looked at it. But, the clouds under his feet, the mountain under the clouds, and the trees on the mountain with distinct density, all showed the characteristics of the abyss. Lin Zichen fell into deep thought for this, and couldn't think of a more reasonable explanation for a while. He felt that this must not be a coincidence. There would be no such coincidence in the world. The abyss in the source land and the Earth where he was now must have some unknown connection. Lin Ziai, why don't you say anything? What's wrong with you? Shen Qinghan in his arms saw that Lin Zichen had not responded, and his face was full of anxiety. Lin Zichen came back to his senses after hearing the voice and said, Don't worry, it's nothing, I was just thinking about something. Thinking about what? The uneasiness on Shen Qinghan's face turned into curiosity. Lin Zichen, do you remember that you could see me in your sea of consciousness before? Shen Qinghan nodded, yes, I remember. Lin Zichen continued, I was the same as you before. I could see you and me in my sea of consciousness. We were in the abyss at that time. Really? You can too? Shen Qinghan's face was full of disbelief. Lin Zichen, Really, at that time I was thinking that my sea of consciousness should be able to connect to the abyss, just like your sea of consciousness can connect to the sea. It's amazing. Shen Qinghan's eyes were shining. Lin Zichen continued, but what's more amazing is that now, I can see the area we are in through the sea of consciousness, that is, I can see the earth through the sea of consciousness. He actually didn't see it through the sea of consciousness, but through the void of the system. However, the system is not easy to explain to Shen Qinghan. It's not that I don't want to explain, but it's difficult to explain. Instead of taking the time to explain to Shen Qinghan what the system is, it is better to directly say that it is seen through the sea of consciousness, which can save a lot of time. You can actually see the earth through the sea of consciousness, and it is the area we are currently in. Shen Qinghan was very shocked by this, and then said with watery peach blossom eyes. This 360-degree image of yours sounds a bit like a car. No matter where you go, you can see a bird's eye view of your location in the sea of consciousness. A 360-degree image of the car? No, it is completely different from the 360-degree image of the car. The picture seen from the void of the system is fixed and will not change with the movement of one's position. Just then. Hiss. A clear and ear-piercing tearing sound sounded. A crack several meters long suddenly appeared in the space in front of Lin Zichen. Then, Qi Qingmo, wearing a Taoist robe, walked out of the crack. When did you two come back? Qi Qingmo looked at the two of them quietly and asked. His voice sounded cold, but he didn't show any concern at all. Especially to Lin Zichen. When she first recovered from the ancient bronze coffin, she almost lost all her skills and relied on Lin Zichen's blood transfusions to survive. Having had such an experience, she had already treated Lin Zichen as one of her own, and had no reason to be alienated from Lin Zichen. I just came back not long ago. Lin Zichen replied calmly. When Qi Qingmo heard this, he felt puzzled in his heart. All biological passages on the earth were blocked. How could it be possible that he just came back not long ago? Puzzled by this, she immediately asked Lin Zichen, all the biological passages on the earth were blocked as early as this morning. How did you get back to the earth? Lin Zichen replied, I don't know either. I followed the water god's advice and took Hanan to escape into an abyss. After staying in the abyss for a while, I returned to the earth inexplicably. Is there such a strange thing happening? Qi Qingmo frowned slightly, feeling puzzled by this. She had taken refuge in the abyss many times before when she was bullied by strong indigenous people in the source area. But after going in so many times, she felt like there was nothing there except darkness. Can that kind of lifeless place where you can't see anything or feel anything really transport people back to earth? Qi Qingmo expressed doubts about this. However, she knew Lin Zichen's personality and thought that Lin Zichen would not lie to her. And the fact is indeed the case, Lin Zichen did not lie to her. Just as the three of them were hovering high in the sky and talking. Boom. 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 The originally peaceful land suddenly heard a deafening movement. The moment the sound rang out, trees fell down across the entire land, and soil splashed and rocks flew. Countless birds and beasts soared into the sky and fled. Seeing this scene in front of him, Lin Zichen immediately activated Eye in the Sky and looked along the source of the movement. Immediately, the destination was the entrance of biological passage number 36, which was tens of thousands of meters away. There was a violent vibration happening there at the moment, and the ground was shaking. In response, Lin Zichen quickly used up his mental power and accurately landed in the biological passage number 36 to find out. Then I was surprised to find that there was a large amount of extremely strong energy fluctuating in the entire channel. Every wave of energy has a high-level intensity. Regarding this, Lin Zichen's expression suddenly became serious. He knows what this means. This means that at this moment, a large number of alien races from the origin are frantically attacking the biological passage. The war between the two worlds is coming soon. P.S. Set the bulls, please recommend monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 315 The Wood God descends upon Earth. A great war is imminent. Realizing that a large number of alien races from the source land were attacking the biological channel, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo's faces changed slightly. The former was worried about his family, and the latter did not expect the alien races from the source land to act so quickly. Master, I'll go home to see my parents. We'll talk later. Having hurriedly said this, Lin Zichen instantly turned into a stream of light and took Shen Qinghan to the family area of Shanghai University at a high speed. In less than a second, Lin Zichen appeared in front of his door and put Shen Qinghan down in his arms. As soon as the two landed, they immediately went home to see their parents. Walking into the house, Lin Zichen saw his parents looking outside on the balcony. The parents at home also heard the movement coming from the biological channel at this moment. The movement over there was very loud, accompanied by a slight earthquake, and almost all residents of Shanghai City could clearly feel it. Many residents ran out of their homes, fearing that the earthquake would intensify and cause the collapse of their houses. Lin Zichen and Zhang Wangzhen did not run away because the buildings in the family quarters of Shanghai University are all made of extremely high-strength special steel, which is extremely earthquake-resistant and not afraid of earthquakes at all. Xiao Chen, why are you back? Zhang Wangzhen, who was holding Lin Zichen, was surprised to see Lin Zichen, who had not been seen for a long time, suddenly come back. Lin Zichen, who was standing aside, noticed that Lin Zichen's expression was a little solemn, and frowned and said, "You don't look very good, and you suddenly come back home. Did something happen?" Lin Zichen said in short, "A large number of alien races are invading the earth. Shanghai City may fall soon. I will come back to take you away." Hearing this, Lin Zichen and Zhang Wangzhen both changed their faces slightly. The only thing that did not change was Lin Zichen in Zhang Wangzhen's arms. At this time, she was young and only knew to lie in her mother's arms and suck her thumb, with a pair of watery eyes curiously looking around. "Mom and Dad, let's go now." Hearing the noise coming from the biological channel getting louder and louder, Lin Zichen said nothing more and was going to take his parents and sister away now. Zhang Wangzhen was very executive. Upon hearing this, she immediately handed her baby daughter in her arms to Lin Zichen and said, "Hold your sister for a while. Your father and I will go to pack the luggage." Lin Zichen took his sister and said, "You don't have to pack. I'll do it." After saying that, he thought about it and instantly put all the things in the house into the storage space. Lin Zichen and Zhang Wangzhen had never seen such a magical scene. They opened their eyes wide and thought they were hallucinating for a while. Lin Zichen didn't explain so much to his parents. He quickly carried his sister Lin Zichen to the next door and used the same operation to help Shen Qinghan's family pack their luggage at the speed of light. After doing all this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took off from the spot and flew to Kyoto with their family at high speed by controlling objects in the air. Kyoto is the capital of Kyushu. It has the best shelter in Kyushu and even the world. It is more reassuring to place parents there. High in the sky, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan flew very fast. Wherever they passed, large sparks were rubbed in the air. Under normal circumstances, ordinary family members could not bear such a fast naked flying speed. But at this time, they all had a layer of light blood and qi attached to their bodies. It was this layer of blood and qi that protected their bodies well, allowing them to withstand high-speed naked flying. Ah! 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 The young Lin Zichen, looking at the scene passing quickly below and the snow-white clouds around, was so excited that she kept babbling, her big watery eyes curved into crescents, and she smiled very happily. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan settled their family in the shelter in Kyoto. There was no obstacle during the period. It was very smooth. The names of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are well known to all the high-ranking officials in Kyoto. With just a simple sentence, the two of them can arrange their families to enter the shelter in Kyoto without any procedures. In contrast, even the current president of Kyoto University has to go through various procedures and be blocked if he wants to settle his family in. After settling his family, Lin Zichen did not stay in the shelter for long. Soon, he took Shen Qinghan to the 3 biological channels in Kyoto to check the situation. To see if there are the same biological channels in Shanghai City, which are being attacked by the source aliens. In just a moment, the two checked the 3 biological channels. The entrances of the channels are full of troops, ready to fire at full power at any time. But the channels are very quiet, and there is no sign of being attacked by the source aliens. Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan out of Kyoto and went to other areas to check the biological channels. He checked more than 10 biological channels in a row. It was found that the channels were very quiet. After checking, only biological channel number 36 was attacked by the alien race from the source. Are they concentrating their efforts on attacking one biological channel? But there are so many biological channels on the Earth, why did they choose biological channel number 36? Is it because biological channel number 36 is located in Shanghai City, and Hanan was born in Shanghai City, and then the god of wood suspected that the god of water hid the 3-5 elements in Shanghai City? Lin Zichen thought about it and felt that this was probably the reason. Otherwise, there was no reason for the god of wood to leave so many biological channels unattacked and focus on attacking channel number 36. Lin Ziai, where are we going next? Back to Shanghai City. Shen Qinghan, who was flying in the air, asked. Lin Zichen, well, let's go back to Shanghai City. I am only one step away from evolving into a mythical creature. I need to devour a large number of alien races from the source to help me evolve. Shen Qinghan knew that Lin Zichen would say this. Lin Zichen can devour alien races to become stronger, and he will definitely appear on the front line of the battlefield. After hesitating for a while, Shen Qinghan said, then should we go later, that is, after the war starts, observe the situation first, and then enter the battlefield. She is more cautious and wants to wait until the situation on the battlefield is clear before entering the battlefield to harvest. Lin Zichen knew what she was worried about, and said calmly. No, there is a boundary force on the earth that can suppress alien races and reduce their strength. Even if alien races with a biological level as high as mythical level come, I can deal with it. Seeing that Lin Zichen was so confident, Shen Qinghan didn't know what to say. She believed in Lin Zichen's judgment. She had 100% confidence in Lin Zichen. She positioned herself as someone who could tell Lin Zichen if she had concerns or suggestions. As for whether Lin Zichen would listen or not, she chose to listen to him. This was the experience she had gained from living with Lin Zichen for 20 years, and it would definitely not be wrong. After deciding to return to Shanghai City, soon, the two of them burst out their mental power, turning into two streams of light, one red and one blue, and flew to Shanghai City at a speed that even the spirit could not perceive. Shanghai City, above biological channel number 36. When Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived, the entrance to the channel was already covered with cracks, and it looked like it would break soon. Accompanied by deafening impact sounds and obvious earthquakes. Everyone at the entrance of the channel was tense and ready for a big fight. Lin Zichen glanced at the situation below, got a general understanding of the situation, and soon flew to Qi Qingmo with Shen Qinghan. Before he flew in front of the two, Lin Zichen was a little short of breath due to the pressure coming from the front. This pressure came from Qi Qingmo in front and Xianyu and Wanyu beside her. At this time, Qi Qingmo and Xianyu and Wanyu, the owner of the ball, were hovering just above the entrance of the biological passage. The energy in the bodies of these two mythical masters has been fully mobilized, and they can burst out with full force at any time. Pavilion Master! Pavilion Master! Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan slowly landed in front of Qi Qingmo and called her respectively. Qi Qingmo looked at the two and asked, "Have your family members settled down?" Lin Zichen, "All settled down, settled in the shelter in Kyoto." Qi Qingmo said lightly, "That's good." While Qi Qingmo and Lin Zichen were talking, Xianyu and Wanyu on the side looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan curiously. She knew that these two people were the so-called son of the abyss and the carrier of the resurrection of the water god, and she was full of desire to explore their bodies. Lin Zichen noticed that he was being spied on, and frowned slightly, looking at Xianyu and Wanyu who was spying on him. Xianyu and Wanyu was surprised. She didn't expect that her spying could be detected even though she was so covered. Qi Qingmo also noticed it, and looked at Xianyu and Wanyu with some dissatisfaction and said, "Don't you know that spying on other people's biological information is very offensive?" Xianyu and Wanyu collected her thoughts and smiled, "Sorry, I couldn't help it for a moment." Seeing Qi Qingmo stand up for him, Lin Zichen felt more and more at home with the Pavilion Master of Tianren Pavilion. The Pavilion Master really protects his children, and it's not in vain to join Tianren Pavilion. No, calling the Pavilion Master is too distant, you have to call her a foster mother. Just when Lin Zichen was thinking about this in his heart, a man with white hair on his temples came from the sky and landed in front of Xianyu and Wanyu and asked, "Master, the biological channels in other areas have not been impacted. Do you want to transfer the corresponding troops here?" This is the ancestor of an evolutionary family in Kyoto, a legendary high-level strongman. He observed for a long time. Seeing that only biological channel number 36 was attacked by the alien race from the source area on the entire Earth, he thought it was unnecessary to disperse the troops to various biological channels, thinking that it was too wasteful. The correct approach should be to concentrate the troops and have everyone deal with the situation on biological channel number 36. In response to the proposal of the ancestor of the family, Xianyu and Wanyu said calmly, "No need, there are enough strong people here now, enough to deal with the first wave of attacks that are coming. Although the biological channels in other areas are calm now, no one can guarantee that they will remain calm forever. So, no one should be less of the garrison troops." After speaking, Xianyu and Wanyu turned her head to look at Qi Qingmo on the side and asked, "Master Qi, what is your current level of strength? Do you have a chance to compete with the wood god on this home turf of the earth?" Qi Qingmo answered without thinking, "Competing is not a problem. The problem is that the biggest threat of the wood god to us is that he can make us immortal." When Xianyu and Wanyu heard this, she was shocked. She didn't expect Qi Qingmo to answer so decisively. She realized that she underestimated Qi Qingmo's strength, thinking that the strength of this crazy woman might have far exceeded her and the two licking dogs. But, how did this crazy woman improve her strength? Obviously, everyone's strength was almost the same back then, and they were all stuck in the same realm for thousands or tens of thousands of years. How could she stand out? Xianyu and Wanyu was puzzled. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. At the moment the sound was heard, the number 36 biological channel, which had been full of cracks, instantly exploded into flying fragments. Then, a giant green thorn vine rose into the sky and appeared in front of everyone. Before everyone could react, countless scarlet buds quickly grew on the thorn vine, and then all bloomed in an instant, releasing a large amount of vibrant pollen. Once these pollens appeared, they instantly spread throughout the sky and fell towards the people below. When the pollen fell, it was as bright as starlight, very beautiful. But at this moment, no one dared to appreciate this beautiful pollen. Everyone knew that behind the beauty of these pollens, there were deadly dangers hidden. Buzz. A huge whistling sound sounded. The moment Xian Yuanwanyu saw the pollen, she immediately burst out her source power. A powerful airflow was generated out of thin air, and all the falling pollen was sucked into a ball in an instant. Then, a wisp of flame was ignited, completely burning the powder ball. But the next second, there were several boom sounds. Countless thorny vines shot up into the sky, and like the giant green thorny vine before, they quickly grew buds and bloomed, releasing a large amount of vibrant pollen. Seeing this, Qi Qingmo immediately helped Xian Yuanwanyu clean up the pollen. Seeing this, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan also followed suit. However, there were too many thorny vines, and too much pollen was released. It was impossible to clean them up in a short time. A lot of pollen became fish that slipped through the net and fell to the ground after being destroyed by several people. The moment they touched the ground, these inconspicuous pollens quickly took root and sprouted into the ground, and began to grow wildly at an extremely amazing speed, and in the blink of an eye they grew into various strange and bizarre plants. There were towering trees hundreds of meters high. There were vines that crisscrossed like spider webs. There are weeds that constantly emit a poisonous smell. In just a short moment, Shanghai City, which was a modern metropolis the moment before, became a lush primitive forest the next moment. Then, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, a huge ancient tree that reaches the sky rises from the broken biological channel at a very fast speed, shrouding the entire primitive Shanghai City in shadow. The moment this ancient tree appears, the entire primitive forest immediately comes alive, exuding a vast and vigorous vitality. At the same time, the boundary force that suppresses the alien race is instantly weakened to almost non-existence. Everyone, we meet again. On the ancient tree, an old man in a green robe looked down at everyone and said condescendingly. P.S. Put the bowl, ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 316, War between the Two Worlds. Modern nuclear strikes against the alien races at the Sork. The wood god is coming. When they saw the old man in green robe, Qi Qingmo and Xian Yuanwanyu frowned slightly, and their expressions became solemn instantly. Neither of them expected that the first alien race from the source to invade the earth would be the wood god. At the same time, they also didn't expect that the wood god actually had the means to reduce the boundary force. This time, the home advantage on the earth was completely gone. On the other side, seeing the wood god appear, Lin Zichen did not hesitate for a moment and quickly took Shen Qinghan away from the battlefield. His current biological level is only the legendary 9th level. If it was just an ordinary mythical creature, he would still have the confidence to fight against it. But now he is facing the wood god, an ancient source god who is far superior to ordinary mythical creatures. He knows very well that he is just an ant in front of such an ancient source god. Unless he evolves to the mythical level, and the boundary force of the earth to the alien race from the source is restored, he will never look at the wood god. Boom! A shocking sound of confrontation sounded. The next second after Lin Zichen turned around and fled with Shen Qinghan, Qi Qingmo and Xian Yuanwanyu behind him had already fought with the wood god. Then, 3 huge cracks were torn open in the sky, and Li Lao, Sima Xian and Su Maiziao stepped out of the cracks and instantly joined the battlefield, forming a situation of 5 against 1 with more people against fewer. But soon, as a steady stream of alien races from the source land poured out of the biological channel, the strong men of the source land such as the Lord of Silence, the Old Tree, and the Flower God appeared one after another, and the situation immediately reversed. Under the endless blessing of the wood god, the strong men of the source land all launched a desperate self-destruction attack, catching the strong men on the earth side off guard. Fortunately, the strong men on the earth side quickly adjusted and began to play their own technological advantages, and various large-caliber weapons were launched one after another. In an instant, the entire area was filled with artillery fire, and the sound of earth-shaking explosions continued to sound. At a glance, the situation was barely even, and neither side had a clear advantage. But as time went on, the balance of victory began to lean towards the wood god. Under the blessing of the wood god's endless life, the strong people on the wood god's side are almost immortal. Even if the flesh and blood body turned into a pile of debris in the artillery fire, and became charcoal that would break at the touch, as long as they could get a ray of the wood god's vitality, they could instantly turn the dead into flesh and bones, and revive in full state on the spot. No, the wood god's endless life is too unsolvable for our side. If this goes on, we will be exhausted sooner or later. Su Maiziao frowned and said, we must restore the earth's boundary power and weaken the effect of endless life, otherwise there is no possibility of winning. Xian Yuanwanyu heard it and said, everyone knows the problem, and you don't need to remind me. The key is how to solve this problem. She has always had a lot of opinions about the owner of King Kaiyu Ancient Mountain. Deep down, she thinks that she is just a prostitute who seduces men and has no dignity at all. On the other side, Qi Qingmo said, clear all the alien plants in this area and see if we can restore the boundary force on the earth. Once the others heard this, they began to act, releasing large-scale killing skills to clear the alien plants in the area. The weakening of the Earth's boundary force occurred after the entire Shanghai city turned into a primeval forest. Clearing the alien plants in the city at this moment may really restore the Earth's boundary force suppression on the alien races in the source area. However, this sounds simple, but it is extremely difficult to do. Under the effect of endless life, the alien plants rooted in the ground are also immortal. Even if they turn into ashes, they can sprout again in an instant and quickly develop into luxuriant alien plants. In this way, about 10 minutes passed. The battlefield has already shown a one-sided situation. Under the crazy and desperate self-destructive attack of the alien races in the source area, whether it is the gene fusion, the mechanical cyborg, or the mecha, all suffered devastating blows and suffered heavy losses. Wail. Roar. Loud cries. Various desperate voices instantly filled the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Xian Yu and Wang Yu decisively made an extremely bold decision. She mobilized a trace of source power to strengthen her vocal cords, and shouted to all the generals below. Nuclear weapons clear the field. All those below the epic level retreat. All mechanical cyborgs retreat. Xian Yu and Wang Yu wanted to use nuclear strikes to instantly eliminate all the alien plants on the ground. She knew that even if the alien plants below were reduced to ashes in the nuclear explosion, they would be quickly revived under the blessing of endless life. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that using nuclear strikes could easily destroy alien plants below the epic level, and if the destroyed alien plants wanted to be revived, they would definitely consume the vitality of the wood god. Although the wood god was strong, his vitality could not be infinite. If the alien plants were constantly revived, there would always be a moment when their vitality would be exhausted. Based on this point, Xian Yu and Wang Yu wanted to use the rapid and large-scale killing of nuclear explosions to consume the vitality of the wood god as quickly as possible. As long as the vitality of the wood god is consumed, the earth will have a chance to turn the tables. As Xian Yu and Wang Yu finished speaking, the mechanical cyborgs on the battlefield, as well as soldiers below the epic level, all changed their expressions and evacuated the battlefield as soon as possible. For a moment, a large number of mechanical cyborgs soared into the sky, and flew away from the battlefield at a high speed as dense as raindrops. When these mechanically modified people evacuate, they will do their best to bring one or more gene fusion people who have no flying ability to help them evacuate the battlefield quickly. It only takes a few seconds. On the huge battlefield, the Earth side only has epic-level strongmen and machines that can launch nuclear weapons everywhere. In the distance, there is a skyscraper dozens of miles away from the center of the battlefield. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan stood on the water tower on the rooftop of the high-rise building, observing the situation on the battlefield from a distance of dozens of miles. The battlefield with mythical strongmen entering is very dangerous. But relatively speaking, there are many opportunities, which can produce a large number of alien corpses in a short time. Lin Zichen, who is only one step away from evolving into a mythical creature, is reluctant to give up this opportunity. He chooses to stop on this skyscraper with Shen Qinghan and observe the battlefield from a distance to see if there is a chance to pick up leaks. Lin Ziai, the military is going to use nuclear strikes. Should we leave here? Shen Qinghan said a little nervously. She knew the power of nuclear weapons and was worried that she and Lin Zichen would be affected by the explosion of nuclear weapons. Lin Zichen said calmly, "We are all legendary creatures. Even if we are in the center of a nuclear weapon explosion, we can remain unscathed and there is no need to evacuate." That's right. Shen Qinghan's voice still had a hint of uneasiness. Although the textbooks mentioned that when the biological level reaches the epic level, it can withstand the explosion of nuclear weapons. However, she was still a little nervous about this. After all, the explosion of nuclear weapons is too terrifying, and the visual impact is extremely strong. It doesn't look like an attack that flesh and blood can withstand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the sky ahead, bursts of piercing air-breaking sounds suddenly sounded one after another. Looking in the direction of the air-breaking sounds, Lin Zichen could see a large number of mechanical modified people with flames behind them, flying towards the skyscraper at a high speed. These are some of the mechanical modified people evacuated from the center of the battlefield, most of them carrying one or more gene fusions. Under the blessing of Eye of the Sky, Lin Zichen glanced and saw several familiar faces among this group of mechanical modified people. Mechanical Genius Girl, LV Qingyu. A female genius I met in the military special training before, Zhu Shishi. And a senior who I met when I joined the martial arts team in junior high school, Zhang Kaizi. These three are now members of the Jishin group. As the distance kept getting closer, the three soon found Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan on the high building. Among them, LV Qingyu and Zhang Kaizi slowed down and landed in front of the two. "Why are you two here?" After Zhang Kai finished speaking, he immediately continued without waiting for the two to speak. "The battlefield has decided to drop nuclear weapons to clear the field. You two should leave quickly and don't join in the fun here." As soon as he finished speaking, LV Qingyu on the side said, "I will take you two away. My anti-airflow power device is the latest version, which can burst out a flying speed comparable to that of a rare intermediate-level strongman." Lin Zichen said calmly, Thank you for your kindness, but no need. My and her biological level has evolved to the legendary level and can withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion. What? Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Legendary level? Zhang Kai and Liu Qingyu opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The two had never been to the source land, and they didn't know what was going on there, and they didn't know that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan had evolved into legendary creatures. Zichen, are you kidding? Zhang Kai continued with disbelief, how old are you this year? It seems that you have just turned 20 years old. How could you evolve into an epic creature? Facing the doubts of acquaintances, Lin Zichen didn't say a word of nonsense, and directly released a legendary creature's pressure to prove it. Once the powerful pressure spread, Zhang Kai and Liu Qingyu in front of him collapsed to the ground on the spot, and their hearts were filled with fear of high-level creatures. It's really legendary. Lin Zichen actually evolved into a legendary creature. What's going on? How did he do it? After feeling the powerful biological pressure released by Lin Zichen, Zhang Kai and Liu Qingyu were shocked, and their hearts were filled with shock. They could not understand the fact in front of them. In their cognition, rare-level masters are already superior to others. And the epic-level masters at a higher level are the overlords who can look down on the world. As for the legendary masters, they are the true rulers of a country, living fossils who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years, or even thousands or tens of thousands of years. And Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in front of them are only 20 years old. How can they evolve into legendary masters? This is not realistic at all. Seeing that the two were still in a daze, Lin Zichen urged them lightly, the nuclear explosion is about to start, you should leave quickly, don't worry about us. The two who heard the voice quickly came back to their senses from their daze. Then we're leaving. Be careful. After saying this, Liu Qingyu immediately soared into the air. Under the propulsion of the latest version of the anti-airflow power device, his body instantly turned into a shadow and flew away. Zhang Kai did not stay any longer. He said goodbye to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan briefly, and then activated the anti-airflow power device and flew away. Boom! Soon after the two left, a ground-shaking explosion was heard in the center of the battlefield. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan immediately followed the sound and saw a huge mushroom cloud that filled the entire sky. Before the two of them could comment on the power of the nuclear explosion, dozens of similar explosions were heard in the next second. In the center of the battlefield, dozens of huge mushroom clouds instantly rose up. From a distance, they covered the sky and the sun, giving it a doomsday scene. Lin Zichen was dozens of miles away, and with the blessing of multiple biological attributes such as eye in the sky and danger sense, he was always paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. In his expectation, such regular nuclear explosions would definitely wipe out all alien races below the epic level. And the fact was exactly what he thought. Under the powerful impact of the nuclear explosion, all the alien plants on the battlefield were instantly destroyed and turned into ashes and debris. However, with a burst of vibrant green light, it lit up. In just a few seconds, all the strange plants that had just turned into ashes and debris were resurrected and rerooted in the earth in full bloom. It's over. The nuclear explosion has no effect. Those destroyed alien plants immediately resurrected. Shen Qinghan also saw the situation on the battlefield, and his whole face suddenly became sad, and his heart was full of uneasiness. As soon as she finished speaking, there was another burst of nuclear explosions on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a nuclear explosion accompanied by earth shaking and mountain shaking came. Huge mushroom clouds rose up one after another, filling the entire sky in an instant, shrouding the battlefield below in a shadow that could not see the sun. Those alien plants that had just been resurrected were instantly wiped out by a new round of nuclear explosions and ceased to exist. But soon, with the blessing of endless life, the alien plants that had been wiped out in ashes one moment were all resurrected the next moment and took root in the earth again. Boom, boom, boom. Once the alien plant was resurrected, a new round of nuclear explosions immediately struck. In this way, the nuclear explosion destroyed the alien plant, and the alien plant quickly resurrected in an endless cycle, over and over again, without stopping for a moment. When Lin Zichen saw this, he instantly realized what kind of operation this was. The strong men on the Earth side want to quickly eliminate the alien plants through nuclear strikes, thereby quickly consuming the vitality in the wood god's body. It uses the scientific and technological power of modern society to consume the energy in the body of the strong people in the origin. This is another home field advantage in addition to the nearly disappeared boundary force suppression. It is a technological advantage. Lin Zichen realized this, and the strong men at the source also realized this. Soon, Jizhu, Shu Lao, Flower God, and Poseidon, the four mythical powerhouses on the wood god's side, showed off their magical powers to accurately attack the machines that were releasing nuclear weapons. Upon seeing this, Qi Qingmo and other mythical powerhouses on the earth side immediately took action to prevent them from destroying the machine. Unfortunately, it was all in vain and there was nothing that could be done to stop it. In just an instant, all the machines capable of delivering nuclear weapons were destroyed. The continuous sound of nuclear explosions stopped instantly, and the entire battlefield returned to calm. This side of the high-rise rooftop. Lin Zichen's expression suddenly became solemn when he saw the fighting situation. The strategy of consuming the wood god's vitality failed. The earth side is once again at a disadvantage. In this regard, he couldn't help but murmured, unless the world power on the earth can be restored, the earth side has no chance of winning in this war between the two worlds. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Qinghan on the side agreed, you are right. Her speaking voice was no longer as soft as water in the past, but more cold and uncharacteristic. Lin Zichen, who heard the voice, immediately turned his head and looked at Shen Qinghan who was standing aside. Then he discovered that Shen Qinghan's consciousness beside him had been occupied by the water god at some point. Before he could express his doubts, the water god spoke again, as a son of the abyss, you can restore the lost world power on the earth. Lin Zichen looked confused, then frowned slightly and asked, what should I do? The water god's face was as calm as water and said, it's not difficult. All you need to do is connect the battlefield to the abyss. You can do this easily. P.S. Set the bowls, please recommend monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 317 The Significance of Gene Fusion. Connect the battlefield to the abyss. What's the meaning? The abyss is not the earth? The water god's words directly overturned Lin Zichen's previous conjecture. Lin Zichen's previous conjecture was that the earth and the abyss were the same thing, the same place. But judging from what the water god is saying now, it seems that the earth and the abyss are two different spaces. So, what's going on? Regarding this, Lin Zichen did not choose to meditate on his own, but quickly asked the water god, what is the relationship between the earth and the abyss? Overlapping relationships. The water god replied with a cold voice. After speaking, he continued, the earth and the abyss are two spaces that completely overlap but basically do not affect each other. Only under very specific conditions will they be connected and affect each other. There is a butterfly-like void creature in the abyss that can enter other spaces through dreams, thus connecting the two spaces. Now, you just need to go to sleep and find that butterfly in your dream, and I can connect the earth and the abyss to each other. Once the interconnection is successful, the strength of the world force on the earth can be greatly improved, thus forming a significant suppression on the creatures in the origin. Is the butterfly you are talking about a giant butterfly with a scarlet body that can diffuse light spots containing a large amount of source power? Lin Zichen asked. After listening to the description of the water god, he felt that the butterfly in the water god's mouth was the giant butterfly of the abyss. He had some doubts about this. Why can finding the giant butterfly of the abyss connect the earth and the abyss? What kind of existence is that scarlet giant butterfly of the abyss? On the side, the water god responded, well, the kind of butterfly I just mentioned is the giant scarlet butterfly you mentioned. After speaking, she seemed to know what doubts Lin Zichen had in her heart, and took the initiative to explain. This giant butterfly is an extremely special existence. It is not a creature that we recognize, but an energy body condensed from the life origins of various alien races that died in the abyss. It turns out that the so-called giant butterflies of the abyss are just a group of special energy bodies condensed together, rather than recognized creatures. No wonder they can hardly feel the existence of life in their bodies. While thinking, Lin Zichen asked, I still have a question I would like to ask. What kind of existence is the son of the abyss? Why am I the son of the abyss? Shen Qinghan is the carrier of the water god's resurrection. This is easy to understand. Shen Qinghan has a plug-in similar to the ring grandfather, and this grandfather is the water god, one of the 5 elements gods. As for son of the abyss, Lin Zichen really didn't understand what this meant. After being born as a human being for 20 years, he didn't feel anything related to the abyss in him. When Shen Qinghan is in danger, the water god can come to the rescue. When he was in danger, no existence related to the abyss came to the rescue. The water god replied, strictly speaking, you are not a son of the abyss. The son of the abyss is just like the butterfly in the abyss, it is a ball of energy. The only difference is that the son of the abyss is a more special energy body that will continuously devour energy consistent with its own characteristics. And you only possess a small part of the characteristics of the son of the abyss. For example, devouring the life source of the creatures in the origin. After hearing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but have more doubts in his heart. Do I just have some of the characteristics of a child of the abyss? What does this mean? He couldn't figure this out, so he still didn't waste time trying to figure it out on his own. Instead, he chose to directly ask the water god without any worry or effort, why do I possess some of the characteristics of the son of the abyss? The water god replied, because your parents were fused with the children of the abyss, but their bodies are weak and cannot absorb the children of the abyss, so they can only coexist with them. And you, who were conceived by them together, can merge with the son of the abyss, so you have the characteristics of the son of the abyss. The reason why you can only swallow the life essence of the creatures in the origin is because the children of the abyss are formed from the life essence of the creatures in the origin. In order to prevent Lin Zichen from asking questions after listening, Shui Shen began to take the initiative to explain other points. I brought the son of the abyss out of the abyss. The reason your parents were able to merge with the son of the abyss was because of my arrangement. Back then, I was chased by the wood god and had to escape into the abyss. I accidentally obtained the son of the abyss, and then entered the earth. After entering the earth, because the son of the abyss in my hand was in unstable condition, I chose to store it in the sea of consciousness of your parents nearby. As for me, I entered the sea of consciousness of a woman with relatively excellent water attributes and fell asleep, waiting for the day of recovery. This woman is Su Ming, the mother of your childhood sweetheart Shen King Han. While I was dormant, the energy I emitted was constantly nourishing Su Ming. When she becomes pregnant with your King Mei, I will nourish your King Mei instead, so that she will have excellent water properties from the moment she is born. Then, on the day when your King Mei is about to be born, I will transfer to her sea of consciousness and continue to sleep, changing to a better environment and waiting for the day of complete recovery. After explaining this point, Water God quickly turned to explain other points. If the creatures from the origin want to enter the earth, they must pass through the abyss that overlaps the earth. And the abyss, for the creatures in the origin that use source power as their life energy, is a terrifying restricted area of life. Once inside, the source power in the body will be continuously swallowed by the darkness inside. Even ancient beings as powerful as me and the wood god cannot resist the devouring of the abyss. The reason why I was able to successfully cross the abyss and enter the earth is thanks to my elementalization ability. In the elementalized state, it can greatly reduce the speed of being swallowed by the abyss. I relied on this to successfully escape into the earth and survive. The wood god, who was unable to cross the abyss back then, worked hard for many years and successfully found a way to cross the abyss and enter the earth without any damage, that is, to establish a biological passage. Having said this, the water god paused and then continued. Because the earth and the abyss overlap, the earth also has some characteristics of the abyss, such as restraining the origin creatures that use source power as life energy. The difference is that the earth will not swallow the source power like the abyss, but will suppress the source power, so that part of the source power in the origin organisms cannot participate in the operation of the body. And this is the suppression of world power on earth that you often mention. When I first entered the earth, the world power on the earth was extremely strong, and I directly suppressed my biological level to the legendary level. But after so many years of weakening, the world power on the earth is now almost zero, and the suppression of the creatures in the origin is extremely weak, so weak that it is almost non-existent and can be ignored. No, to be more precise, it's not that the world power has disappeared, but that the world power no longer suppresses the creatures in the origin. The reason is that more and more source elements on the earth have successfully integrated into the earth's environment and become part of the earth. The reason why there are more and more source power elements is that there are more alien life sources on the earth. The water god said, looking at Lin Zichen with watery and cold eyes, and said calmly, the reason why there are more alien life sources, I believe you can think of it yourself without me explaining it. Lin Zichen frowned slightly when he heard this, and then said uncertainly, gene fusion person. Yes, it is the gene fusion person. After speaking, the water god continued to explain, gene fusion has been a huge conspiracy from the beginning, a conspiracy from the wood god. Under normal circumstances, the source force cannot exist on the earth and will be suppressed by the earth's boundary force. It can be understood that the source place is a foreign object to the earth and will cause a rejection reaction on the earth. Later, Mu Shen discovered that when the source power is integrated with the creatures on the earth, it will not cause rejection on the earth. It was also discovered that when there are more source force elements on the earth's suppression of the source force becomes weaker. It seems, as there are more and more source force elements on the earth slowly begins to no longer treat source force as a foreign object. So from this day on, the god of wood began to recruit traders, established a pagan religion on the earth, and let the traders promote genetic fusion. After listening to Mu Shen's explanation, many long-standing doubts in Lin Zichen's mind were solved. First, the reason why the creatures from the origin want to invade the earth is because the water god fled to the earth with the three origins of gold, fire, and earth. The wood god had no choice but to invade the earth in order to unify the five elements. Second, in order to invade the earth, wood god has worked hard for many years to develop the biological channel method. Third, after coming to the earth through the biological channel, Mu Shen discovered that the suppression of world forces on the earth was extremely strong. In order to eliminate the suppression of world forces, he developed the method of genetic fusion. Now, Mu Shen's plan for many years has been realized. Seeing that the time was right, he began to organize troops to invade the earth, in order to obtain the other four sources of the five elements to achieve the unity of his own five elements. When Lin Zichen was thinking about these, the water god opposite spoke again in a calm voice. You may have other questions. However, time is limited now. You need to fall asleep as soon as possible, find that butterfly, and help me connect this battlefield to the abyss. As long as it can be connected to the abyss, the world power on the earth will soon be stronger, and the suppression of the alien races in the origin will also be stronger. I will answer your other questions one by one later. Listening to the water god's urging, Lin Zichen did not fall asleep immediately. He didn't trust the so-called water god, and he wasn't sure whether what he said was true or false. Because in the mouth of the wood god, the water god is an insidious and cunning existence. He didn't know if the water god had any bad intentions or if he was also standing against him. In this world where the weak eat the strong, only by keeping an eye on everything can you survive better. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded. In the center of the battlefield, an extremely dazzling fire broke out, illuminating the entire Shanghai city and even the entire Nanjiang province. Lin Zichen followed the sound and saw that Qi Qingmo and others were seriously injured in the explosion and were in a state of panic. The entire earth was at a huge disadvantage. On the other hand, the origin side is still at its peak condition under the endless blessing of the wood god. Seeing this scene, Lin Zichen knew that he had no choice. Regardless of whether the water god was deceiving or not, he had to immediately go to sleep to look for the giant butterfly of the abyss. Let's see if, as the water god said, we can restore the power of the earth to suppress the alien races in the origin. Thinking about it, he no longer hesitated, and immediately said to the water god with a serious expression. I will fall asleep now to see if I can enter the abyss and find that giant butterfly. I hope you can successfully connect the earth and the abyss. After saying this, he had an idea and put away all his thoughts at the moment. The moment he put away his thoughts, he instantly fell asleep. In the dream. As soon as Lin Zichen opened his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black darkness. This darkness was very familiar, exactly the same as the abyss he had seen before. If nothing unexpected happened, he had successfully entered the abyss in his dream. After confirming that he was in the abyss, Lin Zichen did not waste a second, and quickly wandered around in the abyss without direction, hoping to meet the abyss giant butterfly as soon as possible. Then, in less than half a minute, he successfully encountered a group of abyss giant butterflies. It was not that he was lucky, it was purely coincidental. It was that the abyss giant butterflies would be attracted by the breath emanating from his body, and then actively follow the breath to find him. Soon, the group of abyss giant butterflies that he encountered flew to his head in an orderly manner and began to circle, releasing a large number of light spots downwards. Just as he wanted to absorb these light spots, a clear sound of flowing water suddenly sounded in the dark abyss. The moment the sound sounded, he felt a coolness from the water element under his feet. He was not surprised by this. He knew that this was the work of the water god. If nothing unexpected happens, the earth and the abyss should be connected soon. Thinking about this in his mind, Lin Zichen quietly bathed in the falling light spots, waiting for the next performance of the water god. In less than 3 seconds, the originally dark environment around him quickly began to light up, and a large number of familiar scenes appeared in his vision. The flames rising into the sky. The huge sound of the explosion continued. Shen Qinghan, or the water god, who was standing quietly beside him. Looking at these familiar scenes around him, Lin Zichen realized that he had woken up from his sleep. Then, he immediately opened his 5 senses to check the situation in the center of the battlefield ahead. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the situation, which had been one-sided, was turning around. It was not that Qi Qingmo and others had become stronger, but that the strength of the strong people in the source land, such as the god of wood, had weakened. The god of water did not lie to him. The earth really formed a strong boundary force to suppress the creatures in the source land again. Buzz! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The god of water flashed and turned into a stream of light and flew to the center of the battlefield at a high speed. At the moment of taking off, he said to Lin Zichen beside him, let's go to the center of the battlefield to participate in the battle. While the strength of the boundary force suppression is at its peak, quickly solve the god of wood. After hearing this, Lin Zichen did not hesitate at all, and quickly soared into the sky and turned into a stream of light and followed closely. P.S. Put the bowl, ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 318, Proving the Mythical Creature. The center of the battlefield. The wood god side, which had an absolute advantage, was suddenly suppressed by the earth's boundary force again. Then, the strength of all members was instantly reduced, and they could no longer suppress the earth side. Even, they fell into a disadvantage and were suppressed by several mythical strongmen headed by Qi Qingmo. The main reason why the situation was reversed so quickly was that the biological level of the wood god was suppressed, which weakened the effect of endless life, and then made the wood god's side lose the advantage of immortality. What happened? Why did the boundary force suddenly recover? The wood god felt the suppression of the boundary force on him, and his heart was full of confusion. While he was puzzled, the strong men on his side were beaten back step by step, and they could not withstand the counterattack of Qi Qingmo and others. Especially the sea god who chose to rebel earlier. At this time, he became a thorn in the eyes of the earth side, and was attacked by Qi Qingmo and Su Maiziao. Qi Qingmo was responsible for the physical attack. Su Maiziao was responsible for the spiritual attack. Under the joint attack of the two, in just a few seconds, the body of the sea god was beaten into a ball of blood mist, and his mind fell into chaos and was on the verge of death. Lord Wood God, save me! Under the blessing of the endless life that was not as effective as before, the sea god barely recast his flesh and blood, and immediately shouted for help to the wood god. As soon as the voice fell, buzz! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The wood god controlled a thorny vine full of vitality to shoot at the sea god, instantly entangled his whole body, and saved him from the joint pursuit of Qi Qingmo and Su Maiziao. This thorny vine full of vitality not only took him away, but also grew a large number of tentacles on the surface that pierced into his body, continuously transporting vitality into his body to help him recover. Under the nourishment of the wood god's vitality, he, who was originally on the verge of death, instantly returned to his peak state. Alive! The sea god who escaped death had a look of relief in his eyes. He thought that invading the earth with the wood god would be a safe task. He never thought that the boundary force that had been greatly weakened could be restored. This almost made him fall on the earth. Lord Wood God, how about we retreat first and go back to the source to make a long-term plan? The sea god was afraid of death and suggested to the wood god with lingering fear. He knew that as a traitor, he would be madly targeted by Qi Qingmo and others. If he continued to fight, he would have a great chance of falling. Whether to invade the earth or not, there was no practical benefit for him. There was no need to help the wood god unite the 5 elements, so that he, who had finally evolved into a mythical creature, would be buried here. There is no need to go back. Facing the sea god's proposal, the wood god said in an ancient and vicissitudes voice. The moment he finished speaking, his human body suddenly turned into green vines all over the sky, crisscrossing in an instant, forming a huge cage, covering the entire battlefield in shadows, completely isolating it from the outside world. So far, there is a special area on the earth that does not belong to the earth, the abyss, or the source, the wood area. In the wood area, the boundary force belonging to the earth is directly isolated, and the creatures on the side of the wood god completely get rid of the suppression of the boundary force and once again obtain the highest intensity of endless blessing. This area I created can only last for a quarter of an hour at most, and quickly get rid of these earth creatures. The wood god, who turned into a green vine cage, was no longer as calm as before, and urged with a hint of urgency. Hearing this, the tree elder, the flower god, the master of silence, and the sea god, without any hesitation, quickly burst out the source force and killed the mythical strongmen such as Qi Qingmo with the strongest posture. They want to fight quickly and get rid of all opponents within a quarter of an hour. At the same time, the wood god, who had transformed into a cage, also summoned a large number of vines, and attacked Qi Qingmo and others with a force that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! 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 In an instant, the fierce fighting sounded like the surging sea, one after another, deafening. The intensity was so great that even the air was wiped out. The entire airtight green vine cage was full of life-destroying flames as if it were the end of the world. But even such a fierce aftermath failed to damage the green vine cage. The entire cage, as if it was transformed by the rules, would not be damaged no matter how much attack it suffered. It could only wait for a quarter of an hour for the cage to destroy itself. I can't hold on any longer, help me. Su Maiziao, whose body was relatively weak, became the first target of the sea gods. Under the deliberate targeting of the opponent, she soon couldn't resist, and her body and spirit were greatly damaged. However, at this moment, whether it was Qi Qingmo, Xianyu and Wangyu, or the 2 lustful men, Li Lao and Sima Xian, they all seemed to be overwhelmed by the fierce attack of the wood god and had no time to rescue Su Maiziao. Su Maiziao, who noticed this, was suddenly filled with despair. When she was about to be annihilated, she let go of everything to the wood god and shouted loudly, "Lord Wood God, I am willing to follow you." She didn't want to die, and didn't want her fellow tribesmen in King Kaiyu Ancient Mountain to be buried on earth. She chose to join the advantaged side to gain a glimmer of life. She didn't have any entanglement of betrayal. Because as the fox girl of King Kaiyu Ancient Mountain, she should have done everything for her own benefit. Playing both sides is the survival rule of the fox girl in King Kaiyu Ancient Mountain. Whoever is strong will depend on whom, and whoever is weak will betray whom, without any trace of guilt. Allow. The ancient and time-worn voice of the wood god sounded faintly from high in the sky and reached the ears of every creature in the cage. The moment the sound sounded, a green ivy with lingering vitality on the surface turned into a green stream of light and shot towards Su Maiziao below, instantly penetrating her Tianmen. Then, vast vitality poured into her body like water, repairing her dilapidated body at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time invaded her sea of consciousness and controlled her consciousness so that she could not betray her in the future. You damn vixen, all the fox girls in your mountain will be reduced to bed slaves. Seeing Su Maiziao's betrayal, Xianyu and Wangyu, the Earth's Lord, was so angry that she cursed on the spot. Mr. Li and Synopsis on the other side also looked angry. They didn't expect that the fox fairy they liked would be such a greedy and fearful villain, and they would become rebellious so quickly. Everyone, the situation is over. There is no need to turn into nothingness in this war with no hope of victory. Join my side, let's deal with the water god together, and evolve to a higher level together. The disasters that the earth is suffering at the moment are all caused by the water god. He is your real enemy. The ancient and vicissitudes of voice kept echoing in the cage, bewitching Qi Qingmo and others. Soon, Su Maiziao, who had just defected to Mu Shen's side, persuaded with a gentle voice, Lord Mu Shen is right, we can obviously coexist, why should we fight to the end? While she was saying these words, her soul-stirring eyes were fixed on Mr. Li and Synopsis, trying to persuade these two old lovers with her gentleness. Don't be bewitched by the wood god. Suddenly, a cold voice came from underground. Soon after the sound rang out, a large amount of groundwater seeped out from the ground to the surface, condensing into a graceful figure of a girl under the gaze of everyone. When he saw the girl for the first time, Qi Qingmo couldn't help but be stunned. King Han? How could it be her? Qi Qingmo looked at Shen Qinghan who suddenly appeared in the cage, his face full of doubts and confusion. But soon, she discovered the clues. No, it's not King Han. It's the water god. She sensed an extremely powerful energy wave from Shen Qinghan in front of her. It was a powerful energy wave at the same level as the wood god. Except for the water god, who was also the god of the 5 elements like the wood god, no other existence could possess such a powerful energy wave. Other side. The moment he saw the water god appear, the face of the sea god not far away changed drastically. His heart was instinctively filled with fear and he wanted to flee the scene. The power of the water god has already penetrated deeply into his heart. Even though he has now evolved into a supreme mythical creature and received the protection of the wood god, his body will still tremble uncontrollably when facing the water god. The water god saw the former traitor. However, the water god ignored it and continued to say in a cold voice. Both the earth and the origin are composed of the 5 original elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once a certain creature realizes the unity of the 5 elements, the 5 original elements contained in the earth and the source will be swallowed up by that creature. And the earth and the origin without these 5 original elements will be destroyed instantly and turned into nothingness. The reason why I stopped the 5 elements unification back then was precisely because I discovered this. He just finished speaking. The next second, the fearful sea god not far away shouted hysterically, "Don't believe in the water god. He has no emotions at all. He will never give up on the unity of the 5 elements just because the earth and the source will be destroyed." When the water god heard the sound, he looked expressionlessly at the Poseidon who was hiding behind the wood god. His calm gaze seemed to contain terrifying power, and the fear in Poseidon's heart burst out like a fountain. Poseidon could not contain the fear in his heart, and in the next moment he chose to run away, rushing towards the entrance of the biological passage as fast as he could in his life. The moment he was about to reach the entrance, boom! A large amount of groundwater rose into the sky from the entrance of the biological passage and turned into a huge palm. It crushed the Poseidon who wanted to escape back to the source into a ball of blood, dyeing the entire palm made of water red. The mythical powerhouses present all watched this scene quietly. It wasn't until they discovered that the Poseidon who had been crushed into bloody water was not resurrected with the blessing of endless life, that the faces of these mythical powerhouses began to show expressions of shock and even fear. The endless life has failed. Creatures that die in the hands of the water god cannot be resurrected with the blessing of endless life. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the water god, full of fear for this mysterious water god. Poseidon died too quickly, with no resistance the whole time. This made the mythical powerhouses present feel a little sad and worried that they would end up with the same fate sooner or later. Especially Su Maiziao, the owner of the ancient King Kaihu mountain who had just rebelled against the wood god. At this time, the face of the pure and lustful beautiful woman was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. The water god is a god who is on the side of the earth. She is afraid that after the water god kills the Poseidon, he will next take action against her, the traitor. However, her worries were unfounded. The water god did not attack her, but chose to attack the wood god who had transformed into a green vine cage. At this time, the water god had not fully recovered, and there was not much energy in his body. For him, the most urgent thing now was to disintegrate the wood god's wood domain and let the previously separated boundary force return to the battlefield. Soon, as the water god's eyes condensed, a heavy rain suddenly fell in the entire green vine cage. Countless bean-sized raindrops fell densely from the sky, dripping on the ground. At the moment the raindrops appeared, the indestructible green vine cage began to disintegrate rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After losing the moisture contained in the green vines that intertwined into the cage, they all withered into dry and rotten wood, and kept sliding down from the sky. It was just a blink of an eye. The green vine cage that just covered the sky and the sun no longer existed at this time. The wood domain that could isolate the boundary force was completely disintegrated. Faced with this situation, the three mythical strong men on the side of the wood god, the flower god, the tree elder, and the Lord of Silence, all showed fear and wanted to retreat. The wood god, who was the leader among them, smiled faintly and said to the water god, "It's better to show up yourself, so that I don't have to spend some energy to find you when the time comes." The moment he finished speaking, the wood god once again turned into a green vine all over the sky, rushing towards the water god with endless source power. He knew very well that the water god had not yet fully recovered and there was not much energy left in his body. He only needed to deal with the water god for a while, and the water god would soon be defeated. Facing the attacking wood god, the water god did not confront him head-on. Instead, he quickly switched to the elemental state to offset the damage caused by the wood god to him as much as possible. Seeing this, Qi King Mo quickly turned into a stream of light and killed the wood god to assist the water god. Seeing this, Xian Yu and Wan Yu and the other two also followed closely and killed him. The flower god, the tree elder, and the Lord of Silence also killed him at almost the same time and joined the battle. On the other side, Lin Zichen, who was originally outside the green vine cage, successfully entered this mythical battlefield after the green vine cage was disintegrated. After entering the battlefield, he did not join this mythical battle without knowing his own strength, but quickly locked his eyes on the blood in the sky. That was the blood of the sea god, which contained the vast source of life and source power. Without any hesitation, Lin Zichen flashed in the first time and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the blood. The moment he touched the blood, he immediately thought, "Swallow it." You devoured a large amount of the life source of the sea god, and you gained the biological attribute, Deep Sea Overlord. You devoured a large amount of source power from the sea god, and the source power was transformed into blood and spirit, and your blood and spirit strength were greatly improved. Your biological level successfully evolved from legendary 9th order great perfection to mythical 1st order. At the moment when the last text prompt message appeared, the whole world suddenly darkened, and all the creatures in it completely lost their 5 senses and got lost in the darkness where they could not see their hands in front of them. P.S. Put the bowl, ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 319, Visions of Heaven and Earth from the Abyss. The bright battlefield suddenly fell into endless darkness. The mythical masters, including the god of water and the god of wood, all completely lost their 5 senses, and there was darkness wherever they looked. What happened? What happened? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Why did the 5 senses suddenly disappear? At this moment, both the mythical masters on the earth side and the mythical masters on the origin side fell into an unknown panic. As mythical masters, they have always been high above, looking down on the world, and dominating everything around them. They have never been at a loss and full of anxiety like now. The god of water and the god of wood, who are at the top of their combat power, stopped fighting at this time. These two ancient gods from the origin did not dare to act rashly for a while, and their faces were frowned with doubts and confusion. The dark darkness in front of them that can swallow the 5 senses is very familiar to them. They have been in the same environment before. They thought about it and finally got an answer in their hearts: the abyss. The darkness in front of him was exactly the same as the environment in the abyss, without any difference. But what happened? Why did the entire battlefield suddenly become an abyss? Was it formed naturally? Or was it man-made? The water god and the wood god were puzzled by this, and the more they thought about it, the more uneasy they felt. Especially the wood god, who was playing away, suspected that the darkness in front of him was the work of the water god, and he had already begun to retreat. If it weren't for the darkness around him and he couldn't tell the direction at all, he would have rushed into the biological passage at this moment, returned to the source and made a long-term plan without taking any risks. Just when these strong men were deeply uneasy and at a loss for a while, the pitch-black battlefield gradually became a little brighter. Then, all the strong men clearly felt a huge gravitational force coming from above their heads. Looking up in the direction of gravity. The next second, what came into the eyes of these strong men was a huge black hole that was swallowing everything. At the moment of seeing the black hole, the strong men were extremely confused. Black hole? How could there be a black hole here? Is it an illusion? Just when most of the strong men were thinking this way, suddenly, the gravity of the black hole above their heads increased greatly, and they were all sucked in instantly. They had no power to resist the whole process. They were sucked in instantly. At the moment of being sucked in, the strong men lost their 5 senses again and fell into a void of darkness. But soon, the darkness receded. A large area of bright light appeared in the field of vision. Familiar things came into view again. When the strong men regained their 5 senses, they found that they had returned to the battlefield. The position they were in was exactly the same as before they fell into the darkness at the beginning, without any movement. For this point, the strong men all had the same guess in their hearts. The blackness just now was most likely an illusion, not that they were really teleported to another space and then teleported back. Suddenly, the strong men all noticed a figure. The figure was emitting a biological pressure belonging to a mythical creature. There was a mythical strongman on the battlefield out of nowhere, which made everyone frown slightly, and their minds were full of thoughts. Among them, those who knew this figure were full of shock and unbelievable. Qi Qingmo's deep beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Zichen actually evolved into a mythical creature? Xian Yuanwanya was shocked. How did this son of the abyss suddenly evolve into a mythical creature? The water god had a calm face, knowing that it was Lin Zichen who swallowed the blood of the sea god. The blood of the sea god was what he left for Lin Zichen. He needed Lin Zichen, who had 1,000 connections with the abyss, to evolve into a mythical creature, and he needed Lin Zichen, who had evolved into a mythical creature, to help him solve the wood god. The wood god was an ancient god of a very high rank. He could not completely solve the wood god by himself. Only with the help of the power of the abyss could he completely solve the wood god and make the wood god disappear from this world. To be more precise, it was not disappearance. Instead, it made the wood god lose his self-consciousness and become the wood element scattered all over the world. Or the origin of wood. On the other side, Lin Zichen, who successfully evolved into a supreme mythical creature, was carefully feeling the changes in his body. The strength of his blood and spirit has been greatly improved exponentially. The 5 senses can cover the entire world. There are also other body functions that have been significantly improved. These physical enhancements were all within Lin Zichen's expectations. What surprised him was that the originally clear and transparent sea of consciousness had now become pitch black. This pitch black was not simply nothingness, but contained extremely vast energy. It was a much purer and more powerful energy than blood and spirit. Lin Zichen realized that this pitch black in the sea of consciousness might be energy from the abyss, energy from the son of the abyss. Without thinking too much. Soon, Lin Zichen came back to his senses from this thought. With a dark gaze, he met the gazes of several mythical masters. Then, with the thought, he triggered danger sense to spy on the biological information of every master present. Mythical 4th level. Mythical 5th level. Mythical 6th level, Great Perfection. Mythical 7th level. Mythical 9th level. With the blessing of danger sense, Lin Zichen discovered that the biological information that he could not peek at, now that he has evolved into a mythical creature, he can peek at it. All the biological information that he peeked at slowly emerged in his sea of consciousness. Except for the water god and the wood god, all the other mythical masters present were all peeped at by him. When the mythical creatures he was peeping at realized that they were being peeped at by Lin Zichen, they all looked shocked and unbelievable. What's going on? How can he, a newly promoted mythical creature, be able to peek at the biological information of so many old mythical masters? What is this method? After peeping at the biological information, under the gaze of the masters, Lin Zichen directly tore a crack in the air with his bare hands, crossed the void and came to Qi Qingmo's side, becoming a member of the mythical masters on the earth. He could have gone directly to the side of the water god. However, he was more willing to believe Qi Qingmo than the water god. The water god didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that he had successfully evolved into a mythical creature, he came to his senses and said to him immediately. You have completely acquired the ability to connect to the abyss. Just like what you did just now, you can make the entire battlefield dark and turn the battlefield into your home field. When saying this, the water god's voice was a little urgent. He couldn't wait to deal with the wood god and annihilate him on earth, lest he escape back to the source and make a comeback in the future. Hearing the water god's urging, Lin Zichen didn't hesitate at all. He quickly thought and connected the battlefield and the abyss without a teacher. The moment the 2 worlds were successfully connected, the originally bright battlefield suddenly became dim. It wasn't pitch black. It was just a hazy darkness. Although Lin Zichen, who had just evolved into a mythical creature, had greatly enhanced his strength, it was limited and he couldn't completely connect the earth and the abyss. At most, it can make the earth fall into a hazy darkness, bring stronger boundary force, and further suppress the source creatures. Although the suppression is limited, as long as it can weaken the strength of the wood god, it is enough for the extremely powerful water god, and the advantage is big enough. Kill him first. The wood god, who felt the threat of Lin Zichen, said to the tree old man and other subordinates in a low voice. At the moment the voice fell, his whole body turned into green vines all over the sky, passing through the void and shooting towards Lin Zichen. The flower god, tree old man, Lord Ji, and Sumai Xiao behind him also followed suit and showed their magical powers, killing Lin Zichen at the fastest speed. These 4 mythical powerhouses are now living and dying with the wood god, and can only go one way to the end and follow the footsteps of the wood god. Facing the targeting of the wood god, Lin Zichen did not panic at all, and quickly retreated behind Qi Qingmo to take refuge. Since the connection between the earth and the abyss, the strength of the wood god has been greatly weakened, and is no longer as strong as that of the earth. In this situation, Lin Zichen only needs to hide in the back to ensure his own safety, and leave the rest to Qi Qingmo and other strong men. Soon, the earth side led by the water god and the source side led by the wood god clashed with each other. In an instant, waves of terrifying aftermath broke out in the center of the fight, shaking the air full of cracks and energy fluctuations everywhere. Lin Zichen, who felt the horror of the aftermath, immediately pulled away to further ensure his own safety. Only a few seconds later, a mythical strongman immediately fell in the center of the battle. The strange phenomena of heaven and earth caused by the fall of mythical creatures instantly filled the entire sky. A large number of scarlet flower buds appeared in the sky, blooming at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then withering at the same speed until they turned into nothingness. From this strange phenomenon, Lin Zichen knew that the flower god had fallen. The flower god, who lost the blessing of endless life, fell first in this mythical battle. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately waved his hand to tear open a huge crack in the air, and appeared across the void at the place where the flower god fell, reaching out to touch the remains of the flower god. Then, a thought came to his mind: devour. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the Sun and Moon Holy Flower and successfully obtained the biological attribute, withering. Withering, you can deprive all things of their vitality and accelerate their withering. You devoured a large amount of the source power of the Sun and Moon Holy Flower, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Mythology Level 1 to Mythology Level 3. It actually evolved directly by 2 levels? Looking at the content in the text prompt message, Lin Zichen's face was full of disbelief and a hint of unexpected surprise. He never thought that after reaching the myth level, he could still jump to the level and evolve as easily as drinking water. This was really a bit shocking. On the other side, the wood god, who was fighting fiercely with the water god, was shocked when he sensed that Lin Zichen had evolved 2 levels in a row. He couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was real. He had lived for countless epochs and had seen fast evolution, but never such a fast evolution. At the mythical level, he could still evolve across levels. This was no longer in the category of creatures, at least not in the category of creatures in his cognition. This kid must not be left alive. He must be killed today. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. With this idea in mind, the god of wood no longer held back, and directly overdrawn his future strength to burst out several times, instantly beating the god of water who was fighting with him without any resistance, and exhausted the energy in the god of water. After beating the god of water to lose his fighting power, the god of wood further burst out his energy, and rushed towards Lin Zichen with the fastest, sharpest, and most ferocious posture. He wanted to kill this heaven-defying existence who was inextricably linked to the abyss on the spot. Seeing the god of wood coming towards him, Lin Zichen immediately burst out his mental power, tearing a huge crack in the air on his side, and then flashed through the crack to avoid the attack of the god of wood. Seeing this, the god of wood tore a crack almost at the same time, controlling a large number of green vines to rush into it, chasing Lin Zichen who wanted to escape. In just a moment, Lin Zichen, who wanted to escape, was entangled by several green vines all over his body, unable to move, and then was pulled out of the crack by the green vines. Just at the moment of being pulled out, an extremely powerful energy burst out from Lin Zichen's body, directly shattering all the green vines on his body into sawdust, and then disappeared into the crack again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More green vines burst out. As soon as Lin Zichen stepped into the crack, these green vines shot into the depths of the crack at a speed comparable to that of a stream of light, chasing Lin Zichen madly. Just when the crack was about to close. Buzz. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Qi Qingmo, wearing a Taoist robe, rushed into the crack at the last moment to help Lin Zichen get rid of the entanglement of the green vines. However, when she entered the crack, the scene in front of her instantly made her face full of surprise. At a glance, the crack was full of sawdust and dry vines everywhere. The green vines that had shot into the crack to chase Lin Zichen before were now all on the ground, lifeless. How can he be so strong? Qi Qingmo felt unbelievable, with a shocked face. Lin Zichen is strong and has a high evolutionary talent, but in the final analysis, he is still a rookie who has just evolved to the mythical realm and cannot have such a strong strength. But the facts are in front of him, which makes him have to believe. On the other side, after successfully dealing with the green vine, Lin Zichen quickly rushed out of another crack. The location of this crack is right behind Sumai Xiao. The moment he came out, Lin Zichen mobilized all his energy and rushed towards the traitor Sumai Xiao with a thunderous force, wanting to kill the traitor with one blow and then devour and evolve. At this time, Sumai Xiao didn't know that Lin Zichen had attacked from behind, and was still radiating mental power to interfere with the judgment of the strong men on the earth in the battle. When she reacted, Lin Zichen had appeared in front of her with boundless energy and punched her head fiercely. P.S. Put the bowl, ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 320 Lin Zichen is the public enemy of all. Lin Zichen stepped through the void and appeared behind Sumai Xiao. He raised his fist full of blood and qi, and with a mighty force that could destroy the world, he punched Sumai Xiao's head. This punch, the vast blood and qi force, directly tore countless cracks in the air, covering the entire sky, Shocking. Sumai Xiao, who is known for her mental strength, has sharp senses and immediately noticed that Lin Zichen appeared behind her and attacked. However, Lin Zichen's speed was too fast, and Sumai Xiao had no time to dodge. Just when she had the idea of dodging, Lin Zichen's fist had already landed on her head. Then, there was a loud bang. Lin Zichen's fist hit Sumai Xiao's head heavily. The powerful impact instantly turned Sumai Xiao's whole body into a ball of blood mist, making her follow the footsteps of mythical strongmen such as the Sea God and the Flower God. The other strongmen who saw this scene all changed their faces, full of disbelief. This talent had just evolved into a mythical creature, and he could kill an old mythical creature with one punch. How could this be possible? Lin Zichen ignored the astonished eyes of the crowd. At the moment when Sumai Xiao was blasted into a ball of blood mist, he did not hesitate at all, and immediately thought, devour. At the moment when the thought of devouring fell, a large number of text prompts emerged from the void. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the nine-tailed fox and obtained the biological attribute Broken Tail Escape. Broken Tail Escape, when you are fatally injured, you can abandon part of your useless body and regain a new life. You devoured a large amount of source power from the nine-tailed fox, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit. Your blood strength and spirit strength have been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Myth Level 3 to Myth Level 4. Evolved again. Sure enough, devouring is still faster to evolve. Lin Zichen looked at his biological level, which was as high as the 4th level of mythology, and felt slightly excited. He knew that the effects of the two biological attributes of the strong eat the weak and eat the source were extremely powerful and could accelerate his evolution to the maximum. However, he never thought that it could be accelerated to such a degree. You know, his current biological level has reached the mythical level, and the evolution speed has not slowed down at all, but it is much faster than before. It can only be said that evolution ultimately depends on whether there are resources. As long as there are enough evolutionary resources, the biological level can continue to evolve at an astonishing speed. On the other side, the other mythical strongmen present were all terrified at this moment. They all sensed that Lin Zichen had evolved again. In just a few minutes, he evolved from a legendary creature to a mythical creature, and then evolved from a low-level mythical creature to a mid-level mythical creature. The speed of evolution was so fast that it was simply outrageous. This kid can't stay for long. The Lord of Silence on the side of the Wood God changed his usual lifeless voice and said excitedly, he can devour the source power of other creatures to evolve himself, which is full of threats to other creatures. If we let him evolve like this, we will be devoured by him sooner or later. We must get rid of him first. As soon as the Lord of Silence said this, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Lin Zichen's performance was too exaggerated. His devouring evolution ability was too threatening to other creatures. This made the other mythical strongmen present feel a little uneasy and full of vigilance against him. A creature that can become stronger by devouring other creatures, according to the law of survival of the fittest, creatures weaker than him are destined to become his food. Moreover, this day will not be too long. As long as Lin Zichen devours a few more mythical strongmen, it is estimated that Lin Zichen's strength can evolve to a strength second only to the two ancient source gods, Water God and Wood God. Thinking of this, at this moment, whether it is the mythical strongmen on the earth side or the mythical strongmen on the source side, they are all full of vigilance against Lin Zichen. They all feel that Lin Zichen, who has the attribute of devouring creatures, should not exist in this world. Otherwise, they will be unable to sleep and eat, worrying that they will be devoured by Lin Zichen one day and become the nutrients for him to continue to evolve to a higher level. Let's do it, kill him first, and then continue the battle. Seeing that the strong men on the earth side were all shaken, the Lord of Silence immediately instigated. Li Lao and Sima Xian on the earth side, upon hearing this, both looked at Lin Zichen, and there was a bit of murderous intent in their eyes. Both of them felt that what the Lord of Silence said made sense. Lin Zichen's devouring ability is too dangerous for other creatures. If Lin Zichen is allowed to continue to devour and evolve like this, it will not be long before all the mythical strongmen present will be devoured by him. Although this is cruel and shameful, but for their own evolution, it is estimated that every creature will make the same choice. Therefore, for an existence like Lin Zichen, he must be dealt with first. It must be dealt with now. Otherwise, when the war between the two worlds is over, Lin Zichen will probably have devoured and evolved a lot more. It will not be so easy to deal with Lin Zichen at that time. On the other side, Xianyu and Wanyu and Qi Qingmo were also looking at Lin Zichen. The former frowned slightly, a little hesitant, and didn't know what decision to make for a while. Deep in her heart, she agreed with the words of the Lord of Silence. However, when she thought that Lin Zichen was from Earth, she felt that she shouldn't attack Lin Zichen. Qi Qingmo on the side had a lot of thoughts in his heart at this time. However, she was not debating whether to take action against Lin Zichen like others. She just suddenly understood, and finally figured out why Lin Zichen could evolve so quickly. It turns out that Lin Zichen has a biological attribute that can swallow evolution and evolve like drinking water. This allowed him to start a simple evolutionary life as soon as he was born, and evolved into a mythical creature at the age of 20. Not far away, Lin Zichen, who was being stared at by the powerful men around him, could clearly feel the killing intent coming from around him. He frowned, secretly thinking that he was careless. Previously, when he saw a fallen mythical creature, because of his eagerness to devour it, he temporarily forgot to hide the biological attribute that he could evolve by devouring other creatures, and directly exposed it in front of many powerful people. This carelessness has put him in a difficult situation where he is a public enemy. Do it and kill him. Lord Ji said to Mr. Li and Sima Xian on the earth side. He saw murderous intent in the eyes of these two people and knew that these two people would definitely follow him. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, the Lord of Silence flashed forward and charged towards Lin Zichen with the black mist that covered the sky and the sun. Seeing this, Mr. Li and Sima Xian looked at each other, and then mobilized the energy and blood in their bodies at the same time to follow Ji Zhu to deal with Lin Zichen. First, he felt that Lin Zichen was a great threat, and for the sake of his own safety, he had to get rid of Lin Zichen no matter what. Second, Lin Zichen killed Su Mai Xiao. As lovers, they had hatred in their hearts, so they could justifiably kill Lin Zichen to take revenge. Based on the above 2 points, both emotional and rational, Lin Zichen had to die. However, before Mr. Li and Sima Xian could attack Lin Zichen, Qi Qingmo on the side turned into a stream of light and rushed out. The next moment, only a boom was heard. Ji Zhu, who was killing Lin Zichen very quickly, was blasted into a large blood mist by the palm of Qi Qingmo, who rushed over on the spot. His vitality was quickly lost and he was on the verge of death. But soon, this blood mist was being recast in flesh and blood at an extremely fast speed under the influence of endless life. However, as soon as the flesh and blood was recast, it was shattered by Qi Qingmo's palm, and both body and soul were destroyed on the spot, triggering a strange phenomenon in the world. Swallow quickly. After killing Lord Ji with 2 palms, Qi Qingmo immediately urged Lin Zichen. She is different from the other strong men present. She believed in Lin Zichen's character and was not worried that Lin Zichen would devour her if he became stronger in the future. Opposite me, Lin Zichen didn't say anything, but silently said in his heart, "Foster mother, please accept my respects." Immediately, he quickly flashed and appeared in front of the blood mist of Lord Ji. He stretched out his hand to touch it and then said, "Devour. You have swallowed a large amount of the life source of extremely yin foreign objects and obtained the biological attribute extremely yin body. Extreme yin body, your strength can be greatly improved when you are in a dark environment. You have swallowed a large amount of source power from extremely yin foreign objects, and the source power is converted into qi, blood, and spirit. Your qi, blood, and mental strength have been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from mythical level 4 to mythical level 5. The biological level has evolved again. Myth level 5. Lin Zichen felt faintly excited. He evolved several levels in a short period of time, and it was still several levels of the mythical level, which gave him great pleasure. As long as this evolutionary speed can be maintained, it may not be long before the upper limit of the myth level can be exceeded. When Lin Zichen was thinking about this. In contrast, the other mythical powerhouses present frowned and looked uneasy. Evolved again. This earthling who is only 20 years old has actually evolved to the 5th level of mythology. If he leaves it alone, his biological level will probably surpass anyone present sooner or later. For a moment, all the strong men looked solemn. They all felt a huge threat from Lin Zichen and wanted to nip him in the cradle in advance. Among them, Mr. Li, Sima Xian, and Xian Yu and Wang Yu looked at each other, and they were all thinking about whether to take action against Lin Zichen. Now on the Wood God side, only Wood God and Shu Lao are dead, so there is nothing to fear. Now the biggest threat has become Lin Zichen, who can devour evolution. Qi Qingmo noticed the thoughts of the 3 people and said in a warning tone, "I will always be on the same front with him. If you want to take action, you'd better think carefully." Her trust in Lin Zichen far exceeded her trust in those 3 people. She and those 3 people all survived from that era, and she knew what the characters of those 3 people were. In that era, none of the people who could evolve into mythical creatures were kind, and they were all cruel and ruthless people. Including Qi Qingmo himself. In order to successfully evolve into a supreme mythical creature, she had sacrificed many creatures, and her hands were covered in blood. The 3 people of the same era as her also did many things of the same nature. Therefore, compared to Mr. Li, Sima Xian, and Xian Yu and Wang Yu, she was more willing to believe in Lin Zichen's character and chose to stand on the same front as Lin Zichen. Seeing Qi Qingmo supporting Lin Zichen so much, Xian Yu and Wang Yu and others felt a little confused. Based on their understanding of Qi Qingmo should be the first to take action against Lin Zichen at this time. But the reality is that Qi Qingmo not only did not attack Lin Zichen, but also firmly stood on the same front with him. Such a choice is not in line with her cold-blooded and ruthless personality. Could it be that there is some shameful relationship between these 2 people? Xian Yuanwanyu and others suddenly thought of this and suspected that Qi Qingmo and Lin Zichen had a relationship between a man and a woman. However, despite their suspicions, the three did not go to the bottom of it. Because the three knew that their suspicions might make their future lives uneasy. After thinking about this, Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Xian Yuanwanyu did not dare to act rashly. Under the suppression of the boundary force, creatures like them who use source force as their original energy have been greatly weakened. And creatures like Qi Qingmo who use the power of Qi and blood as their original energy have not been affected. In this case, Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Xian Yuanwanyu may not be able to defeat Qi Qingmo even if they join forces, and they may even be defeated and killed by Qi Qingmo one by one. Just when the atmosphere at the scene was somewhat dead silent, the water god who had been silent on the side said in a cold voice. Our most urgent thing to do is to get rid of the wood god and the tree elder in front. As long as we can get rid of the wood god and stop his fantasy of wanting to unite the five elements, the earth and the source will not be destroyed. Other than that, everything else should be put behind this matter. As the water god's words fell, the tree elder opposite turned pale and was extremely desperate. The wood god, who was in the lead, was always calm, without a trace of ripples. Buzz. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Qi Qingmo flashed and turned into a stream of light to kill the tree elder in front. The tree elder wanted to escape, but his body was suppressed by the boundary force, which weakened his strength. There was an insurmountable gap between him and Qi Qingmo, and he could not stop Qi Qingmo from killing him. Soon, there was a boom sound. The old tree, who had no time to dodge, was blasted into sawdust by Qi Qingmo. His vitality was instantly lost and he died on the spot. At the same time, a large area of withered trees instantly filled the sky. Engulf it! Qi Qingmo, who killed the old tree instantly, shouted to Lin Zichen with a hint of urging. At the moment she finished speaking, she flashed and killed the wood god on the side. Seeing this, Lin Zichen did not waste even half a second. He flashed and appeared in the large amount of falling sawdust at the fastest speed. Then, under the gaze of many mythical strong men, he thought, engulf. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you. Chapter 321 A Mythical High-Level Warrior. 1 against 2. Killing by leaps and bounds. You devoured a large amount of the life source of the world tree and obtained the biological attribute Lord of all plants. Lord of all plants, you can control any plant with a lower biological level than you. You devoured a large amount of source power from the world tree, which was converted into blood and spirit. The strength of your blood and spirit has been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from mythical level 5 to mythical level 6. Evolved again. There is only one step left to evolve into a mythical high-level creature. Lin Zichen was slightly excited. The effects of the two biological attributes survival of the fittest and source devouring far exceeded his imagination. In just one day, these two biological attributes directly allowed him to evolve from a legendary creature to the 6th level of mythology. It was even more fantastic than a dream, and it was unbelievable. On the other side, Qi Qingmo, who turned into a stream of light, had already killed the isolated and helpless wood god alone. In an instant, the flames shot up into the sky, and a large area of horrific aftermath impacted everything around, shaking the air with spider web cracks, which was shocking, as if the end of the world had arrived. Qi Qingmo was very strong, so strong that she could fight the wood god alone. The blood and energy released from her body was like the scorching sun in the sky, emitting a scorching temperature that seemed to melt everything. In just a blink of an eye, the green vines controlled by the wood god evaporated into nothingness. However, the power of the wood god was far beyond everyone's imagination. Even though his strength was weakened by the suppression of the boundary force, he was still much stronger than Qi Qingmo at this moment. With just a thought, he summoned more and more powerful green vines, and shot towards Qi Qingmo with source power enough to destroy the entire battlefield. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Countless thorny and thick green vines, like poisonous snakes with sharp fangs, tore through the void and shot towards Qi Qingmo at high speed. Wherever they passed, even the air was wiped out and turned into nothingness. On the opposite side, facing a large number of green vines that attacked with the momentum of covering the sky and the sun, Qi Qingmo was not afraid at all, and once again burst out with the blood and Qi power as hot as the sun, and chose to fight head-on. However, this time the blood and Qi power she exuded was no longer effective and could not hurt the green vines at all. In response, she frowned and wanted to escape as soon as she reacted. Unfortunately, under the cover of the green vines, she just made a move to escape, and the next second the whole person quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, and was bound by the thick green vines like a cicada pupa and fell to the ground. After dealing with Qi Qingmo, the god of wood immediately turned his target to lock on the god of water, and controlled a large number of green vines to rush towards the god of water. The water god knew that he had very little energy left in his body, so he retreated and shouted to Xian Yuanwanyu and others. Come to my side and help me, let's kill the wood god together and bring peace to the earth. Lin Zichen, who heard the voice, rushed over to help the water god. At the same time, he thought and quickly triggered the Lord of the Forest and Lord of all plants. With the blessing of these two biological attributes, Lin Zichen controlled the vines wrapped around Qi Qingmo from a distance of thousands of meters to rescue her from the cicada pupa. In the back, Li Lao, Sima Xian, and Xian Yu and Wanyu also turned into streams of light and flew towards the water god at a high speed. Among them, Li Lao and Sima Xian's eyes did not fall on the water god and the wood god, but on Lin Zichen in front. The two made a decision to take advantage of the fact that Qi Qingmo was bound by the wood god and could not move, and join forces to quickly cut the Gordian knot and deal with Lin Zichen. They believed that human nature was evil, and thought that if they let Lin Zichen continue to devour and evolve, when Lin Zichen evolved to be stronger than them, they would definitely be devoured by him. The two had lived for so many years and had seen and come into contact with many such villains who were kind in front of others but extremely dark behind their backs, and they had some understanding of this. At this moment, this understanding became their vigilance against Lin Zichen. With this idea in mind, Li Lao and Sima Xian looked at each other, and then both burst out their source power and killed Lin Zichen in front at the fastest speed. Xian Yu and Wanyu, who was standing aside, couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw this. As the owner of the earth, she didn't want Li Lao and Sima Xian to attack Lin Zichen, who was also an earthling. However, it was limited to not wanting. Because when Li Lao and Sima Xian suddenly attacked Lin Zichen, she didn't stop them. Instead, she pretended not to see it. The whole time, he was silently watching the water god and wood god in front of him, wanting to lend a hand to the water god, ignoring the fact that Li Lao and Sima Xian were going to attack Lin Zichen. In front, Lin Zichen was still flying at high speed to the battlefield of the water god and wood god, while controlling the green vines wrapped around Qi Qingmo in the air to rescue Qi Qingmo from the cicada pupa. Suddenly, he frowned and sensed two extremely strong murderous intentions from behind him. At the moment he sensed the murderous intentions coming, Lin Zichen instantly realized that it was his existence that threatened other mythical powerhouses, and those mythical powerhouses who were threatened by him were now taking advantage of the chaos to attack him and kill him. In response, he rarely felt a trace of anger towards his own people. Now is the time of the war between the two worlds, and the enemy wood god has not been resolved yet. Li Lao and Sima Xian, two of my own people, are actually going to attack me. They are really out of their minds. Cursing in his heart, Lin Zichen immediately changed direction, bursting out with energy, blood, and spirit, trying to kill Mr. Li and Sima Xian, two disrespectful old men, 1 against 2. Seeing Lin Zichen suddenly turning around and coming to kill him, Mr. Li and Sima Xian were both a little surprised. First, it was unexpected that Lin Zichen could react from such a distance and feel their murderous intent. Second, unexpectedly, after Lin Zichen sensed their murderous intent, not only did he not run away, but he actually turned around and killed them. What does this mean? You want to rely on your 6th level mythical strength to fight against 2 of us and 2 7th level mythical beings? Where does the confidence come from? Regarding the scene where Lin Zichen, a new mythical powerhouse, suddenly changed direction and came to kill him, the 2 veteran mythical powerhouses, Mr. Li and Sima Xian, both felt that they had been insulted and became a little angry. Then, the 2 men spontaneously unleashed all the energy in their bodies and launched their biggest killing moves towards Lin Zichen. They wanted to kill Lin Zichen with one strike to avoid any accidents. Boom boom boom. Following a deafening sound of energy fluctuations, 2 waves of energy capable of destroying the world turned into a raptor and a beast respectively, attacking Lin Zichen at the speed of light. When Lin Zichen saw this, he didn't flinch at all. He just had the idea of sacrificing his own essence and blood to increase the strength of the energy and blood in his body to the maximum, breaking the shackles of the mythical 6th level. Immediately, with another thought, he gathered all the energy and blood into his fist and punched the incoming raptors and beasts. Then, only a loud boom was heard. The terrifying power of qi and blood, like a 10,000-meter-long dragon with boiling essence and blood, rushed forward in a destructive manner, instantly blasting the incoming raptors and beasts into nothingness. How is that possible? Mr. Li and Sima Xian opened their eyes wide, their faces full of horror. They couldn't believe the scene before them. Lin Zichen's biological level is only mythical level 6, which is not as high as theirs. But this young man, whose biological level was not as high as theirs, could easily break through the combined attacks of 2 mythical 7th level killers. This is hell. Soon. The 10,000-meter-long dragon formed by the power of massive energy and blood rushed in front of Mr. Li and Sima Xian and swallowed their bodies in an instant. When the last dragon's tail passed by, the 2 people submerged in it had turned into 2 masses of blood mist, their vitality was rapidly losing, and they were on the verge of death. Lin Zichen didn't give the 2 of them a chance to be reforged with flesh and blood. He flashed and appeared in front of the 2 blood mists. Then with a thought, he burst out with a massive amount of mental power, wiping out the will in the 2 blood mists. Then, accompanied by the strange phenomena in the world caused by the death of mythical creatures, I reached out and touched two masses of blood mist, and the thought came to me, devour. You have swallowed a lot of source power, and the source power is converted into qi, blood, and spirit. Your qi, blood, and mental strength have been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from mythical 6th level to mythical 7th level great perfection. Evolved to a high level of mythology. Lin Zichen glanced at the text prompt information in the void, and felt a little excited in his heart. However, this excitement did not last long and soon calmed down. After calming down, Lin Zichen immediately dived towards the ground to rescue Qi Qingmo who was trapped in the cicada chrysalis. At the same time, on the other side, Xian Yuanwanyu was stunned, her eyes wide open, full of shock and disbelief. Mr. Li and Sima Xian actually died like this? Instantly killed by a young man in his 20s? Am I dreaming? For a moment, Xian Yuanwanyu suspected that she was dreaming or hallucinating, and couldn't believe that the scene she just saw was real. The power displayed by Lin Zichen was far beyond her understanding, breaking her understanding of living things and making her doubtful about life. On the ground below, Lin Zichen landed next to the airtight cicada pupa. With a thought, he triggered the effects of Lord of the Forest and Lord of 10,000 Plants, instantly decomposing the cicada pupa and rescuing Qi Qingmo. The moment he was rescued, Qi Qingmo sat up with a pale face and looked very weak. The green vines that had just restrained her could not only restrict her movements, but also suck the energy and blood from her body, making her body weaker. Seeing that Qi Qingmo was so weak and pale, Lin Zichen sensibly put his hand into her arms, pressed it tightly against her chest, and began to supply her with a steady stream of energy and blood. The two of them had done such intimate transportation work many times in the dormitory of Shanghai University. They were already used to it and would not be embarrassed at all. Moisturized by Lin Zichen's energy and blood. Soon, the color returned to Qi Qingmo's pale face. He looked so energetic, and his whole body was exuding majestic vitality. Have you evolved again? Feeling the power of Lin Zichen's energy and blood, Qi Qingmo's face was a little surprised. Lin Zichen said calmly, Mr. Li and Sima Xian suddenly attacked me just now. I killed them directly with 1 against 2. Afterwards, I devoured their source power, and the biological level evolved to the 7th level of mythical perfection. After hearing this, Qi Qingmo's face became dazed. In one day, he evolved from a legendary creature to the 7th level of mythical perfection. Is this really something that a creature can do? Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the sky. Lin Zichen looked up following the sound, and what he saw immediately was the water god who was defeated by the wood god and was shot down from high altitude. The wood god then took the opportunity to escape into a nearby deep sea and disappeared. Upon seeing this, Lin Zichen's heart immediately tightened, and then he immediately rose into the sky from where he was, flying towards the fallen water god as fast as possible. He was not nervous about the water god, but Shen Qinghan's body. Qi Qingmo, who had recovered, quickly rose into the sky and flew towards the battlefield above at high speed. While flying at high speed, she was surprised to find that her flying speed was actually not as fast as Lin Zichen. She was completely shocked by this. You must know that her biological level is as high as the 9th mythical level, second only to the water god and the wood god. Lin Zichen's biological level is currently only the mythical 7th level Dzogchen, which is 1.5 levels behind her. But with such a huge gap, Lin Zichen could actually fly faster than her, which she couldn't understand. She can understand that Lin Zichen evolves quickly because she knows that Lin Zichen can devour other creatures to accelerate his evolution. However, she really couldn't understand that Lin Zichen could use his 7th level mythical great perfection body to far exceed the strength of his mythological 9th level body. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand it. Just when she was thinking about this, Lin Zichen in front had already rushed under the water god and hugged the seriously injured water god tightly. To be precise, he was not holding the water god, but Shen Qinghan, whose consciousness was temporarily occupied by the water god. Quickly stop Mu Shen. He just forcibly entered my memory, and learned the whereabouts of the 3 origins of the 5 elements, gold, fire, and earth. If he succeeds in uniting the 5 elements into one, the earth and the origin will suffer a devastating blow. The water god said in a very weak voice. Not long after saying these words, he lost all consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Then, Shen Qinghan, who had disappeared for a long time, woke up, with a pair of crystal-clear peach blossom eyes, and murmured in confusion, Lindsay, what's wrong with me? Lin Zichen said calmly, you have just been occupied by the water god's consciousness. I will explain the specific situation to you later. Now I have to stop the wood god. As soon as he finished speaking, he let go of Shen Qinghan in his arms, and his whole body flashed into a stream of light, instantly rushing into the deep sea that Mu Shen had just escaped into. Wait for me. Shen Qinghan didn't want to stay in the sky by himself, so he quickly followed him. Seeing this, Qi Qingmo and Xian Yuanwanyu on the side also rushed into the sea, following Lin Zichen's footsteps to prevent Mu Shen from finding the 3 origins. P.S. Set the bowls, Please recommend monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 322, Gold, Wood, Fire, and Earth. The four elements become one. In the bottomless sea, with the blessing of melting water, Lin Zichen almost completely merged into the sea water, sinking at an alarming speed, anxiously searching for the figure of the wood god. The three people behind, Shen Qinghan, Qi Qingmo, and Xian Yuan Wanyu, all broke out at the fastest sneaking speed in their lives, trying hard to catch up with Lin Zichen. However, Lin Zichen's stealth speed was so fast that no matter how much energy they exploded, they could never catch up. In fact, they were still being pulled away, and in an instant, Lin Zichen could no longer be seen. After completely losing consciousness of Lin Zichen's existence, Qi Qingmo, who was chasing at the front, stopped feebly and said to Xian Yuan Wanyu on the side and Shen Qinghan who was behind. I can't see the others anymore and can't follow them. Lin Zichen's sneaking speed in the water was incredibly fast. In just the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, making it impossible to catch up. Regarding this fact, Qi Qingmo felt that it was very unreal. More than a year ago, Lin Zichen was as weak as an ant in front of her. Only a short time had passed, but Lin Zichen's strength was already far beyond hers, which made her feel like she was dreaming. But even if it was a dream, she felt that this dream was a bit exaggerated. A young man who is only 20 years old has a biological level as high as the mythical high level, and it is also a high level among high levels. This is so unbelievable that it is hard to believe that this is a real fact. Xian Yuan Wanyu also stopped, with a look of doubt on her face. His biological level is obviously far lower than yours, so why is his strength higher than yours? How did he do it? Qi Qingmo said lightly, I am also very confused about this. At this time, Shen Qinghan from behind caught up and said to the two of them, Pavilion Master, Ball Master, my telepathy can sense the location of Lin Ziai. If you follow me, you will definitely find him. Since her close contact with Lin Zichen at a negative distance 2 years ago, she and Lin Zichen have established a magical telepathy and can sense each other's existence. At the beginning, the range of perception was very small, and the perception was vague and not obvious. But as the number of negative distance close contacts increases, the range of perception also expands, and the perception becomes clearer, and Lin Zichen's whereabouts can be accurately located. Lead the way, we'll follow you. Qi Qingmo urged. She didn't worry about Shen Qinghan's telepathy. At this moment, she just wanted to find Lin Zichen's whereabouts quickly, for fear that he would be in danger when he encountered Mu Shen alone. Now, she, Lin Zichen, and Xian Yuan Wanyu are the only mythical powerhouses left on the earth. As for the water god, it is still unclear whether he is an enemy or a friend, so he cannot be included. In this case, if Lin Zichen accidentally dies, the earth will be in danger and will be unable to resist powerful existences of the level of the water god or the wood god. Therefore, Lin Zichen, who currently has unlimited evolutionary possibilities, must be protected at all costs. Deep under the sea, Lin Zichen continued to sink at high speed. 10,000 meters. 50,000 meters. 100,000 meters. 200,000 meters. 300,000 meters. 500,000 meters. 1 million meters. When Lin Zichen sank to 1 million meters, he finally touched the deepest part of the seabed. He looked around and was surprised to find that there were animals and plants living in this place. There are fish whose whole body has become encrusted. There are unknown organisms that are transparent and dissolved in the water. There are insects whose bodies are covered with black stripes but emit dazzling white light. There are all kinds of other weird creatures. Lin Zichen was very puzzled by this. This is a million-meter deep ocean with water pressure as high as the sky. Even epic creatures that can withstand nuclear explosions may not be able to withstand it. However, it is incredible that the surrounding creatures, which are only high-level or rare creatures, can survive under such high water pressure. From this point of view, these strange creatures deep under the sea must have some biological attributes that can withstand water pressure. Otherwise, based on their biological level, they would simply not be able to survive in such an extreme environment. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen had an idea and instantly cut off some limbs of strange creatures within 100 meters. A group of strange creatures that were suddenly attacked immediately escaped with injuries, frantically moving away from Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen did not chase them. His purpose in attacking these strange creatures was just to obtain some of their limbs. Then use it to devour the source of life in it. Open the album. See what creature attributes you can get. Soon. As the thought of swallowing fell, a large number of text prompts emerged from the void. You have swallowed a large amount of the life source of deep-sea shellfish and gained biological attributes, son of the deep sea. You have swallowed a large amount of the life source of deep-sea nymphs and gained biological attributes, son of the deep sea. You have swallowed a large amount of the life source of deep-sea demonic insects and gained biological attributes, son of the deep sea. Son of the deep sea, you can fully adapt to the water pressure, temperature, luminosity, and other physical properties of the deep sea. These strange-shaped deep-sea creatures really have such a biological attribute that allows them to survive in the deep sea. Lin Zichen thought as he looked at the text prompt information in the void. Just thinking about it, suddenly, his expression changed, and he vaguely sensed a familiar energy fluctuation in the sea ahead. It was the wood god. He sensed the wood god's energy fluctuation. In response, he did not act alone rashly, but quickly swam back upstream, thinking of meeting up with Qi Qingmo and the others before coming back to attack the wood god. It took only more than 10 seconds. Lin Zichen, who swam back upstream at high speed, successfully met up with Qi Qingmo, Shen Qinghan, and Xian Yuan Wanyu, who were also diving down at high speed. At the moment of meeting, Lin Zichen said to Qi Qingmo, "Master, the wood god is in the water area below, and I sensed his energy fluctuation there." Qi Qingmo heard this without any hesitation, and blurted out, "Let's go and encircle him." As soon as the voice fell, she followed Lin Zichen's direction and escaped into the water. Xian Yuan Wanyu followed closely after seeing this. Lin Zichen was also going to follow, but before leaving, he looked back at Shen Qinghan and told her seriously, "Your biological level is only legendary. It will be dangerous to follow to defeat the wood god. Now retreat to a safe area and wait for me. I will come back to find you after defeating the wood god." "Well, I understand." Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. She knew very well that with her current strength, following Lin Zichen would only become a burden. Instead of becoming a burden to Lin Zichen, it is better to listen to Lin Zichen obediently, retreat to a safe place and wait quietly for Lin Zichen to come back. Seeing that Shen Qinghan was so obedient and sensible, Lin Zichen didn't say anything more. Soon, he had an idea, and his blood and spirit burst out. In just a moment, he caught up with Qi Qingmo and Xian Yuan Wanyu in front of him, and then surpassed the two of them, and was responsible for leading the way for the two. Following the energy fluctuations emanating from the wood god, Lin Zichen led Qi Qingmo and Xian Yuan Wanyu to approach at high speed. About half a minute later, in an area where a large number of deep-sea plants grow, a human-shaped wood god wearing a green robe, with a hunched figure, appeared in the eyes of Lin Zichen and the other two. At this time, the three were less than a kilometer away from the wood god. However, the wood god had no reaction to this and stood motionless on the seabed. Lin Zichen found something wrong and frowned when he got closer. The wood god in front was not the wood god himself, but a puppet that was constantly emitting energy fluctuations. Xian Yuan Wanyu also discovered this and said solemnly, "That's not the wood god. We were fooled and wasted our time on a puppet." Qi Qingmo on the side said, "It's not a waste of time. Since there is a puppet here, it means that the wood god is nearby. Let's continue to look for it." After that, she added, "Time is limited, we will split into 3 groups." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly burst out the source power in her body and fled in a direction ahead at a high speed. Seeing this, Lin Zichen and Xian Yuan Wanyu also fled in different directions. Although they were searching in different directions, the 3 of them did not go too far away, so that others could provide timely support when they encountered the wood god alone. Time passed by like this. Along the way, Lin Zichen encountered no less than 10 puppets disguised as the wood god. These puppets were widely distributed and far apart, and they always emitted the energy fluctuations of the wood god, which greatly interfered with his work of searching for the traces of the wood god. About 10 minutes passed. The 3 returned to the original place and met, and they all shook their heads to indicate that they found nothing. They searched almost the entire seabed carefully, but they could not see the figure of the wood god. The only thing they could see was the puppet that the wood god used to delay time. In addition, no breath of the wood god was sensed. "Strange, I clearly saw him rushing into the sea, how come I can't find his trace?" Xian Yuan Wanyu frowned, thought for a moment and then spoke again to give a guess, "Could it be that there are other spaces in this sea? The source is a world with very messy spaces, and there are overlapping spaces in many places. Especially places like ruins, which basically exist in overlapping spaces." On the side, Lin Zichen suddenly thought of Shen Qinghan after listening to Xian Yuan Wanyu's guess. Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness can connect to the sea, and it was accidentally connected once last time. He thought, if Shen Qinghan can also connect to the sea area like last time, maybe he can find the trace of the wood god in the sea of consciousness. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate at all and immediately said to Qi Qingmo and Xian Yuan Wanyu beside him, "I have a way that may quickly find the wood god who escaped into the sea, you follow me." After saying that, he triggered the effect of luck of melting water, instantly dissolved into the water and disappeared, escaping to Shen Qinghan's location at the fastest speed. Qi Qingmo and Xian Yuan Wanyu did not daze, almost at the same time, quickly burst out their own energy to keep up with Lin Zichen's speed of escaping. Soon, the 3 found Shen Qinghan. At this time, Shen Qinghan was quietly hovering on the sea, quietly waiting for Lin Zichen to come back. When she saw the 3 people breaking out of the water, she quickly flew to Lin Zichen and asked, "Lin Zi, how is it, did you find the wood god?" "No." Lin Zichen shook his head and said. After saying that, he immediately continued, but I have thought of a way to quickly find the wood god, and I need your help. Need my help? Shen Qinghan was a little confused, and couldn't think of how he could help Lin Zichen. But soon, she said to Lin Zichen with a look of confusion on her face, do you want to see if my sea of consciousness can connect to the sea under my feet, and then help you quickly find the traces of the wood god? Lin Zichen, smart, you guessed it right. Shen Qinghan didn't say any more nonsense. When he spoke again, he went straight to the point and said, then I'll give it a try. After saying that, she closed her watery peach blossom eyes, concentrated her mind, and began to spread her mental power to invade the sea below without any guidance. Two different spaces are connected. During this period, Lin Zichen, Qi Qingmo, and Xian Yuanwanyu were all watching quietly, not daring to disturb him. Almost a minute later, Shen Qinghan opened her clear eyes, pursed her lips and shook her head, we can't connect. I guess only the water god has the ability to connect these two sea areas. When she said these words, there was disappointment in her eyes, feeling that she was really useless and failed to help Lin Zichen when he needed help. So, Lin Zichen groaned, and instead of comforting Shen Qinghan, he asked, can you sense the current state of the water god? Is he still sleeping? He wanted to awaken the water god in Shen Qinghan's consciousness sea and let the water god search for the wood god. Shen Qinghan still shook his head and said, I can't contact the wood god. He should still be sleeping in the water god palace. I don't know when he will wake up. Hearing this answer, Lin Zichen frowned slightly, feeling a little troubled. If the god of wood cannot be found as soon as possible and let the god of wood find the origins of the 3-5 elements of gold, fire, and earth, and successfully integrate them, then the situation will become a bit serious. The god of wood himself is extremely powerful. Once he really succeeds in uniting the 4 elements into one, even if all the existing mythical powerhouses join forces, they may not be his opponent. Just when Lin Zichen was thinking this, suddenly, an energy so powerful that it frightened him surged up rapidly from the bottom of the sea below. He was familiar with this energy. It belonged to the wood god. However, the intensity of this energy far exceeds Mu Shen's previous energy intensity. Moreover, it is still exponentially higher. In response, his expression changed slightly, and his whole heart sank to the bottom. What he was worried about finally happened. The long-lost wood god should have successfully integrated the 3-5 elements of gold, fire, and earth at this moment, and his strength has been greatly improved as a result. On the other side, Xian Yuanwanyu also sensed this extremely powerful energy and immediately shouted to the others, quickly retreat. The moment she finished speaking, she took the lead and fled away in an instant. Seeing this, Qi Qingmo followed closely and fled. Lin Zichen didn't hesitate, and quickly took Shen Qinghan away from the sea at his feet. At this moment, the 3 existing mythical powerhouses on the earth all quickly fled away in a tacit agreement, without staying to face the wood god who was about to break through the water. The 3 of them all sensed that the wood god's energy was countless times stronger than before, and they didn't dare to stay and take risks. They all thought that after the water god revived, they would join the water god to surround and suppress the wood god who was countless times more powerful. P.S. Set the bowls, please recommend monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 323, The Earth Lord Falls. At the moment when Lin Zichen and others left quickly, the energy that surged out from the deep sea bed was getting stronger and stronger. In just a blink of an eye, the entire sea surface rolled violently like boiling hot water. Countless creatures living in the sea lost their lives, and their bodies were decomposed into countless tiny particles by the constantly surging energy, completely merged into the sea water, and disappeared in the long river of evolution. Boom! There was only a deafening sound. The turbulent sea surface suddenly erupted like a volcano, with a large heat wave gushing out from the bottom. Immediately afterwards, a green-robed figure with extremely strong energy fluctuations broke out of the water with endless energy, setting off a huge wave, and the momentum was earth-shaking. Lin Zichen and others who were fleeing at a high speed saw this earth-shaking scene, and their expressions instantly became solemn. The power that the wood god burst out when it broke out of the water was too powerful, and it had faintly exceeded the mythical level and reached a shocking new realm. This new realm created a real power gap between the god of wood and the god of water at the same level. He was no longer at the same level as the god of water, but was a higher being than the god of water. In front, Lin Zichen burst out his blood power to take Shen Qinghan away at high speed, while bursting out his mental power to look back and observe the appearance of the god of wood and peek at his biological information. The appearance of the god of wood at this time was very different from the image of the old man in green robe before. The previous god of wood was an old man in green robe with a very old face, but his body looked strong and healthy, giving people a feeling similar to a hidden sweeping monk. The current god of wood has flaming red hair, limbs as hard as stone, a strong and upright body, a breath full of vitality, and a very oppressive pressure emanating from his body. The overall image is a young and middle-aged man at the peak of his powers, which makes people feel uncontrollably terrified at a glance. Looking at the biological information again, the wood god used to be a creature in the mythical category, but now, from inside to outside, it exudes an aura that is faintly beyond the mythical category, which makes people have no courage to fight against it. It is so powerful just after the 4 elements are combined. If he really succeeds in combining the 5 elements, I am afraid that all the strong people on the earth will not be able to hurt him at all. After observing the wood god's brand new state, Lin Zichen thought so in his heart. On the side, Qi Qingmo and Xianyuan Wanyu, who were escaping with him at high speed, also thought so in their hearts, and were somewhat desperate under the powerful pressure emitted by the wood god. The original strength of the wood god was already the pinnacle of this world. Now that the 4 elements have been successfully combined, the wood god's strength has been further improved and increased exponentially. Facing such a powerful wood god, Qi Qingmo and Xianyuan Wanyu couldn't think of what they could do to defeat him. When they thought of this, they felt desperate from the bottom of their hearts. On the other side, the wood god, who had successfully found the 3 5-element origins of gold, fire, and earth and achieved the integration of the 4 elements, soon sensed Lin Zichen and others who were fleeing at a high speed in front of him. In response, he just turned his head to look in the direction where Lin Zichen and others fled, and did not take any action. He was not in a hurry to chase Lin Zichen and others, but chose to stay where he was, close his eyes and concentrate his mind, familiarizing himself with the new body after the integration of the 4 elements. In the past, his body only contained the origin of wood, which had only an endless effect, resulting in slightly weaker attack power than the other 4 5-element gods. Now, after integrating the 3 5-element origins of gold, fire, and earth, the attributes of other aspects of the body have been qualitatively improved. After an unknown period of time, the wood god slowly opened his ancient and vicissitudes eyes, and his old face, which was always calm in the past, showed a rare excitement at this time. After a self-perception, the wood god was pleasantly surprised to find that the powerful energy contained in the body after the 4 elements merged into one was far beyond his expectations. He originally thought that only by successfully combining the 5 elements into one could the biological level transcend the mythical level. He never thought that just by successfully combining the 4 elements into one, the biological level that had been stuck in the realm of the 9th level of mythical perfection for countless epochs had already stepped into a new realm beyond the mythical level. If the 5 elements can be successfully combined into one next, and the biological level can be further improved, then the strength is simply unimaginable. All that is missing is the origin of water. The wood god murmured with a fiery look in his eyes. At the moment the voice fell, his body full of vitality instantly turned into vines all over the sky, covering the entire sky in an instant. Before the 4 elements merged into one, the vines decomposed from his body were all green vines. After the 4 elements merged into one, the vines decomposed from his body had 4 colors: golden, green, red, and brown-gray. These 4 colors correspond to the origins of the 5 elements of gold, wood, fire, and earth, and possess the 4 biological attributes of invincibility, endless life, rebirth from the fire, and immovable as a mountain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of piercing tearing sounds rang out. Each vine transformed from the body of the wood god moved one after another, violently tearing a shocking crack in the air. Immediately afterwards, these vines quickly drilled into the crack like poisonous snakes and disappeared. In the distance, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Qi Qingmo, and Xianyuan Wanyu, who were fleeing at high speed, were maximizing their energy to distance themselves from the sea where the wood god was, while discussing the next countermeasures with a serious look. The wood god has successfully integrated the 4 elements into one, and its strength has skyrocketed exponentially. We feel that even if we join forces, we will not be his opponent. The only way we can defeat him is to wait for the water god to revive. Xianyuan Wanyu, the owner of the earth, said with a heavy voice. The reason why it was heavy was that the biological pressure emitted by the wood god when he broke through the water just now was too strong, so strong that she, who was at the high level of mythology, had some difficulty breathing. Such a gap is a difference between heaven and earth, and it cannot be eliminated by an advantage in numbers. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants after all, and they cannot bite elephants to death just because of their large numbers. Weak ants can only compete with elephants if their bodies evolve to be as large as elephants. But in a short period of time, it is impossible for ants to evolve to be as big as an elephant. Therefore, if ants want to defeat an elephant in a short period of time, they can only ask another elephant for help. At this time, Qi Qingmo said in a cold voice, I think even if the water god is fully revived, it is highly likely that he will not be able to change the current serious situation. Why? Xianyuan Wanyu frowned and asked. Qi Qingmo explained lightly, the pressure emitted by the wood god just now is far greater than the pressure emitted by the water god before he fell asleep. From this point of view, the strength of the wood god, who has 4 elements combined, is already one level higher than the water god. The gap in strength is so huge that it is definitely not something that we can eliminate by simply joining forces with the water god. Qi Qingmo's words hit the others hard, making them feel a little desperate. Pavilion Master, what should we do to change the current situation? Shen Qinghan asked with a worried face. She is only a legendary creature, and she can't sense how powerful the wood god is. For her at this stage, whether it is a mythical powerhouse or a powerhouse beyond the mythical powerhouse, they all look the same in her eyes, and are all out of reach. Therefore, she thought that after the water god revived, together with the three mythical high-level powerhouses Lin Zichen, Qi Qingmo and Xian Yuan Wanyu, she could easily deal with the wood god. Now hearing what Qi Qingmo said, she suddenly felt a little desperate and full of uneasiness. Facing Shen Qinghan's doubts, Qi Qingmo looked at Lin Zichen beside her and said to her, "If someone can grow up in a short period of time to be able to fight against the four-element in one wood god on his own, then I think this person can only be Zichen." After these words came out, Shen Qinghan and Xian Yuan Wanyu looked at Lin Zichen at the same time. Lin Zichen did not look at the two of them, but looked at Qi Qingmo and asked, "What did the pavilion master say?" When he asked this question, he guessed something in his heart. Judging from Qi Qingmo's personality and the sentence grow to. In a short period of time, he guessed what Qi Qingmo would say next. As expected, Qi Qingmo's next words, as he guessed, all revolved around the word devour. Qi Qingmo said, "Zichen, with your ability to devour and evolve, if you devour all the creatures above the epic level in the source, your biological level may be able to evolve to be no weaker than the wood god." Hearing this, Xian Yuan Wanyu's face changed slightly, and she felt very uneasy. If Lin Zichen could cruelly devour all the creatures above the epic level in the source in order to evolve, then in the future, in order to pursue a higher biological level, she, who was at the mythical high level, would definitely not be able to escape Lin Zichen's murderous hands. Never underestimate the evil of human nature. It is common for people to sacrifice the interests of others in order to obtain their own interests. On the opposite side, Lin Zichen noticed the fleeting uneasiness in Xian Yuan Wanyu's eyes. He did not speak to comfort her, saying that he would not be so cruel. Because he thought the method Qi Qingmo said was feasible. When he really needed to do this, he would do it without hesitation. Another point is that when Li Lao and Sima Xian suddenly attacked him, Xian Yuan Wanyu chose to turn a blind eye. This incident made him prejudiced against Xian Yuan Wanyu. "When others attacked me, you chose to stand by and watch. Then when it is my turn to attack you, I will not hesitate." Hiss! 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 Suddenly, a sharp sound of space tearing came from all directions. The surrounding space suddenly cracked into a large number of shocking cracks. At the moment the cracks appeared, countless vines with extremely strong energy fluctuations shot out from the cracks. Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo reacted very quickly, almost at the same time, they made escape movements, each turning into a stream of light and flashing away. Among them, Lin Zichen, who escaped with Shen Qinghan in his arms, fled a few points faster than Qi Qingmo, who was empty-handed and unburdened. As for the weaker Xian Yuan Wanyu, she just made a move to escape, but the next moment she was entangled by several vines that shot out, and she couldn't move at all. Soon, 4 vines of different colors intertwined together, condensing into a figure with a strong sense of oppression. It was the wood god who combined the 4 elements into one. "You ran away very quickly." The god of wood ignored Xian Yuan Wanyu who was bound by vines in front of him, but looked at the direction where Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo fled, and said in a low voice. Looking at the god of wood in front of her, Xian Yuan Wanyu's face was pale and full of fear. Under the erosion of fear, her heart soon began to collapse, and she shouted without hesitation. "Lord Wood, I am willing to be loyal to you." As this sentence fell completely, the Lord of the Earth also surrendered. To a certain extent, this means that the Earth was completely defeated in this war between the two worlds. As the Lord of the Earth, Xian Yuan Wanyu went through untold hardships and finally evolved into a mythical high-level creature that was high above, and could look down on the world from a high position and be admired by countless creatures. With such a happy life, she didn't want to die so meaninglessly. It's better to live than not to live. As for the catastrophe that the Earth and the Source will face in the future, this is just an insignificant matter compared to her own life. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Mythical creatures do not need to rely on a specific space to survive. Mythical creatures can survive well in any environment, and do not have to be rooted in the Earth or the Source to survive. When their own lives are threatened, the Earth and the Source will be destroyed. Are you loyal to me? The god of wood looked at Xian Yuan Wanyu in front of him, with a bit of contempt in his voice. Now, he does not need to win over any creatures to join his command, and he can still control the whole situation. Therefore, when facing the surrenderers, he directly reveals his truest attitude without any disguise. Lord God of Wood, as long as I can live, I am willing to do anything. I will be your most loyal subordinate in the future, no one else. In order to survive, Xian Yuan Wanyu chose to put down all her dignity and show her humble attitude. Just when she thought that the wood god would definitely accept her surrender, the wood god said expressionlessly. It's too late to surrender. Now your surrender will only become a burden to me. As soon as the voice fell, the wood god had an idea and suddenly tightened the vines that bound Xian Yuan Wanyu. Xian Yuan Wanyu, who gave up her dignity to survive, didn't even have time to feel the pain. The whole person exploded into a ball of blood mist with a bang. Immediately afterwards, a red vine shot out from the side, passing through the blood mist at a high speed, and evaporated the entire blood mist into nothingness in the blink of an eye. As the blood mist evaporated, Xianyu and Wanyu, whose biological level was as high as the mythical high level, fell. In an instant, a spectacular vision of heaven and earth filled the entire sky. The wood god didn't even look at it, and directly turned into vines all over the sky again, tearing countless shocking cracks in the air, and then quickly entered it to chase the fleeing Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Qi Qingmo. The focus is Shen Qinghan. He needs to devour the water god sleeping in Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness, realize the long-cherished unity of the five elements, completely transcend the mythical category, reach the end of the biological evolution path, and become the only true god above all things in the world. P.S. Put the bowl, ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 324 The Water God fully revives. Above a dense forest, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Qi Qingmo were flying at high speed. The direction the three were heading was the nearest biological passage. In the current situation, only by letting Lin Zichen enter the source to devour and evolve, there would be a chance to turn the tables. Lin Ziai, there is a large heaven and earth phenomenon behind. Shen Qinghan saw the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by Xianyu and Wanyu's death, and his face was suddenly full of shock, and at the same time, he was a little uneasy. When Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo heard it, they knew that Xianyu and Wanyu had fallen, and their expressions became solemn. It was not that they cared about Xianyu and Wanyu and felt sad for her death, but they saw a mythical high-level strongman fall, and they simply felt sad for the rabbit's death. Lin Zichen looked back at the heaven and earth phenomenon behind him, and a bold idea came to his mind, wanting to go back and devour the source power left after Xianyu and Wanyu's death. Xianyu and Wanyu is a mythical high-level creature. If you can devour her remaining source power, your biological level will definitely be able to improve instantly, which is more useful than entering the source land to devour more beast kings. Let's go back and devour the source power left after Xianyu and Wanyu's death. The wood god will definitely not stay where he is after getting rid of her. It's not risky for us to go back now. Qi Qingmo said to Lin Zichen. She saw Lin Zichen's thoughts from the slight change in his expression on his face. She thought his idea was feasible, so she said this to him. After hearing this, Lin Zichen hesitated for a moment, and finally made a decision, then let's go back. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and rushed to the place where Xianyu and Wanyu fell. The energy left after the death of a creature will remain in place for a period of time. This time will not be too long, at most minutes. After a long time, most of the remaining energy will dissipate. Lin Zichen had to go back before the remaining energy of Xianyu and Wanyu dissipated, so that he could maximize the utilization of it and obtain the most blood and spirit. As two red streams of light flashed by. Soon, Lin Zichen, who was holding Shen Qinghan, and Qi Qingmo, who was empty-handed, successfully arrived at the bottom of the heaven and earth phenomenon. Here, the three of them sensed that there were many extremely strong energy fluctuations in the air. This was the energy fluctuation left after Xianyu and Wanyu's death, and it was still emitting extremely terrifying power, which could easily shock any creature under the myth to death. Lin Zichen did not waste time and quickly came to the center of the energy fluctuation. He thought, swallow. You swallowed a large amount of source power from Xianyu and Wanyu, and the source power was converted into blood and spirit. Your blood strength and spirit strength have been greatly improved. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Myth 7th level Great Perfection to Myth 8th level. Sure enough, it has evolved another level. Lin Zichen looked at the text prompt information that emerged in the void, and his heart was slightly excited. Qi Qingmo, who was standing by, sensed that Lin Zichen's biological pressure had increased significantly, and a fleeting envy could not help but appear in his eyes. She had practiced for countless epochs and experienced countless life and death crises before she had the strength she has today. Lin Zichen, however, had only been born for a short 20 years, and his life experience was almost blank. He did not need to do anything, but only swallowed the source power of other creatures, and his biological level soared all the way to the current mythical 8th level. Compared with such a Lin Zichen, she was like a little beggar in front of a rich second generation. No matter how hard she tried to pick up garbage, the money on her body could not be compared with that of a rich second generation. Lin Zichen's innate evolutionary talent could not be eliminated by her long practice. Let's go, Pavilion Master, let's go to the source. After swallowing the source power, Lin Zichen did not waste time staying there for a long time. After he said this to Qi Qingmo, he immediately took Shen Qinghan and turned into a stream of light, flying towards the nearest biological passage at a high speed. Qi Qingmo quickly came back to his senses after hearing the voice, and quickly turned into a stream of light to catch up with Lin Zichen who was flying away. SHH. 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 The three had just flown a short distance when a large number of shocking cracks suddenly appeared in the air around them. Before the three could react, a large number of vines shot out from the cracks and shot towards the three at high speed. This time, the three did not react as quickly as before, and could not dodge in the first time. In an instant, they were entangled by the attacking vines and could not move. Lin Zichen. Shen Qinghan was suddenly pulled away by several vines entangled in his body and broke away from Lin Zichen's arms. He screamed in shock. Seeing this, Lin Zichen burst out his blood and spirit crazily. With the blessing of biological attributes such as giant strength, powerful strength, lord of the forest, and lord of 10,000 plants, he broke free from the vines entangled in his body in an instant and flew towards Shen Qinghan at the fastest speed. However, just after he broke free from the restraints and flew less than 100 meters away, a large number of vines rushed towards him, instantly submerged him, and entangled him into an airtight cicada pupa. Boom! There was only such a loud noise. The cicada pupa, which was airtight a moment ago, was directly blown up by a huge energy the next moment, and turned into wood chips falling in the sky with a deafening explosion. Buzz! Lin Zichen, with bloodshot eyes, rushed out of the wood chips with a layer of red light all over his body, and flew towards Shen Qinghan who was pulled away by the vines at a high speed. Unfortunately, before it could fly more than 100 meters, it was once again submerged by a large number of incoming vines, and was instantly entangled into a larger and more airtight cicada chrysalis. Boom! Another loud noise came. The newly entangled cicada chrysalis exploded into sawdust all over the sky again. Then, Lin Zichen, wrapped in the power of qi and blood, rushed out again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A harsh sound broke through the air in vain. As soon as Lin Zichen rushed out of the sky full of sawdust, he was instantly enveloped by vines that blocked the sky. Before he could react, he was entangled for the third time and turned into a cicada pupa. This time, with little energy left in his body, he could no longer break free from the shackles of Mu Shen, and was unable to save Shen Qinghan who was pulled away by the vines. He could only be trapped inside the dark cicada, plunged into endless darkness. Just when he felt extremely desperate. Boom! Outside the cicada, there was suddenly an earth-shaking loud noise. The next second, Lin Zichen discovered that the vines wrapped around him were rapidly losing water at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a few seconds passed, and the vines that were full of life just now dehydrated and withered into strips of shriveled rotten wood. With a gentle touch of their fingers, they turned into debris and scattered in the wind. The water god has revived. Lin Zichen realized this immediately. When he broke free from the vines on his body and entered the bright outside from the dark inside of the cicada, a figure of a girl with long blue hair flying behind her came into view. This girl is Shen Qinghan. To be more precise, it was Shen Qinghan whose body was occupied by the consciousness of the water god. Lin Zichen felt the biological pressure emanating from the water god and found that it was dozens of times stronger than before. He knew that the water god had fully recovered and his strength had returned to its peak. In response to this, he was slightly excited and saw a glimmer of hope that he could fight against the wood god. On the other side, Qi Qingmo also broke free from the cicada and immediately flew to Lin Zichen and hovered next to him. She sensed the biological coercion emanating from the water god, and found that it was much stronger than before. She was as excited as Lin Zichen. Although the wood god with 4 elements in one is strong, but with the water god at the peak of his strength, and with her and Lin Zichen joining forces to assist, it might not be impossible for him to fight. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded. With the water god as the center, massive amounts of underground water gush out from the depths of the ground, turning into dragons and phoenixes that cover the sky and the sun, and rush toward the wood god with vast and boundless power. Wherever the dragon and phoenix passed, the space collapsed and the void shook, as if the end of the world was ushering in, making the creatures inside tremble with fear. When Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo saw this, they did not stand still and watch the battle. They immediately burst out with energy, blood, and spirit, and killed them with their strongest postures, assisting the water god in dealing with the powerful wood god. In an instant, a 3-on-1 battle was about to break out. The water god continues to pull out massive amounts of groundwater from deep underground, condensing ancient ferocious beasts one after another, and continues to kill the wood god with the force of thousands of troops. At the same time, he continued to emit spiritual power, extracting the moisture contained in all the vines present, and dehydrating the vibrant vines into lifeless, shriveled wood. On the other side, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo burst out with hot energy and blood, relying on the purest power of their fists and feet to continuously kill all the vines in their field of vision, evaporating them into a piece of hot nothingness. Facing the 3 people's full firepower, Mu Shen's face showed no signs of wavering, but he was just silently growing new vines. He knew very well that whether it was Water God, Lin Zichen, or Qi Qingmo, the energy in their bodies was quite limited and could not sustain their full power for too long. As a wood god, I have the biological attribute of endless life and can quickly restore energy. As long as his own attack output and the attack damage from the enemy do not exceed the limit, the energy in his body can always be inexhaustible, and he is not afraid of fighting a protracted war. The 3 enemies in front of him, namely Water God, Lin Zichen, and Qi Qingmo, could not cause fatal injuries to him even with full firepower. No matter how the 3 of them jointly attack with all their strength, and no matter how many shocking wounds they leave on his body, he can complete self-repair in an instant with the blessing of endless life. No. It can't be beaten at all. Mu Shen's self-healing ability is so strong. After realizing that all the attacks he hit on Mu Shen were ineffective, Lin Zichen frowned and his whole heart fell to the bottom. Just seeing the water god fully recovered, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. But from now on, this is completely overthinking. The water god in his peak state is strong, but in front of the wood god with the four elements united into one, he is not even qualified to break through the defense. Although each of those ancient ferocious beasts condensed from water was so huge that it could cover the sky, they were as fragile and small as a caged bird in front of the wood god who had turned into vines all over the sky. Although their attacks on the wood god were devastating with every blow, landing on the wood god was like a urine beak hitting the guardrail of a birdcage, causing no waves. Not only Lin Zichen realized this, but Qi Qingmo and Shui Shen also realized this. In response, Qi Qingmo's face was solemn. On the contrary, the water god's face was calm and his expression was untroubled. Seeing that the water god didn't have any solemn look on his face, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little less uneasy. In such a serious situation, the water god can still be so calm, so he must have some trump cards. That's right. The water god and the wood god are both five elements gods, and the water god has calculated the insidious existence of the three gods of gold, fire, and earth. If he didn't have a trump card in hand, he couldn't be so calm at this moment. He definitely has a way to turn the tables. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking this in his heart. Puff. The water god not far ahead suddenly couldn't dodge, and a brown-gray vine pierced his chest. At the moment of being pierced by the brown-gray vine, his body instantly stiffened and couldn't move. Then, puff, puff, puff. Several brown-gray vines burst out and pierced the limbs of the water god accurately. Then, puff. A green vine shot from a distance, hitting the water god's sky gate and piercing his sea of consciousness. To be more precise, this green vine penetrated Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness and went deep into it to search for the will of the water god. Under the gaze of Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo. Soon, a blue illusory figure was pulled out of Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness by the green vines. It was a woman's figure. The woman's appearance was exactly the same as the woman Lin Zichen had seen on the mural of the underwater ruins before, without a single difference. Sure enough, the mysterious woman lying on her side in a giant shell on the mural, worshipped by thousands of high-level aquatic creatures, was the water god in the guess. As the water god in the sea of consciousness was pulled out, Shen Qinghan, as the carrier of the water god's revival, had completely lost his value to the wood god, and the vines wrapped around Shen Qinghan were all loosened and pulled out. When the vines were all loosened and pulled out, Shen Qinghan, who lost the support of the vines, instantly fell from the sky. The whole person was in a free fall state, and the falling speed continued to accelerate. At this time, she was injured in the soul because the will of the water god in her sea of consciousness was forcibly extracted by the wood god, and she fell into a coma and could not save herself. Buzz. A rapid sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Lin Zichen came to his senses and immediately turned into a stream of light and flew over, hugging the falling Shen Qinghan in his arms in time. He glanced at Shen Qinghan's body and saw that there were shocking blood holes on her limbs, chest, and forehead, and he couldn't help but feel distressed. Fortunately, these blood holes are now self-repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it won't take long for them to be restored to their original state. The only thing to worry about is the soul injury that caused Shen Qinghan to fall into a coma. The soul injury cannot be self-recovered without external intervention. P.S. Put the bowl, ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 325, The Wood God is just a pawn. The biggest mastermind. After taking less than 2 seconds to check Shen Qinghan's injuries, Lin Zichen quickly took out a very high-quality Yunshan pill, pinched it and put it into Shen Qinghan's mouth. The Yunshan Dan melts in the mouth and instantly turns into a blue warm current, quickly flowing into Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness and completely integrating into it. Nourished by this warm current, Shen Qinghan's turbulent sea of consciousness quickly calmed down. The sea surface, which was originally full of big waves, suddenly became as calm as a mirror. At a glance, only faint ripples were quietly swaying in the wind. At the same time, Shen Qinghan, who fell into a coma, fluttered her long eyelashes, then slowly opened her clear eyes, and said in a weak and confused voice. Lin Zi, I feel so dizzy. The water god's departure caused great turbulence in her sea of consciousness, causing changes in the environment of her sea of consciousness, making it difficult for her soul to adapt in a short period of time, and her whole body felt dizzy. Lin Zichen put his hand against her forehead and explained in a warm voice, the water god in your sea of consciousness was forcibly pulled out by the wood god, which caused your soul to be turbulent, but it's not a big problem. You should get used to it for a while. After saying this, he looked away from Shen Qinghan and looked up above where energy fluctuations were constantly coming from. Immediately, the picture that caught his eye was that the human-like wood god was controlling a vine, tightly wrapping around the human-like illusory water god, and hovering him in front of him. That vine is extremely special. Not only is its surface covered with sharp spikes, it also comes in 4 colors, golden, green, red, and brown. At the same time, it also has 4 biological attributes: invincibility, endless life, rebirth from the fire, and immovable as a mountain. Under its entanglement, the water god in human form was unable to move or even make a sound. The water god was captured by the wood god who had 4 elements in one. The missing source of water in the unity of the 5 elements has been supplemented. Is everything coming to an end? Lin Zichen looked up at the scene in the sky, his eyes full of unwillingness. If he was given another year, or even half a year, he would have the confidence to evolve to a realm beyond the mythical level, and then crush the wood god, who now had 4 elements united into one. However, Mu Shen didn't give him such a chance at all. Less than a day after realizing the unification of the 4 elements, the god of wood successfully captured the god of water and obtained the last piece of the puzzle of the unification of the 5 elements. He was about to realize the unification of the 5 elements that would lead to the collapse of the earth and the source. Once the wood god successfully unites the 5 elements into one, everything will come to an end. The earth will collapse. The source land will also collapse. The creatures living in these 2 spaces will lose their lives as their habitats collapse. No. We can't just sit back and wait for death. Fight to the death. Even if there is only one last breath left, I still want to live until the last moment. With this idea in mind, Lin Zichen let go of Shen Qinghan in his arms and said to her very seriously. Quickly, go to Kyoto to find our parents and take care of them. Next, I will try with the pavilion master to prevent the wood god from becoming one. Shen Qinghan's biological level is only legendary, and he can only act as a hindrance in the upcoming battle. Letting her leave the battlefield and go to Kyoto to take care of each other's parents is the best choice at the moment. Well, I understand. You have to be careful. I'm waiting for good news from you. Shen Qinghan rarely said anything more. When Lin Zichen finished speaking, she nodded obediently and said. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't hesitate for a moment, and immediately burst out her mental power and flew to Kyoto as fast as possible. She knew that the current situation was very serious and it was not the time for her to be indecisive. Must act decisively. We can't hold Lin Zichen back. Seeing Shen Qinghan's figure retreating quickly, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Shen Qinghan left too decisively. This doesn't look like her at all. Lin Zichen felt somewhat uncomfortable with her decisiveness at this moment. However, Lin Zichen didn't get too entangled, and quickly teleported to Qi King Mo's side. Then, just looking at each other, the 2 of them understood each other and turned into a stream of light at the same time, killing the wood god in the sky together. No matter what, the wood god cannot be allowed to successfully unify the 5 elements. As long as this can be prevented, there is still a chance for a comeback. Buzz. Buzz. Lin Zichen and Qi King Mo attacked Mu Shen extremely fast, and the energy they erupted was extremely strong. Wherever it passed, even the air was struck with large and shocking cracks, causing the void to riot and generate a burst of ear-piercing explosions. Just a trace of the energy that the 2 of them burst out at this moment can smash the mythical high-level powerhouses like Mr. Li, Sima Xian, Xian Yuan Wanyu, or Poseidon into nothingness and fall on the spot. However, these 2 people, who were so strong, were as fragile as ants in front of Wood God, and were subdued in an instant. Just listen to Buzz. Buzz. Sounded twice. When Lin Zichen and Qi King Mo were about to kill the Wood God, 2 vines in 4 colors, golden, green, red, and brown-gray burst out from the Wood God's body in an instant. The 2 vines fired extremely fast, turning into a stream of colorful light and shooting straight towards Lin Zichen and Qi King Mo. Lin Zichen and Qi King Mo both saw the vines coming at extremely fast speed, but before they could make any dodge movements, they were immediately wrapped around their bodies by the vines, unable to move. One can evolve to the 9th level of mythology just by relying on the power of Qi and blood. A source of power that can devour other creatures and achieve rapid evolution. Interesting. After I successfully combine the 5 elements, I will study you carefully. The god of wood looked at Lin Zichen and Qi King Mo, and said with interest in an ancient and vicissitudes voice. After speaking, his eyes fell on Qi King Mo's graceful figure, and a trace of greedy lust appeared in his eyes and said. Originally, Su Mai Xiao, the owner of King Kaiyu Ancient Mountain, was my best candidate for the furnace. It's a pity that the beauty has a short life. At this moment, she has completely fallen and no longer exists. In this case, you will be my furnace from now on. The moment the voice fell, the god of wood controlled the 4 color vines to completely wrap Lin Zichen and Qi King Mo, forming 2 airtight cicada pupae. As for Shen Qinghan who fled to Kyoto, he chose to ignore him directly, without even looking at him. He wanted to capture Shen Qinghan before because the god of water was hiding in Shen Qinghan's sea of consciousness. Now, the water god is in his hands. Shen Qinghan is worthless to him. He can run away if he wants. After completely controlling Lin Zichen and Qi King Mo, The wood god turned his eyes to the water god in front of him again, and said with regret. In fact, you are the most suitable furnace for me. Unfortunately, I need to sacrifice your body to fuse the origin of water, realize my great cause of the unity of the 5 elements, and help me reach a higher level of creatures. After saying that, he continued with some pride, you calculated the gold god, calculated the fire god, calculated the earth god, and finally calculated me. You are so calculating, have you ever thought that one day you will fall into my hands? While saying this, his eyes always fell on the face of the water god, wanting to see a trace of unwillingness on the face of the water god. However, the water god always had a calm face, without a trace of ripples. Not being able to see the unwillingness he expected on the face of the water god, the wood god felt a little disappointed. However, this disappointment was fleeting, replaced by a burst of eager excitement. This was a burst of excitement from the upcoming integration of the 5 elements. Forget it, since you don't want to speak, then start becoming a part of my body now. After saying that, the wood god immediately burst out with an amazing spiritual power, which turned into strands of energy bars, and entangled the illusory water god into an airtight cicada pupa. Then, he quickly pulled it into his sea of consciousness and assimilated it, making it a part of his sea of consciousness. After the water god was completely assimilated, he could begin to integrate the water source contained in the water god's body and realize the long-awaited integration of the 5 elements. During the integration process, the wood god could truly feel the silkiness and coolness of the water source, as well as the tranquility of the water element. These attributes of the water source made him experience extremely well, and he felt like he was floating in the air. As more and more water sources were integrated, slowly, the wood god began to sense the water element in the world. When the water element was halfway integrated, he found that he could control all the water elements he sensed with a thought, and condense them into various shapes he wanted. Just as he tried to control the water element, suddenly, a strange feeling came from his body. What happened? Why do I feel that my origin is being slowly devoured? Illusion? The wood god, who noticed the abnormality in his body, felt that something was wrong. When he merged the 5 elements of gold, fire, and earth deep in the seabed, his wood origin would have a clear sense of being devoured. But at this moment, when he merged the water origin, he felt that his wood origin was being slowly devoured by the water origin, which was very wrong. Just when the wood god felt very uneasy, suddenly, a familiar cold voice sounded from the deep sea of the wood god's sea of consciousness. Your feeling is right, I am indeed devouring your wood origin. It was the voice of the water god. Hearing this familiar cold voice, the wood god's face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of fear. He couldn't understand why the water god was still alive and conscious. Until the water god's voice sounded again from the depths of his sea of consciousness, a good hunter often appears as a prey. From the beginning to the end, you have been my chess piece. My body alone cannot achieve the unity of the 5 elements, because it cannot withstand the backlash when the 5 elements merge. But you, who have the biological attribute of endless life, are different. Your body can withstand the backlash when the 5 elements merge, so I want your body. When the water god's last sentence fell, a large amount of his mental power instantly gushed out from the wood god's sea of consciousness, quickly polluting the wood god's sea of consciousness at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the wood god clearly felt that he was losing control of his own body, and then an unbearable pain swept through his body, causing him to scream in extreme pain. At the same time, the surrounding vines began to lose moisture, becoming shriveled and rotten, and soon turned into wood chips falling all over the sky, completely losing their vitality. Thanks to this, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo, who were trapped in the cicada pupa, successfully escaped and returned to the bright outside world from the pitch-black darkness. As soon as he escaped, Lin Zichen looked at the wood god following the sound, not understanding what had happened. During the time he was trapped in the cicada pupa, he lost all his 5 senses and could not perceive the outside world. He had no idea what happened in the meantime. Qi Qingmo, who was standing by, was also like this. Just as the two were puzzled by this, the wood god endured the severe pain and did not scream. He sacrificed his origin and burst out a strong mental force to take back the control of his body from the water god. Under such a dangerous operation that destroyed his foundation, he successfully took back part of the control of his body from the water god and gradually gained the upper hand. Water god! You have calculated everything, but didn't you expect that your strength is not as good as me who has combined the 4 elements? In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are in vain. With your weak strength, you are worthy of using me as a pawn to help you realize your delusion of combining the 5 elements. You are as weak as an ant and you don't deserve it. The wood god, who successfully took back most of the control of his body, shouted deafeningly, venting the negative emotions that had just been suppressed in his heart. Facing the exhaustion of the wood god, the water god only said 2 words faintly, "Is that so?" At the moment when these 2 words fell, the water god instantly took back most of the control of the body that the wood god had finally regained. Then, the water god once again burst out a huge amount of mental power, completely occupying the entire sea of the wood god's consciousness, and then began to erase the wood god's will. No. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Feeling that he was dying, the wood god let out a fearful roar. He relied on his remaining consciousness to madly burst out the energy in his body to prevent the water god from erasing his will. However, the water god's mental suppression was far more powerful than he imagined. No matter how he burst out energy, his will was suppressed by the water god, and was constantly erased, becoming less and less. Until the moment when his will was completely erased, he was unwilling to believe that he, who was united with the four elements, was just a chess piece of the water god. From beginning to end, everything he did was led by the water god. After going through untold hardships to successfully unite the four elements, in the end, he only became the carrier of the water god's 5 elements. He died with his eyes wide open. Below, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo listened to the conversation between the two 5 elements gods and witnessed the tragic death of the wood god at the hands of the water god, which caused a large area of heaven and earth. For such a scene, the two were full of disbelief, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in their hearts. Unexpected, really unimaginable. The wood god, who was only one step away from the unity of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, turned out to be just a chess piece of the water god. The water god, who had been hiding in Shen Qinghan Sea of Consciousness, was the mastermind behind all this. P.S. Putting bowls, asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 326 The 5 Elements Unite. The world collapses. Help from parents. After successfully erasing the will of the wood god, the water god completely occupied the wood god's body. Immediately, he did not wait for a moment and quickly began to merge the 5 elements in his body, to realize the unity of the 5 elements that he had planned for countless epochs today. As the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth melted into each other, the earth and the source land, which were mainly composed of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, began to collapse on a large scale. Earthquake, tsunami, hurricane, heavy snow, lightning strike, magnetic field riot, volcanic eruption. Wherever he looked, various natural disasters related to the 5 elements emerged one after another, and the whole world ushered in the end of the world. You survived the hurricane successfully, and the progress of the achievement of survival of the fittest is +1. You survived the heavy snow successfully, and the progress of the achievement of survival of the fittest is +1. You survived the lightning strike successfully, and the progress of the achievement of survival of the fittest is +1. You survived. Achievement, successfully survived 100 times in different extremely harsh environments or disasters, and has been achieved. Obtained biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest, you can survive in various extreme and harsh environments. Lin Zichen glanced at the text prompts that kept appearing in the void, and quickly looked away. This achievement task took too long, so long that he almost forgot about it. It took many years to complete it, and it has lost its meaning. Now he is a mythical high-level creature, and he does not need the biological attribute of survival of the fittest to survive in various extreme and harsh environments. Pavilion Master, let's join forces to attack the water god and see if we can stop him from uniting the 5 elements. After calming down, Lin Zichen immediately said to Qi Qingmo beside him. The collapse of the world is caused by the water god's attempt to unite the 5 elements. As long as the water god's 5 elements can be prevented from uniting, the collapse of the world should be prevented. Qi Qingmo had the same idea. She said solemnly, let's go together. The moment she finished speaking, she burst out a huge amount of blood and qi, and the whole person turned into a red stream of light and killed the water god. Almost at the same time, Lin Zichen also burst out blood and qi crazily, rushing towards the water god with the power to destroy the world. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening noises were heard. The attacks of Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo were poured heavily on the water god at the same time, a devastating movement broke out, and a sky full of flames. After a while, when the fire disappeared, the water god, who had suffered a severe blow, reappeared in front of Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo. When they saw that the water god was unharmed and was still in the process of the 5 elements integration, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo's faces changed slightly, and they felt very difficult. At this time, the wood god, although hovering in the sky without moving, was concentrating on the 5 elements integration in his body, unable to make other movements, and could only allow others to attack. However, during this period, his body was in an illusory state throughout the whole process, and no attack could cause harm to him. He could only watch her 5 elements integration. Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo did not believe in evil, and continued to burst out the power of qi and blood to attack the water god. Boom! 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 Under the cover of the qi and blood power, the entire sky roared continuously, and the flames shot up into the sky, completely swallowing the water god in it, and disappeared without a trace. However, when Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo had exhausted all the blood and qi in their bodies, they had to temporarily stop attacking to restore their blood and qi, and then the flames in the sky began to slowly dissipate. A familiar figure appeared in their eyes again. It was the water god. In the bombardment just now, his body was still intact, without any scars. At this moment, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo were a little desperate. Both of them found that they could not deal with the water god in front of them with their current strength. They had to improve their strength to have a chance to deal with the water god. Let's go to the source to devour the strange beasts in it and see if we can make you transcend the mythical level. Seeing that neither she nor Lin Zichen's attacks could cause any harm to the water god, Qi Qingmo did not waste time trying and immediately said this to Lin Zichen. She had seen the speed of Lin Zichen's devouring evolution with her own eyes. In this situation, only by letting Lin Zichen devour a large amount of source power to achieve rapid evolution can there be a chance of a comeback. After hearing this, Lin Zichen did not hesitate and quickly responded, "Let's go." The moment he finished speaking, his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, rushing to the nearest biological passage at the fastest speed. At the same time, Qi Qingmo also flashed and turned into a stream of light and rushed out, following closely behind Lin Zichen. In just a blink of an eye, the two successfully arrived at the nearest biological passage. Then they found that the biological passage collapsed into a ruin at some point and was impassable. Seeing this, the two did not stay for long and immediately soared into the sky and flew to other biological passages. But after looking at nearly 20 biological passages in a row, they found that almost all of them were in the same situation, all collapsed into impassable ruins. From the traces, it can be seen that they were all man-made destruction. Lin Zichen sensed the presence of the breath of the water god from these traces. There is no doubt that these biological passages were destroyed by the water god. They were all destroyed for a certain period of time. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the method that the water god used to prevent the wood god from escaping back to the source. At the moment, Lin Zichen had no intention to analyze the specific reasons. He just looked solemn and felt that the problem was very difficult. He was a little at a loss for a moment. The same was true for Qi Qingmo on the side. His eyebrows were always locked, and he didn't know what to do. He couldn't enter the source. This meant that Lin Zichen's ability to devour and evolve was directly scrapped. After all, the reason why Lin Zichen could evolve so quickly was because of the biological attribute of devouring the source, which devoured the source power. And the source power only exists in the source. Just when Lin Zichen was full of sorrow and was thinking hard about the solution, suddenly, he thought of a special place, the abyss. There is an abyss giant butterfly in the abyss, and the abyss giant butterfly can sprinkle light spots to provide him with source power. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to connect the earth and the abyss without a teacher, wanting to enter the abyss to find the abyss giant butterfly. However, more than 10 seconds later, Lin Zichen's eyes gradually changed from bright to dim, adding a bit of despair. He couldn't sense the abyss. Now the earth and the source are collapsing, destroying the connection with the abyss, which makes him no longer able to sense the abyss. Not only can he not sense the abyss, he can't even sense other places on the earth. Before the earth collapsed, his perception could cover the entire earth. But now, the earth is collapsing, and the space is in chaos, which interferes with his perception. What should I do? What should I do to stop the water god from uniting the 5 elements to save the earth? What else can I do? Lin Zichen's brain is spinning at high speed, thinking about other ways to save the earth. However, no matter how he thinks, he can't think of a feasible way. Just when he felt more and more desperate, suddenly, the mobile phone in his storage space vibrated with a special letter reminder ringtone. It was Shen Qinghan's exclusive letter reminder ringtone. He calmed his mind, took out his mobile phone from the storage space, and opened the WeChat chat box with Shen Qinghan. Hanin, Lin Ziai, the shelter in Kyoto collapsed in a super strong earthquake. I have brought Aunt Xin, Uncle Sheng, my parents out and are hovering over Kyoto University. Hanin, Aunt Xin, Uncle Sheng, my parents are all safe now and not injured. If you want to find us, come directly to Kyoto University. Hanin, I believe you can solve all the problems smoothly. I will wait for you. Shen Qinghan, who was far away in Kyoto, found that her perception was disturbed and her perception range was almost zero after the earth began to collapse on a large scale. She was worried that Lin Zichen's perception was also disturbed, causing Lin Zichen to be unable to find her, so she sent Lin Zichen a few messages on WeChat. At this time, Lin Zichen, who was looking at the content of the message, lit up again. That's right. And my parents? My parents' entire sea of consciousness is made up of source crystals. This is the resource that my parents have accumulated in their dreams over the past 20 years. I only dreamed of the abyss giant butterfly once, and I was able to gain a huge amount of source power. And my parents, in the past 20 years, had at least 1,000 dreams of meeting the abyss giant butterfly. The number of source crystals they have accumulated in their sea of consciousness has reached an unimaginable level. If I can devour all the source crystals in my parents' sea of consciousness and convert them into the blood and spirit in my body, then my biological level will definitely be beyond the mythical level. Yes. Devour the source crystals in my parents' sea of consciousness. This will definitely work. After thinking about it, Lin Zichen said to Qi King Mo beside him in a somewhat excited voice, Master, let's go to Kyoto to find my parents with me. I have thought of a way that may allow me to evolve quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and turned into a red stream of light and flew to Kyoto. Qi King Mo saw this and immediately turned into a stream of light of the same color and followed him to Kyoto. After a few seconds, Lin Zichen and Qi King Mo successfully arrived above Kyoto University. Here, Lin Zichen saw Shen King Han, as well as him and Shen King Han's parents. He didn't greet his parents, but flew to them immediately and got straight to the point, Dad, Mom, I need your help. Our help? Zhang Wangzhen and Lin Yanzheng were both confused after hearing this. Not only them, but even Shen King Han was confused. Aunt Xin and Uncle Sheng are both ordinary people, how can they help Lin Zi? Just wondering, the next second, she thought of something, looked at Lin Zichen and said, Lin Zi, do you want to devour the source crystal in Aunt Xin and Uncle Sheng's sea of consciousness? Yes. Lin Zichen replied. Zhang Wangzhen and Lin Yanzheng, who are ordinary people, as well as Su Meng and Shen Jianyi, who are also ordinary people, were confused when they heard it. Source crystal? Sea of consciousness? What is this? Lin Zichen didn't explain to them, and soon he had an idea and dispersed his mental power, invading his parents' sea of consciousness in the softest way and touching the source crystal inside. The moment he touched the source crystal in his parents' sea of consciousness, Lin Zichen's face suddenly showed excitement. I can touch it. This means I can devour it. However, this excitement was fleeting, replaced by a trace of worry. Lin Zichen was worried that his parents might be hurt after the source crystal in their sea of consciousness was devoured. In response, he said to his parents solemnly, Mom and Dad, if you feel uncomfortable next time, don't hold it in. Even if it's a slight discomfort, you have to speak it out. Okay, Mom and Dad know. Zhang Wangzhen nodded. As she said this, Lin Ziying in her arms babbled, Zi. Zi. Hearing this, Lin Zichen glanced at his sister, with a little surprise on his face. He didn't expect that his sister could already say some words at such a young age, but she was not very accurate. He looked away from his sister. Soon, Lin Zichen had an idea, devour. You devoured a trace of source power from your mother's sea of consciousness, which was transformed into blood and spirit. Your blood and spirit strength has been slightly improved. You devoured a trace of source power from your father's sea of consciousness, which was transformed into blood and spirit. Your blood and spirit strength has been slightly improved. For the first time, Lin Zichen didn't dare to devour too much at once, so he just devoured a trace of source power that was negligible to see if his parents would feel any discomfort. Fortunately, his parents did not show any discomfort. Seeing this, Lin Zichen began to boldly devour more source power, while observing his parents' status. You devoured a large amount of source power from your mother's sea of consciousness, which was transformed into blood and spirit. Your blood and spirit strength has been greatly improved. You devoured a large amount of source power from your father's sea of consciousness, which was transformed into blood and spirit. Your blood and spirit strength has been greatly improved. You devoured a large amount of source power from your mother's sea of consciousness. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Mythology Level 8 to Mythology Level 8 Great Perfection. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Mythology Level 8 Great Perfection to Mythology Level 9. Your biological level has successfully evolved from Mythology Level 9 to Mythology Level 9 Great Perfection. When the last prompt message appeared, Lin Zichen's biological level had evolved to the pinnacle of the myth level category, and was only one step away from transcending the myth level category. However, just this last step, the source crystals in the parent's sea of consciousness had been devoured, and they could no longer provide Lin Zichen with source power. However, being able to evolve directly to the 9th level of mythology in such a short time has given Lin Zichen a great surprise, making him very excited. The biological level of the 9th level of mythology. In addition to the blessing of various biological attributes, Lin Zichen felt that he should be able to fight even against the water god of the 5 elements. After calming down a little, he looked at his parents and said with concern, Dad, Mom, how do you feel now? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Zhang Wangzhen rubbed his forehead and said in a tired voice, I feel fine, just a little sleepy. Lin Yanzheng seemed to be in better condition, but he said calmly, I don't feel anything. Seeing that his parents were not feeling well, Lin Zichen was relieved. At this time, sizzle. With the sound of space tearing, the sky suddenly tore a huge void crack. The next second, a woman with the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth around her slowly walked out of the crack. Lin Zichen looked closely and found that the person who came was none other than the water god who successfully combined the 5 elements. P.S. Putting bowls, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 327 Breaking the Limits of Carbon-Based Organisms. Multiple Forms. Hurricane. Earthquake. Blizzard. Magnetic Field Riot. Space Vibration. When the water god, who had united the 5 elements, broke through the void and descended over Kyoto University, the intensity of disasters within 100 miles suddenly soared, and the whole world ushered in the end of the world. When Lin Zichen saw the water god, his nerves suddenly tensed up, and he immediately mobilized his blood and spirit, ready to go. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. He was puzzled as to why the water god, who had successfully united the 5 elements, appeared here. He had successfully united the 5 elements. Is there anything else he wanted here? Just as he was wondering, Shen Qinghan on the side rarely spoke out. The mythical level can already achieve immortality, it is already powerful enough. It's like this, why do we have to destroy the earth and the source in order to go further? What's the point? If the earth and the source are destroyed, you will be the only creature left in the world. Won't you be lonely? Can you not destroy the earth? When saying this, Shen Qinghan's voice sounded weak and had no aura at all. However, this still surprised Lin Zichen. He could never have imagined that Shen Qinghan, who had been timid since childhood, dared to question the water god who had successfully integrated the 5 elements. This was completely inconsistent with Shen Qinghan's personality. The universe is vast, and there will be other spaces for living beings. I will not be lonely. Facing Shen Qinghan's questioning, the water god said with no emotion. Among the 5 element gods representing the origin of the world, he is the one who lacks emotion the most. In order to evolve himself into a higher level of life, he can sacrifice everything. Shen Qinghan felt it was cruel to hear the answer from the water god. She mustered up the courage to look at the water god and spoke again. Even if there are other spaces with living beings, it is not easy for you, as an outsider, to integrate into them. It doesn't matter. I will create a brand new world. The water god said in a cold voice. The moment the words fell, there was a click. Shen Qinghan below was suddenly frozen into an ice sculpture. She failed to escape with her mouth and was frozen by the water god. Hanin. Looking at her daughter who suddenly turned into an ice sculpture, Su Meng, who was closest to her, was shocked and instinctively panicked. Soon, she reacted and looked at Lin Zichen for help. Xiao Chen, save me. Before she finished her words, Lin Zichen had already taken action, releasing the hot blood power, and instantly unsealed Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan, who got out of the frozen state, looked a little confused. The water god had frozen her body just now, not only her body, but also her consciousness. During the few seconds of being frozen, her consciousness was completely stagnant, and she had no idea what was happening. Crack! Suddenly, another crisp and pleasant sound of condensation sounded. Lin Zichen, who had just helped Shen Qinghan to unfreeze, froze himself into an ice sculpture the next second. But in just a moment, Lin Zichen burst out with a majestic and hot blood force to break through the ice and fiercely kill the water god in the sky. He knew that it was the water god who attacked him just now. Since the war is inevitable, let's just start it now. Pavilion Master, please take the others away and help me take care of them. At the moment of killing the water god, Lin Zichen shouted this to Qi Qingmo. Qi Qingmo did not respond verbally, but responded directly with practical actions. He immediately waved his jade hand to put Shen Qinghan and both parents into the long sleeves of his Taoist robe, and took them away from here as quickly as possible to avoid being affected by the upcoming war. As soon as everyone left, a huge noise broke out behind them, shaking even the air to break and shatter. Qi Qingmo looked back at the sound, and the scene that came into his eyes was a large area of fire rising to the sky. To be more precise, it was a large area of blood and qi rising to the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. So strong. The strength of this blood and qi power is already faintly beyond the scope of the myth level. Qi Qingmo looked at the blood and qi power that broke out from the back, and felt the energy fluctuations emitted by the blood and qi power. The cold and elegant young woman's face was suddenly full of shock. Lin Zichen evolved too fast. In less than 2 years, the biological level has soared from advanced to the current mythical 9th level perfection. Moreover, the biological pressure emitted was higher than its own biological level. It was about to transcend the mythical level. This was simply incredible. Boom! 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 In the sky behind, waves of earth-shaking explosions continued to blast. At a glance, wherever the eyes went, there was fire, illuminating the entire land. In the center of the fire, Lin Zichen, whose whole body was tightly wrapped in the power of blood and qi, punched the water god with endless power. The energy attached to each punch he threw was beyond the mythical level. Wherever the fist passed, the space collapsed instantly and the void vibrated. All the matter along the way was swallowed up by the energy emitted by the fist and annihilated into nothingness. However, even such a devastating attack was easily blocked by a sudden flash of golden light when it fell on the water god, and could not hurt the water god at all. This is the attribute of the origin of gold, which has the effect of Vajra invincibility and greatly improves the defense. In response to this, Lin Zichen frowned slightly, then he became ruthless, gritted his teeth and sacrificed his blood without reservation, breaking the limit and bursting out unprecedented blood strength, and then with the terrifying power that was enough to completely destroy the space, he punched the water god with golden light on his body. Boom! With one punch, it was as if a star in the universe suddenly exploded, and the whole world was instantly filled with a deafening sound. Within a radius of 100 miles, any matter was shaken into powder wherever the sound wave passed. At the moment the sound exploded, a slender figure with golden light all over his body flew out of the fire produced by the energy collision at a high speed, and fell heavily to the ground, splashing dust all over the sky. Almost at the same time, text prompts continued to appear in the void. You burst out a blow that reaches the limit of Earth's carbon-based creatures. Achievement: you have tied the limit of Earth's carbon-based creatures 100 times cumulatively. Reward: obtain biological attribute, multiform. Multiform: the body is no longer limited by the flesh and blood of Earth's carbon-based creatures, and can achieve evolution across life forms. Current progress, 1/100. New achievement task? After reading the content in the text prompt message, Lin Zichen was very surprised. It has been so long since there have been new achievement tasks that he has completely forgotten about it. Soon, the surprise in his heart receded, replaced by a slight excitement. 99 times. Just blast out 99 more full-strength blows like the one just now, and he can break the limit of Earth's carbon-based creatures and achieve evolution across life forms. By then, he will definitely be able to crush the water god of the 5 elements. Since the 4th month after birth, when he completed the kicking legs 10,000 times achievement task in the crib and obtained the biological attribute use it or lose it, he has been relying on completing the system achievement tasks to obtain biological attributes to become stronger. Every biological attribute obtained by completing the system achievement tasks is so powerful that it can only be described as outrageous, which makes him full of confidence in the biological attribute of multiform. P.S. Pudding Bowls, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 328, Ultimate Sublimation. Breaking the limits of carbon-based organisms. Lin Zichen didn't get excited for too long, and soon thought of a very realistic problem. The attack just now was a full-strength attack that he had burned his blood and essence. To continuously launch such a full-strength attack 100 times without resting and recovering, this is a question mark. Although he was unsure, he had to bite the bullet and try it in the current situation where he had reached a dead end. If he fails, he will die. After thinking about it, Lin Zichen withdrew his thoughts and focused all his attention on the dust below. As time passed, the dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Soon, a huge deep pit suddenly appeared in Lin Zichen's eyes. In the center of the deep pit, a woman with a cold temperament sank into the ground with her whole body, shaking out a shocking spider web crack around her. This woman was the water god of the 5 elements. At this time, the golden light on his body was dim and looming, almost completely dissipated. Under the full force of Lin Zichen's sacrifice of blood and essence just now, the invincible light film barrier formed by the origin of gold on the water god's body was directly shattered and broken on the spot. Without the protection of the golden light screen, he was seriously injured and his vitality was rapidly lost. He looked a little embarrassed. He was no longer as high and mighty as before, looking down on all the creatures under his feet as ants. But soon, the water god's embarrassed body began to emit a green light full of vitality. With the appearance of the green light, the injuries on his body were rapidly self-healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a blink of an eye, the water god's severely injured body recovered intact, and there was no trace of injury. Lin Zichen, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, knew that this was the endless vitality of the origin of wood. In response, he frowned slightly. The previous attack was the strongest attack he could burst out. But this strongest attack that could only be unleashed after sacrificing blood and essence could not cause fatal damage to the water god who was united with the 5 elements. To be more precise, it could cause fatal damage to the water god, but it could not prevent the water god from healing instantly, and it could only waste his blood and energy in vain. But it didn't matter. Lin Zichen didn't expect that his full-strength attack after sacrificing blood and essence could cause much damage to the water god. Now, he has only one goal. Sacrifice blood and essence, and continuously blast out 99 full-strength attacks that reach the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth, obtain the biological attribute multiple forms, and let himself evolve to a higher level. Buzz. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, Lin Zichen, who was still hovering in the sky and staring at the deep pit the moment before, turned into a red stream of light and rushed towards the water god in the deep pit the next moment. Then, boom! There was only such a loud noise. The boundless power of qi and blood blasted the water god with the force of destroying the world. The entire deep pit collapsed instantly. Then the earth cracked and the void shook. Boom! 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 Loud noises came one after another. Lin Zichen frantically sacrificed the blood in his body, and continuously blasted out full-strength blows with power reaching the limit of carbon-based creatures on Earth, not giving the water god any chance to recover. Achievement, cumulatively tied the limit of carbon-based creatures on Earth 100 times. Progress, 2/100. Progress, 3/100. Progress, 4/100. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Progress, 96/100. Progress, 97/100. In a very short period of seconds, Lin Zichen blasted dozens of punches in a row, and the power of each punch reached the limit of carbon-based creatures on Earth. When he was about to throw the 98th punch, Lin Zichen suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his body felt weak, causing the last punch to be unable to reach the limit of the carbon-based creatures on Earth. The power of qi and blood was almost exhausted. The blood essence was also sacrificed to only a faint trace. The body had been overdrawn to the limit. In a short period of time, he could no longer throw a punch that could reach the limit of the carbon-based creatures on Earth. Lin Zichen realized this and had to stop attacking first. Then, he took out a large amount of bloodbath pills from the storage space and poured them into his mouth like drinking water to absorb and digest. Under the effect of the bloodbath pills, in just a moment, the qi and blood power in Lin Zichen's body was significantly restored. However, it was still not enough to recover to release a blow that could reach the carbon-based creatures on Earth immediately. Buzz! A rapid airflow sound suddenly sounded. The sky full of fire and dust below was suddenly swallowed by a strong suction force and disappeared instantly from Lin Zichen's sight. Instead, a bottomless black cave appeared on the ground. This bottomless black cave was the result of Lin Zichen's 97 consecutive punches. Boom! With a loud noise. In the dark cave, a large amount of blue water elements suddenly gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Under Lin Zichen's gaze, these water elements quickly condensed into a slender female figure. It was none other than the water god who had just taken his 97 punches. At this time, the water god was emitting a dazzling green light, and his whole body was full of vitality, exuding an eternal breath of immortality. He hovered in the sky, looking down at Lin Zichen, his eyes full of heat and said, "Is this the power from the abyss? It feels more mysterious, ancient, and powerful than the 5 elements in my body. It's time to return it to its original owner." The moment he finished speaking, he thought about it and released the power of the 5 elements to attack Lin Zichen violently. In an instant, the golden light was thousands of feet, vines covered the sky, water from the sky condensed down, earth fire gushed out, the earth cracked and shattered. The power of the 5 elements broke out at the same time and concentrated on attacking Lin Zichen. Feeling the power of the 5 elements, Lin Zichen's face changed slightly. Then the whole person flashed, stepped through the void and fled far away. Unfortunately, the power of the 5 elements was far more powerful than he imagined. It directly searched for the enemy along the void, and before he rushed out of the void, it hit him behind. Just one blow, he severely injured him, who was at the 9th level of mythical perfection. Puff! At the moment of flying backwards from the void, the seriously injured Lin Zichen directly spurted out a large mouthful of blood, causing his face, which had finally regained some color under the nourishment of the blood bath pill, to turn pale again in an instant. Buzz! 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 Several vines burst out and quickly wrapped around Lin Zichen's body, binding him so that he could not move and hanging in the air. Soon, the water god broke through the void and appeared in front of Lin Zichen, saying expressionlessly, "You don't deserve the power of the abyss. It's my power. It's time to return it to its original owner." After saying that, he dispersed his mental power to invade Lin Zichen's sea of consciousness, looking for the abyss power located somewhere in his sea of consciousness. Lin Zichen did not surrender, and immediately sacrificed the remaining blood essence, instantly broke free from the vines wrapped around his body, and with a thought, broke through the void and distanced himself from the water god. Seeing this, the water god couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise between his eyebrows. Lin Zichen had almost exhausted all the blood and qi in his body, but he could still burst out the power to break free from the vines. It was a bit incredible. In response, the water god said with interest, "Your strength does not come entirely from the abyss. It seems that there are secrets in your body that I don't know." After hearing this, Lin Zichen also realized that the system and the abyss might be two different things. However, this is not the time to delve into this matter. Lin Zichen calmed down and asked, "What exactly is the power of the abyss?" The water god said in a cold voice, "The power of the abyss is the origin of the world." He knew that Lin Zichen took the initiative to communicate in order to delay time for himself to recover. However, he didn't care. He didn't think that Lin Zichen's delay would change anything. Now there is not much source power on the entire earth for Lin Zichen to devour and evolve. Lin Zichen has no chance of a comeback. The origin of the world. Lin Zichen said a little confused. He knew very well that the water god knew he was delaying time. However, he knew that the water god would not stop him on purpose. Because he knew how arrogant the water god of the 5 elements would be. Just like an elephant with thick skin and flesh, he would never care about the arrogance of a tiny ant. I want to become the god of creation and create a world that belongs to me. The water god allowed Lin Zichen to delay time, and continued in a cold voice, to achieve this, I need to meet 2 conditions at the same time. The first point is to control the origin of the 5 elements. The origin of the 5 elements is the basic element that constitutes a world. If you control the origin of the 5 elements, you will have the ability to create all things and give birth to life. The second point is to have an unowned void. And the abyss, known as the forbidden zone of life, is an unowned void. Now, I have controlled the origin of the 5 elements, and I just lack an abyss. The water god patiently explained all this to Lin Zichen. This is his last kindness to this earth human ant in his eyes, as a reward for him as the container of the son of the abyss. I have answered all the questions you want to know. The item should be returned to its original owner. Go with the earth and the source. The water god said without any emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, he burst out the power of the 5 elements again and attacked Lin Zichen, intending to end his life and take back the abyss power that temporarily existed in his sea of consciousness. Seeing this, Lin Zichen decisively burned all the blood and chi and blood power that had just recovered in his body, turning it into power and gathering it on his fist. Immediately, he rushed towards the 5 elements power that was surging from the sky and punched the water god fiercely. The moment his body touched the 5 elements power, a sharp pain instantly swept through his body. Lin Zichen endured the severe pain and forcibly passed through the 5 elements power that was surging in front of him, pouring all the chi and blood power on his fist on the water god. In just a moment, the vast and boundless chi and blood power completely engulfed the water god, and the surrounding air evaporated into nothingness. This punch almost exhausted all the energy in Lin Zichen's body, making his face pale again. In response, he quickly thought about it and took out a large amount of blood-soaked pills and swallowed them into his stomach to speed up the recovery of blood essence and blood energy as much as possible. At the same time, a familiar text prompt message appeared in the void. You burst out a blow that reaches the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth. Achievement, cumulatively tied the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth 100 times. Current progress, 98/100. Lin Zichen glanced at it and felt slightly excited. 2 more times to complete the achievement. As he was excited. Soon, the remaining blood and chi in front of him gradually dissipated, and a figure with green light appeared in his eyes. It was the water god. With the joint blessing of Vajra invincibility and endless life, the water god appeared in front of Lin Zichen again in almost full state, with no possibility of being defeated. Your dying struggle is in vain. The water god said with cold eyes and emotionless voice. Facing this sentence, Lin Zichen did not respond in words. There was only a fistful of blood and chi. Boom. With just such a sound, the water god, who had just recovered to full state with the help of endless life, was once again completely swallowed up by the boundless blood and chi. You burst out a blow that reached the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth. Achievement, cumulatively tied the limit of carbon-based organisms on Earth 100 times. Current progress, 99/100. One last punch left. Lin Zichen was ruthless, and sacrificed the last bit of blood to maintain the basic operation of life, and once again burst out with terrifying blood and chi power to bombard the water god. Boom. When this earth-shaking sound sounded, a large number of text prompts suddenly emerged from the void. You burst out a blow that reached the limit of carbon-based creatures on Earth. You have tied the limit of carbon-based creatures on Earth 100 times cumulatively, and have achieved it. Obtained biological attributes, multiple forms. Multiple forms, the body is no longer limited by the flesh and blood of carbon-based creatures on Earth, and can achieve evolution across life forms. Your biological level has successfully evolved from mythical 9th order great perfection to creation level. As the last prompt popped up, Lin Zichen, who had already run out of energy, suddenly underwent a rapid transformation. The blood and chi in his body quickly annihilated into nothingness. Instead, an ancient and vicissitudes of mysterious energy surged out from the heart. Then, his weak body of flesh and blood began to sublimate to the extreme. Stars can be seen in the eyes. The sea of consciousness turns into a vast starry sky. The whole body seems to turn into an entire universe. Boundless. Possessing endless energy. P.S. Put the bowl on the table, and ask for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 329, The Fall of the Water God. I can sense everything. After the ultimate sublimation, Lin Zichen was surprised to find that his perception range could cover the entire earth. He could see into every hidden corner. Nothing could escape his gaze. After calming down a little, Lin Zichen carefully felt his body, which was at the creation level. There was no more blood power. There was no more mental power. What he had was just a vast and boundless unknown ancient energy. This ancient energy was extremely exaggerated. The power that a unit could burst out was thousands or tens of thousands times more than blood power and mental power. After feeling it for a moment, Lin Zichen felt that this ancient energy was very familiar and contained the breath of the void. A breath of the void from the abyss. Could it be that the system was still related to the abyss? Lin Zichen frowned slightly and fell into a period of thought. While he was thinking, how is it possible? A voice full of disbelief suddenly came from the dust in front of him. It was the voice of the water god. He, who had transcended the mythical level after the 5 elements were united, was very sensitive to energy. At this moment, he sensed a void energy that transcended the mythical level from Lin Zichen. This caused a storm in his heart and he was shocked. Lin Zichen had obviously done nothing and had obviously paid nothing, but his biological level had also transcended the mythical level like him and evolved into a creation-level creature. He could not accept this fact. You know, in order to gather the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth and achieve the unity of the 5 elements to evolve into a creation-level creature, he had secretly laid out countless epochs and paid a lot. The waiting during this period was extremely tormenting. However, Lin Zichen in front of him had not paid anything, but suddenly evolved into a creation-level creature that transcended the mythical level. This comparison directly made him psychologically unbalanced on the spot. On the other side, after carefully feeling his new body, Lin Zichen quickly cast his gaze to the dust in front of him, watching the water god who was shocked inside. He just stared at it. The next second, Lin Zichen directly tore the space, stepped through the void and appeared behind the water god in an instant. Then, he swung his fist with the monstrous void energy and punched the water god who was in unity of the 5 elements. The earth was still collapsing rapidly, and he had to defeat the water god as soon as possible, so that the 5 elements in the water god's body would be dispersed again and stop the collapse of the earth at this moment. Facing this terrifying punch, the water god was not at all sluggish. He immediately thought and instantly made the Vajra invincible effect of the gold origin reach its limit. At the moment when the Vajra invincible effect reached its limit, a large piece of dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the water god, instantly illuminating the whole world, and shrouding everything in the world in golden light. Where the golden light was, layers of barriers centered on him were formed, protecting him tightly inside and blocking the incoming void energy for him. Boom! When the void energy touched the golden light barrier, a huge noise like a nuclear explosion suddenly exploded, shaking the surrounding air to pieces like broken glass. Along with the air, the golden light that filled the sky also shattered. The golden light with the effect of Vajra invincibility was instantly submerged and swallowed up by the void energy that surged like a surging tide, and was completely annihilated in the void. This is impossible. The water god couldn't believe the scene in front of him, and couldn't accept that the Vajra invincibility from the origin of gold would be so vulnerable under Lin Zichen's attack. Soon, without the protection of the golden light, he was swallowed up by the overwhelming void energy and completely disappeared from Lin Zichen's sight. I don't know how long it took. When the surrounding void energy gradually dissipated, revealing a void and dead space, a miserable figure came into Lin Zichen's sight. This miserable figure was the water god. Under the erosion of the void energy, the water god, who was originally high and mighty, was now in ruins and riddled with holes. The 5 elements power that he had finally completely controlled was also severely damaged, and was out of control at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming more and more violent. Feeling that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining away, he hurriedly controlled the origin of wood, triggering the effect of endless life to repair himself. However, he was injured too badly, so badly that he could not control the origin of wood. He could only watch himself gradually disappear, until he completely perished and ceased to exist. Just one punch has the 5 elements in one water god on the verge of death. In the sky, Lin Zichen looked down at the seriously injured and dying water god, his eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect that he could hit the water god, who was also at the creation level, with one blow. It can only be said that the blessing of biological attributes such as social animals, survival of the fittest, and high-level power is too exaggerated, which greatly improves the attack power. Especially social animals. The triggering range of this biological attribute is the perception range of itself. His current perception range can cover the entire Earth without any pressure, and all living humans on Earth can provide him with attack power blessing. Under the same biological level, it is natural for him to hit the water god with one blow with the blessing of billions of Earth people. No entanglement too much. Very quickly, Lin Zichen once again gathered the power of the void, wanting to give the water god a final blow and end his life. The dying water god below, realizing that Lin Zichen was going to kill him, immediately put aside all his dignity as the 5 elements god and begged for mercy. Give me a way out, and I will tell you how to create a world that belongs to me. I'm not interested. Lin Zichen said calmly. The moment he finished speaking, a monstrous void energy gushed out from his hands, covering the water god below with a force that covered the sky and the sun. He is different from the water god. The water god has no family, no people, and no worries in his heart. It doesn't matter to him whether the earth and the source exist. For the sake of his own evolution, he will give up everything. But he has family and people, and the existence of the earth is extremely important to him. He will not destroy the earth in a humane way in order to create a world that belongs to him, and let his family and people be buried with him. Boom! There was a deafening roar, and the endless and majestic void energy poured down on the seriously injured and dying water god, instantly devouring him and completely annihilating him in the vast void. At the last moment before disappearing, the water god's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he used up the last bit of energy in his body to leave this sentence. The origin of the 5 elements is immortal, and I, who was born in the origin of the 5 elements, am also immortal. One day I will be born again in the origin of water. As the last word slowly fell, 5 dazzling streams of golden, green, azure, red, and brown-gray light rose from the void that annihilated the water god, quickly turned into light spots all over the sky, merged into the air and disappeared, becoming ownerless elements again. At the same time, the earth gradually stopped collapsing, and disasters such as earthquakes, hurricanes, rainstorms, and magnetic field riots all disappeared in an instant, and everything returned to calm. Lin Zichen looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, everything was over. P.S. Put the bowl on the table, and ask for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 330 Finale. The finale. The mental power covered the entire earth. Seeing that all the disasters on the earth had come to an end, Lin Zichen's tense nerves were finally relaxed. Soon, his eyes fell on the remaining void below, carefully sensing the breath of the water god. Nothingness. I didn't feel even a trace of the water god's breath. It seems that the water god has completely died and ceased to exist. However, the words left by the water god before his death made him very concerned. The origin of the 5 elements is eternal. The water god born in the origin of the 5 elements also exists forever. One day, the water god will be born again in the origin of water. Will it be born again? Lin Zichen murmured, feeling a little worried in his heart. But then I thought about it, the defeated general will be the same defeated general after he is born again. There is nothing to worry about. The worst is to kill him again. After thinking about it, Lin Zichen didn't stay where he was. With the thought, he tore a crack beside him and walked through the void to Shen Qinghan and others. Lin Ziai, did you win? As soon as Shen Qinghan saw Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan asked immediately. In fact, she knew without asking that Lin Zichen must have defeated the water god who united the 5 elements into one. After all the surrounding disasters dissipated and the earth stopped collapsing. This is a sign that the origin of the 5 elements has been broken up. Otherwise, the earth must still be in a state of accelerating collapse at this moment, heading toward destruction at a speed visible to the naked eye. Well, we won. Lin Zichen said, the water god's consciousness has been wiped out by me, and the 5 elements' origins fused together by him have been dispersed again, and the earth and the source have stopped collapsing. Hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Before receiving this good news, all of them were filled with worries, their hearts were hanging on edge, worried that Lin Zichen would lose to the water god. Fortunately, Lin Zichen is as reassuring as ever and has never disappointed anyone in solving problems. Oh, there are ruins everywhere at a glance, and I don't know how many people's homes have been destroyed. Zhang Wangzhen, who was holding Lin Ziying, looked at the broken earth under her feet and felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Lin Yan's hung on the side was not as sentimental as she was, and just said lightly, this is inevitable. It's good that our family can be safe. Shen Jianyi and Su Meng didn't speak. The teacher couple were relatively quiet. At this time, Shen Qinghan asked, Linzi, how to deal with it at the source. The reason why the earth was unsafe in the past was that there were constant incidents of alien beasts attacking humans, which often made people panic. For example, the giant alien rat incident, the alien plant incident all over the city, and the pagan riots, etc. The root of all this lies in the place of origin. Without the place of origin, there would be no strange beasts. As long as there are no strange beasts in the world, humans no longer need to be as cautious when going out as before. Besides, the source is no threat to me now. Let's see how to deal with it in the future. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he added, the top priority is to do disaster relief work and rebuild our earth. Although the earth has stopped collapsing, the damage caused by previous disasters has already begun. Countless high-rise buildings collapsed. There were heavy casualties. Everywhere he senses, there is ruins. Yes, rescue work, we have to go to the rescue quickly. There must be many people buried in the rubble now waiting for rescue. After listening to Lin Zichen's words, Shen Qinghan reacted belatedly and said. Looking at Shen Qinghan who was a little dazed, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. Then, he looked at Qi Qingmo, who was not far to his right, and said, Pavilion Master, let's go rescue the injured together. Good. Pray for the clearing and cherish the words like a golden path. After settling the parents. In the coming time, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and Qi Qingmo, relying on their strong strength, began to fly away in 3 different directions to rescue the injured found along the way. This process lasted for several days. In the end, with the assistance of personnel from all parties, almost all the injured were rescued. After handling the matters on the earth, Lin Zichen planned to go to the source to see how the place would be dealt with. After entering the origin, Lin Zichen experienced the difference between the origin and the earth in detail. The main difference is in energy. The air of the origin contains source power, which can make living things evolve to the extreme and become more vibrant. Perhaps, the earth and the source can be completely connected, allowing the air from the source to flow into the earth, and help the creatures on the earth start a new round of evolution. Lin Zichen thought so in his heart. As for the problems that may arise after complete connection, such as the influx of a large number of alien beasts into the earth, he does not need to worry at all. After all, his current biological level is as high as the creation level, and his spirit can cover the entire earth, controlling the entire situation at all times, without any accidents happening. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zichen no longer hesitated, and immediately had an idea to use void energy to connect the earth and the source, completely connecting the 2 separate worlds. At the moment of connection, a large amount of air belonging to the source poured into the earth. Subsequently, under the nourishment of the source air, subtle changes occurred in the animals and plants on the earth. Animals become more spiritual. Plants become more alive. These are all very subtle changes, and at least a strong person above the rare level can detect them through mental power. Have you connected the origin to the earth? Qi Qingmo noticed the changes in the 2 worlds, turned his head and looked at Lin Zichen aside and asked. Lin Zichen said, well, I'm thinking about letting the air from the source flow into the earth to see if it can help the creatures on the earth achieve further evolution. I see. Qi Qingmo nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Zichen didn't say much and continued to observe the changes in the creatures on the earth nourished by the source power. Qi Qingmo also observed for a while, and then said in a calm voice, I'm going to look for opportunities that can improve the biological level. See you tomorrow. Well, Pavilion Master, please go slowly. Lin Zichen said in the same calm voice. Every mythical 9th level creature is extremely eager to evolve to a higher level of creation. Wooden God is. The water God is. So does Qi Qingmo. It didn't take long. Under the watch of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, Qi Qingmo's figure flashed and turned into a red stream of light and went away, carefully exploring every corner of the place of origin. The place of origin is very ancient and contains many long-lost secrets. She firmly believes that in addition to the unity of the 5 elements, there must be other ways to evolve to a creation-level creature. After all, Lin Zichen successfully evolved into a creation-level creature without having to combine the 5 elements into one. And if these other evolutionary paths really exist as I firmly believe, they must exist in the origin. Rear. Lin Zichen looked at Qi Qingmo walking away, and had the same idea in his mind, and wanted to find other ways to evolve to a creation-level creature. Not for himself, but for Shen Qinghan, he wants Shen Qinghan to evolve to the creation level. If possible, he even wants both parents and his sister to evolve to the creation level, live forever, and always be by his side. Otherwise, it would be an extremely sad thing to live forever alone and watch the relatives around you grow old and die one after another. Time flies. 2.5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2.5 years, Lin Zichen has been working on the issue of coexistence between the earth and the source. Let the 2 worlds adapt to each other's presence. Relying on his unparalleled strength, he succeeded in completely integrating the earth and the source. Moreover, in order to protect the vulnerable creatures on earth, he imposed unilateral restrictions on the passage to the 2 worlds. After the restricted passage, earth creatures can enter and exit the source at will through the passage, while source creatures can only be trapped in the source and cannot enter the earth. Creatures in the origin must obtain permission from relevant departments if they want to enter the earth. The person in charge of this relevant department is Yuan Dongji, the former vice president of Shandong University. That is Shen Qinghan's master. Lin Zichen recognized Yuan Dongji's character and was willing to hand over relevant powers to her. Except Yuan Dongji, Lu Juanmu and Song Yuan were also entrusted with important tasks, responsible for the promotion of pure-blood humans. Also, research is to lower the threshold for becoming a pure-blood human, so that ordinary people can also achieve evolution by tempering their bodies. After all, whether it is genetic fusion or mechanical modification, they are somewhat anti-human. Only pure-blooded humans are the most suitable evolutionary path for humans. This morning, it was just dawn. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were still sleeping in bed, and there was a banging sound outside the door. Then, a young girl's voice sounded. Brother Chen Chen, Sister Han-in, Mother wants you to get up and have breakfast. It was my sister Lin Ziying's voice. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan heard the sound and quickly came out of the room. Come, little Ying-Ying, my sister will hug you. Shen Qinghan, who was wearing pajamas, picked up the little Lin Zichen, his face full of love for her. The young Lin Zichen is very cute, with watery eyes and a little baby fat on her face, which makes people want to hug her and give her a good nuzzle. Soon, the three of them went to the living room to have breakfast. As soon as they sat down, Zhang Wangzhen asked, "You two already received your license yesterday, when do you plan to have a banquet?" Lin Zichen replied while drinking porridge, "Hanan and I can have a banquet any day. Mom, please arrange it for us. You and Dad will go to Uncle Ye and Aunt Meng to discuss it." "You still call me Uncle Ye and Aunt Meng? You and Hanan got your certificates yesterday. It's time to call your parents." Zhang Wangzhen rolled her eyes at Lin Zichen and said. At this time, Lin Zichen on the side said, "Brother Chen Chen, Sister Hanan, hurry up and give birth to a younger brother and sister to play with me. I want a younger brother and sister." Zhang Wangzhen corrected, "Those are not called younger brothers and sisters, those are called nephews and nieces." After saying that, she looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and asked with a hint of urging, "By the way, when are you two planning to have a baby?" In response, Lin Zichen replied, "Just let nature take its course. When you get pregnant, you will give birth." Zhang Wangzhen said angrily, "How can that be done? We must prepare for pregnancy. How can we be so casual?" "Okay, just listen to Mom." Lin Zichen didn't like to worry about these things, so he directly became the hands-off shopkeeper and let Zhang Wangzhen take care of everything. Half a month later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan celebrated their wedding. The wedding was not held grandly, but in a warm style. It's as simple as two families getting together and inviting close friends. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen are both internet writers. They spend most of their time at home coding and don't have any particularly close friends. The only good friends are Shen Jianyi and Su Meng, who are in-laws. As for the teacher couple Shen Jianyi and Su Meng, they also have a homely personality and have no particularly close friends or relatives. Therefore, when the two families combined, they only invited some immediate relatives who lived in their hometown and were relatively close by blood. There were not many people, only a dozen or so. As for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, neither of them are the type who like to make friends, so they didn't invite many people to the wedding, just 10 people. They are He Yu, Li Chuxin, Yuan Dongji, Lu Zhuanmu, Song Yuan, Qi Qingmo, Ma Ziwei, Li Moyu, Luo Yongjian, and Luo Kyungxiu. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan actually didn't feel very familiar with Luo Kyungxiu, their childhood playmate. The reason why they invited Luo Kyungxiu was because Luo Kyungxiu was also Yuan Dongji's apprentice, so they both had to invite her no matter what. In this way, only about 30 people attended the beautiful wedding of Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, and they only needed to set up 4 large tables at home to sit down. Therefore, the wedding of the two was simply held at their own home. The meals we eat are cooked by ourselves. The drinks we drank were also made by ourselves. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. If you can do it yourself, do it yourself. Focusing on a special sense of ceremony. Full of special commemorative significance. Hanan, why are you and Zichen wearing casual clothes today? Why don't you put on your wedding dress? Li Chuxin asked in a low voice with a puzzled look on his face. Shen Qinghan chuckled softly and said, "Neither Lin Ziai nor I like to be too conspicuous in the crowd, so we didn't wear wedding clothes today. That's it." Li Chuxin still didn't quite understand, "But I feel like it's a pity not to wear a wedding dress today. I'm missing out on the most memorable time in my life." Shen Qinghan disagreed, "I think it's actually not bad. Didn't Lin Ziai and I go to Shuangri Bay to take wedding photos a few days ago? It would be nice to have those photos as a souvenir." 2. Li Chuxin nodded. Next to them, Lin Zichen and Qi Qingmo were sitting face to face at the tea table chatting. "Pavilion Master, you have been exploring the origin for more than 2 years. Have you made any good discoveries?" Lin Zichen asked curiously. In the past 2.5 years, he often went to the source to explore, but found nothing particularly valuable. He wanted to see if Qi Qingmo would find anything different. Qi Qingmo said calmly, "I discovered that there are many ancient ruins, and there are various evolutionary paths in them. But unfortunately, there is no evolutionary path to the creation level. At most, there is only a path to the myth level." Lin Zichen was not surprised by this answer. If the creation level evolutionary path was really so easy to find, then the water god wouldn't have planned countless epics to unify the 5 elements. At this time, Qi Qingmo said again, "I feel that if you want to find a new creation level evolutionary path, you have to look for it from the mysterious and unknown abyss. The void in the abyss contains unimaginable energy. If you can use if you absorb energy for your own use, you might be able to transcend the mythical realm." Lin Zichen agreed with this. He has already explored the earth and the origin in depth. No good discoveries of any value. Now, only the unknown void of the abyss remains unexplored. To be more precise, it is not that there is no exploration, but that it is difficult to explore in depth, and there are many places that have not been explored. The abyss, a land of void, will swallow up the perception of living creatures, which greatly increases the difficulty of exploration. Even if Lin Zichen's biological level is as high as the creation level and he possesses part of the abyss energy, his perception will be somewhat limited after entering the abyss. Happy time always passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the wedding banquet passed. In the evening, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan stayed in the room to enhance their relationship after taking a bath. After they were done, Shen Qinghan lay on his side and looked at Lin Zichen and asked, Lin Zi, do you think it is better to be a boy or a girl? I think everything is fine. Then do you think it's better to give birth sooner or later? It doesn't matter if you are born early or late, just let it happen. What a perfunctory answer. Don't be perfunctory. You must choose one. Shen Qinghan slightly pouted her rosy mouth and said with some dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Lin Zichen had no choice but to say, I thought about it and felt that it would be better to have the baby as soon as possible, while Ying is still young. If the baby is born earlier, the age difference between the aunt and nephew is not much, so they can play together since childhood. I think so too. Shen Qinghan said with eyes filled with spring and a soft voice, in order for me to get pregnant as soon as possible, we have to work harder. With that said, she turned over and sat on Lin Zichen, trying to do what she had just done again. Lin Zichen is also happy to come again. After all, his body has been sanctified and he will not get tired no matter how many times he comes. The days passed like this. About 2.5 months later, Shen Qinghan got pregnant as she wished, feeling the newly born little life in her belly with a happy smile on her face. After the parents of both parties learned the good news, they all laughed from ear to ear and even praised the young couple for being so capable and getting pregnant just as they were trying to get pregnant. Faced with the praise from his parents, Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. It was zero difficulty for him, a creature of the creation class, to make Shen Qinghan pregnant. As long as he wanted, he could make Shen Qinghan pregnant at any moment. And he didn't have to pay anything in the process, he just had to think about it after the job was done. His powerful mental power could easily control the birth of life in his belly. But he preferred natural pregnancy to artificial intervention, so he chose to let it go without any interference. A few months later, Lin Zichen left the earth and entered the abyss between the earth and the origin. In the past 3 years, he had entered the abyss many times to explore and find new ways of evolution. When he came to explore before, he was empty-handed and brought nothing. But this time, he had 5 balls of light of different colors in his hands. The origin of gold with golden light. The origin of wood with green light. The origin of water with blue light. The origin of fire with red light. The origin of earth with grey light. This is not all of the 5 elements, but only a trace of them. These are the few 5 elements that Lin Zichen has successfully mastered through day and night research in the past 3 years. He controls these 5 elements not to achieve the unity of the 5 elements like the water god, but to transform the void land of the abyss. The 5 elements are the most basic elements that constitute a world, and the void land is the framework of a world. If some of the 5 elements are brought to the void land of the abyss, life may be born. If life can really be born, the abyss, which symbolizes death and nothingness, may evolve into a world full of vitality as the earth and the source land. I hope that as I expected, with the addition of the 5 elements, this life-forbidden area can evolve into a new life land. Lin Zichen murmured. Then he thought about it and scattered the 5 elements in his hand to every corner of the abyss, allowing these 5 elements to evolve in this life-forbidden area. After finishing all this quickly, he did not stay in the abyss for long and returned to the earth soon. If possible, he really wanted to stay and see what changes would happen to the abyss with the origin of the 5 elements in the next period of time. But unfortunately, he now has more important things to do. Just now, his telepathy with Shen Qinghan broke through the abyss's limit on perception, and he sensed through the boundary wall that Shen Qinghan, who was pregnant for more than 9 months, was about to give birth. Closing remarks. This book actually ends when the hero and heroine grow up. I felt uncomfortable writing the rest of the story, and then I wrote it perfunctorily. I basically didn't use my brain throughout the whole process, and wrote whatever came to my mind. If it were other authors, I guess many people would choose eunuch. But, no matter how bad I am, I will finish this book well without eunuch. This may be my only advantage. Let's talk about the content of the book. In fact, the correct way to write this book is not to go in the direction of urban high martial arts, but to go in the direction of longevity. In simple terms, it is to write in a way that makes the timeline fast forward. For example, after the hero and heroine grow up, don't slow down the speed of time, but continue to speed it up. In just a few 100,000 words, write about the hero and heroine getting married and having children, slowly getting old, having children and grandchildren, and then countless descendants, generation after generation. At the same time, write about various evolutionary geniuses, who fall one after another in order to prove the mythical creatures, and become a grain of dust in the era that is not worth mentioning. Alas, it's a pity not to write it this way. Finally, let me tell you something very important. I really like the heroine Shen King Han. I really like the heroine Shen King Han. I really like the heroine Shen King Han. She is my favorite character in the 3 years since I started writing books. Finally, let me talk about the new book. If nothing goes wrong, it should be published by the end of the year. My current idea is to try to write a new theme that I have never touched before. It is tentatively planned to be an original copy. See you in the next book. End of this book. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.